Chapter 1 Play Mobile Games to Hokage. In the winter, in a residential building in China, Joe Machin was playing a mobile game called Hokage Ninja. Although it was a bit of a pain, it did not prevent him from playing his favorite ninja. For example, this guy just charged money and took out his favorite new S-Class Ninja 2nd generation Hokage, Senju Dobirama. 1. Pin Man. With the new S Ninja, is it no different from salted fish? So I entered the duel arena decisively, and set Senju Dobirama as the first ninja to play. The second one is Hokage Namikaze Minato, the 4th generation S-Class ninja with relatively strong operation and high technical content, and the third finale is that he plays more. Also very domineering S-Class ninja Uchiha Itachi, Susanoo. After Joe Machin set up the ninja, he set up 3 psychic beasts, pandas for dominance, slugs for blood, and mirages for control. Then, after setting the corresponding secret scroll, he decisively opened the free match. He was not in a hurry to fight a duel. At least he had to be familiar with Senju Dobirama's skills. Although it is a new ninja, the first time I started it, I felt good in the hand. In addition, the opponent was not strong, and the ninja on the opposite side was quickly defeated. At this time, Joe Machin decisively opened the 2nd generation purpose big move. He wanted to see what it looks like, although using the ultimate move will lose 4 beans, but as long as the ultimate move kills, it will increase by 1, and it will not affect the next round. Senju Dobirama's ultimate move is called Sutten, Water Style, Water Dragon Bites, uses chakra to create huge water uzumaki, and then uses upward water flow to knock the enemy flying. The rising water flow will eventually gather into a huge water dragon and cause a huge water wave attack downward. And Joe Machin decisively opened the big move, and then saw the skill activated. A water dragon slowly traveled in the sky, and then a water dragon descended into the sky and swept towards him. 1. Product Man. Fuck. The water dragon on the screen actually rushed out and swept Joe Machin away. When his room returned to calm, not even a single hair was left. The Hokage world, the second ninja war, the setting of this world is slightly different from the original. Don't worry about it. Senju Dobirama, in order to keep the backbone and fire of Konoha after breaking up his subordinates, decisively chose to face the enemy alone and face the 20 elite ninjas from the Land of Thunder who came to kill him were even more fearless. Lord Hokage, it looks like you can't escape. Golden Horn looked at Senju Dobirama with satisfaction. This is a big fish, it doesn't matter if the other small fish escape, as long as the heaviest guy is left, then it's okay to be on the rakeage position by yourself, and it can also cause serious damage to Konoha. Why not do it? Escape? The old man needs to escape? All die. Sutten, Water Style, the water of the Great Falls. Senju Dobirama, who is good at Sutten, Water Style, decisively turned on his powerful skills. He wanted to create a favorable environment and terrain for himself. With water the position is his world. Hey, let's learn about Hokage-sama's great tricks. The Golden Horn and his party were not afraid to fight with Senju Dobirama. On the one hand, there is an advantage in numbers, and on the other hand, the individual strength is strong, and it is difficult to give up, but after all, one person is still unable to do it. Looking at the 5 surviving people in the Kingdom of Thunder, including the Golden Horn Silver Horn, Senju Dobirama knows that it is time to perish together. Now, he's going to make his last move, and then Hiraishin goes back to explain the aftermath. Die. Sutten, Water Style, Water Dragon Bite. Senju Dobirama inexplicably shouted out the ninjutsu he used for the 2nd time in his life, and then he saw water rising from the ground and gathering in the sky. It became a tens of meters of water dragon, and then a black hole appeared from the faucet, and a small water dragon rushed out from the black hole, and there seemed to be a child in the middle of the small water dragon. 1. Pin Man. The huge water dragon rushed down and swept the 5 ninjas of the Land of Thunder. The huge impulse also destroyed the earth and washed out a deep pit. The Golden Horn and the others are dead and can't die anymore, and Senju Tobirama is also hunched over weakly, and is about to die. Time and space, Feilea. Mo-chan? Just when the second generation Hokage was about to go back to explain his last words, he unexpectedly found a child jumping out of the deep pit, and shouted out in surprise. Sure enough, I was summoned to the world of Hokage by this technique. This is the second time that Joe Machin has appeared in this way. It was brought to the world of Hokage, and now it was brought to the battlefield by the water dragon from Team Konoha. Hi, Grandpa, it's me. Seeing how weak you are, can't you die? Joe Machin went to Senju Tobirama and said with a smile, calling out to Grandpa without worrying about whether he would die. Huh, I don't know how you got here, but I'm saved. Senju Tobirama saw Joe Machin, who was just 5 years old, and relaxed, then passed out. When he passed out, he heard a light drink, Tong Spirit Art, Slug. Hey, War. Slug, help me treat Grandpa. Joe Machin said to the slug he summoned. Yes, my lord. The slug resolutely carried Senju Tobirama on its back, and then continued to treat it with chakra. Senju Tobirama's trauma was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'm so lost? Who told me how to get back to Konoha? Slug, you know? Joe Machin looked around in confusion. Who could tell him? Which direction is he in Konoha now? Master, I don't know either. Slug's soft female voice said that she didn't know either. Okay, I was so confused, I almost forgot. There is also the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. These two goods got a wave at the end and successfully activated Ten Tails. Destroy it first. Let's talk. Joe Machin recalled the plot, and it seemed that two important tasks were thrown at the end. Fuck, it's as ugly as in the anime. Katon, Fire Style, Grand Fireball. Joe Machin decisively burned the bodies of the two to ashes, so as to avoid cheating. Although he should have been very strong at that time, hanging a Ten Tails is not a problem. Master, how are you going? The slug also looked around. It wasn't a local slug either. It looked the same, but it was. It's a time travel benefit. No direction at all. We should be in the direction of the Land of Thunder, so we just need to go back in the opposite direction. Fortunately, we know where the Land of Thunder is in the Land of Fire, so we should go in the opposite direction. Spiritualism, Panda. Joe Machin CAI at the age of 5, it is not easy to travel with small arms and legs, so he decisively summoned another psychic beast, the panda. Go on, let's go. Joe Machin jumped on the panda's back and sat on it, pointing to the release line of the Land of Fire and shouting. Yes, master. Panda decisively carried Joe Machin forward, while Slug followed behind with Senju Tobirama on his back. The main pet running under the sunset has been here for 5 years. 5 years ago, Joe Machin was swept into the world by a water dragon. At that time, Senju Tobirama was completely confused. How could he even summon a baby when he studied a technique? What is this doing? But when he saw the baby's eyes, he decided to take him in. The protagonist of the natural star has appeared. As for slugs and pandas, that is the welfare of time travel. As soon as Joe Machin crosses over, he has his own skills, which are psychics, slugs, pandas and mirages. Then the natural star eye is also a technique, which has a very loud name in this world, Sherinan. However, he was born the eternal Mangekyo, who looked like the stars, so he was called Star Eyes. And only he knows this. There are two other things, which were given to him by the ninja he selected at the beginning, namely the ninjutsu time and space and the electric flint, successfully mark the enemy Hiraishin, and then he can continuously teleport to attack him. The other one is the Ten-Fist Sword. That's right, It was Uchiha Itachi's Ten-Fist sword, but it turned into Itachi, which was hanging on Joe Machin incoherently at the moment. Joe Machin had nothing to do on the road and opened his attribute page. It exists like a game character. There is no system that comes with it. Only this page makes him feel like he is playing a game. Name, Senju Machin, taken by Senju Dobirama. Age, 5 years old. Race, descendants of the dragon. Sex, male. Hobbies, unknown. Pet psychic beasts, panda, slug, mirage. Chakra affinity, water, 300, fire, 300, earth, 100, thunder, 100, wind, 100, yin and yang, 0%, wood, 0%. Time and space, 300%. 300% of the 3 are from 3 ninjas, so water, fire, and time and space are the fastest and surprisingly powerful. Ninjutsu, Sutten, water style, water dragon bite, time and space, lightning flint, etc. I'm going to save Hokage-sama. 1. Pin Man, said the future third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stopped his retreat. No, Lord Hokage's order is for us to evacuate, otherwise his hard work will be in vain, said future Hokage support Shimura Danzo. But Lord Hokage can't handle it alone. He's our Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Hey, I don't know, but this is an order, are you going to disobey the order of the adults? Shimura Danzo said. Let's go, I'm going to support Hokage-sama, I'll give you a break. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a heart. The other people looked at each other, helpless. If I don't come back, everyone must guard Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly flew up and rushed towards Senju Dobirama. Let's go. Shimura Danzo turned back to Konoha, and the others followed him after a look. And at this moment, Senju Machin was very bored and looked around. It was all woods, and the ghost knew where to go. Damn, it seems that I can only know how to go back when my grandfather wakes up. Let's get something to eat first. Nani? Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed towards the target, suddenly saw the smoke rising from the kitchen, and then went over to look at a child wearing a loose martial arts robe with a tachi higher than others hanging around his waist. This child he know. It was his teacher, the grandson of Senju Dobirama, the second generation Hokage-sama, and Senju Dobirama was lying on the slug next to him. At this moment, Senju Machin is grilling fish. Hey, there is no seasoning, the taste is really bad, Uncle Monkey, why don't you eat something when you come? Joe Machin looked up at the treetop, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing. Shhh. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped directly from the tree and came to Senju Machin's side. 1. Pin Man. Machin? Why are you here, Lord Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in confusion. Calm down, nothing, didn't you see the slug being treated? Did you bring the seasoning? This fish is not delicious without the seasoning. I'm starving to death. Senju Machin said. Cough cough, no. Sarutobi Hiruzen checked the Senju Dobirama worriedly, and sure enough, there was no serious problem, but the chakra consumption was temporarily unconscious. No way, Uncle Monkey, would you like some? Senju Machin asked. No, you can eat it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at a small fish, what did he eat by himself? Hey? Didn't my grandfather tell you to go back? Why did you come back again? By the way, where is this how to go back? I'm lost. Senju Machin said. I'm not worried about Hokage-sama, so I came here. This place is close to the territory of the country of fire. How did you come? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the doubts in his heart. I don't know, I was still studying Hiraishin in Konoha just now, but the light flashed and arrived here. As a result, I saw that my grandfather was seriously injured, and then I didn't know the way, so I could only walk and wait for my grandfather to wake up. Senju silently Chen gave himself a foolish reason. Well, it looks like your Hiraishin has already started, but it needs to be skilled. It is God's will that you can come here to save Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It should be. Senju Machin also knew that Senju Dobirama would be in danger, although this danger was postponed to the present for some reason, because the timeline in this world is rather chaotic, and some details are different from what he knew before. For example, the normal Senju Dobirama is dead. In the first ninja war, not the second. But he is a little kid, and his strength is just that, and he can only hold back when he gets to the battlefield, so he can only stay in Konoha and wait for Senju Dobirama to go back and explain the funeral before saving him, because his slugs are not the same as the slugs in this world. In the same way, as long as there is a breath, it can be rescued. Upanexia. It's not safe here, let's talk while we're on the road, Sarutobi Hiruzen said worriedly. Let's go. Joe Machin didn't want to stay any longer, there was still a war going on here. The two of them turned into three of them and they rushed towards the Konoha camp. Swish. The voice of the basic telekinesis sounded, and several peripheral guards came to Joe Machin's side. Lord Hokage. Lord Hiruzen. They shouted in surprise, before hurriedly ushering in. Lord Hokage. Everyone in the camp gathered around. Get out of the way, I don't know if people are surrounded by air and it will affect the patient's rest. Stay out of the way. Senju Machin said with a wave of his hand to chase away the flies. SHHH. The group stepped back, unable to provoke them. This is the favorite grandson of the second generation Hokage. The first prince of Konoha. Okay, don't be around, Grandpa is fine, it's just that chakra consumes a lot and needs time to recover. What should you do? Senju Machin said. Yes, my lord. Although Senju Machin is still a little boy, they don't just look at him as a prince, this guy is a monster. Even if he is not as smart as a child, his strength is not comparable to that of ordinary Geninchinin. Hiruzen? Shimura Danzo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, legs out of the room. I know what you're asking, and I don't know either. When I saw Lord Hokage, he had already been rescued by Machin. It is said that he accidentally researched Hiraishin and arrived here instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged and said that he did not clear. Shimura Danzo was speechless, how could this be? Because of Senju Dobirama's coma, the Konoha camp's vigilance has been strengthened a lot, and they did not rush to send people to the front line to fight, but chose to defend, and the Kingdom of Thunder did not dare to attack rashly, because all the elite ninjas they sent out died. For a while, the situation calmed down. Huh? As soon as the second 1010 was lit, the unconscious Senju Dobirama sat up suddenly, his injury was healed, and now it was Chakra who needed to recover. So it's not a big problem. Hey? Grandpa, are you awake? Senju Machin said with a hatch. Machin? Is it really you? Is it you who saved me? Senju Dobirama froze for a while, then came back to his senses and asked. Yeah, I was summoned by your ninjutsu again. Senju Machin explained the matter, he didn't need to hide it from Senju Dobirama. You mean you were brought here by my ninjutsu this time? Senju Dobirama was dumbfounded. At first, he used a ninjutsu inexplicably to appear Senju Machin, but this time he actually brought him out of Konoha. Yeah, I'm just like a psychic beast, it's inexplicable. Senju Machin complained feebly. I see. It seems that this skill can't be used casually. If there are enemies alive when you appear, and I have no way to protect you, it will hurt you. Senju Dobirama said with some fear. Onlan, I'll be fine. Next time you encounter any danger, just use it directly. I can still help a little bit. By the way, don't take risks and give up your Hokage seed. Well, Uncle Monkey is not bad, he ran back to save you yesterday. You also need to rest, the damage is relatively large, and your chakra won't recover in a while. You can't even go to the battlefield. Senju Machin said. Huh? Senju Dobirama sensed the situation of his body type, and sure enough, the speed of chakra's recovery was unprecedentedly slow. The little monkey dares to disobey my orders. Senju Dobirama was angry, and his most important thing was discipline. So he's suitable for Hokage. But you need some guidance behind the scenes. After all, Uncle Monkey is a bit kind in character. Senju Machin said. How can the position of Hokage be child's play? Senju Dobirama said. Really? If I didn't come to the battlefield, you would definitely be Hirai-shin who passed the position to Uncle Monkey. Senju Machin exposed Senju Dobirama's thoughts without hesitation. Cough, so what, am I okay? Besides, things were urgent at the time. Senju Dobirama said. The second generation Hokage was kidnapped. Konoha can't be without a master. Sarutobi Hiruzen will take over Hokage's place. From now on, it will be the third generation Hokage. Grandpa, do you think this is good? Senju Machin pulled out his 10-punch sword. You can kill people, and you can also seal them, for example, to seal an old man who is not at ease to rest, so that he can recover from his injuries. Your kid is going to piss off Grandpa. Senju Dobirama clearly saw Senju Machin's plan. So? Senju Machin swung the 10-fist sword in his hand a few times, and flames rose from it. Cough, cough, grandson, good discussion, don't mess around. Grandpa still needs to contribute to Konoha, okay, it's not just to pass the throne to Hiruzen, it was meant to be given to him. Listen to you, I'll listen to you. Senju Dobirama resigned as soon as he saw the flames rise. His dignified second-generation Hokage was caught by his grandson. Do you want this old face? I went to bed, I watched you all night, and I was sleepy. Senju Machin said, putting away his 10-punch sword. Just rest here, Grandpa will explain. Senju Dobirama lovingly touched Senju Machin's hair and went out to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 3 Tsukuyomi can still be like this use. Chapter 3 Tsukuyomi can still be used like this. This night, a news caused a stir in the ninja world. The second-generation Hokage Senju Dobirama was seriously injured and passed on to his disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen, while he was relieved of his injuries. The newly appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen has the support of the second-generation Hokage, and no one dared to question. Plug. Upanexia. I was so sorry, I knew he was gone too. He has never put Sarutobi Hiruzen in his eyes, in his heart, he is the most suitable for Hokage. And Senju Dobirama is also quite recognized for him. The newly appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen reinvigorated military discipline and quickly stabilized the chaotic situation. And Senju Dobirama is also relieved to return to Konoha to recover. Ah, it's back. Senju Machin shouted while looking at Konoha's gate as a giant panda got on. Come down, they're welcome, Senju Dobirama said. I'm not going, it's too lively and I'm not used to it, you go, they're here to pick you up. I'm off. Senju Machin has to keep a low profile, and can't stand out. Before he grows up, keep a low profile and keep a low profile, otherwise, the ghost knows if Black Zetsu, Ban, etc. will be staring at him. Senju Dobirama saw his grandson who was walking away, looked at where he went, shook his head and said nothing. Senju Machin did not enter the inner city of Konoha, but went to the residence of a big family outside. This family has a name that shocks the ninja world, Uchiha. Master Machin. The Uchiha guard at the door said sensible hello. There was no way. Uchiha Kagami, the head of Uchiha's family, was the apprentice of this kid. Hello everyone. Senju Machin said hello very politely, and then continued to walk inside, where he was already familiar with the road. People along the way also kept saying hello to him when they saw him, and it was not surprising at all. Dong dong. Senju-machan came to a courtyard and knocked on the door. "Come here, please wait a moment." A clear and soft female voice sounded inside, and came to the door with the sound of footsteps, and opened the door. "Yupanexia. Hey, beauty, miss me." Although the body is only 5 years old, the soul in the body is actually 26 years old, and the frivolous words blurted out. "Ah, brother, you're back. Well, I want to kill my sister." The girl squatted down and hugged Senju-machan. "Hey, I'm not back." Senju-machan followed the girl's embrace, leaned on her, smelled it, and the fragrance of the girl made him intoxicated. "Let's go in and talk." The girl got up happily, then closed the door and brought Senju-machan into her house. "Sister Mikato, woohoo, I haven't seen you for 2 months, I miss you so much." Senju-machan entered the room and came to Uchiha Mikato, who was sitting on his knees, and hugged her with his little hands. "Well, my sister misses you too. I heard that you were gone, and I scared my sister to death. The family Konoha searched all over and couldn't find you. Later, I heard that you were at the battlefield with Hokage-sama." Uchiha Mikato pet's drowning stopped Senju-machan in his arms. "It's still so comfortable and soft in my sister's arms." Senju-machan rested his head on Uchiha Mikato's already long open body, the softness on his chest, which he rubbed unconsciously. "Bad brother, bully your sister as soon as you come back." "Brother, why did you go to the battlefield? You're worried about killing your sister." Although Uchiha Mikato complained, she acquiesced to Senju-machan's actions. "Hey, Hirashin is too difficult, I accidentally flew out later, I only came back now." Senju-machan felt Uchiha Mikato's softness and leaned even tighter. "Okay, just come back." Uchiha Mikato kissed Senju-machan's forehead lovingly. "Kiss here too." Senju-machan pointed to his small mouth. "Little devil, don't go too far." Uchiha Mikato said with Yoi's face. "1. Pin man. Then I'll do it myself." Senju-machan raised his head and kissed Uchiha Mikato. "Little devil, why are you so bad?" Uchiha Mikato was kissed for a long time before he got rid of it. "Hey, my sister is too beautiful." Senju-machan said. "Hey, what's the use of being pretty, it's not about marrying someone you don't like." Uchiha Mikato suddenly became sad. "Nani? Marry someone?" Senju asked, looking at Uchiha Mikato's pretty face, "Could it be Uchiha Fugaku?" "Well, the family wants me to marry Fugaku, I already pushed it once, I'm afraid I won't let it go." Uchiha Mikato said sadly. "Humph, no one can force what my sister doesn't like. Who arranged it?" "Uncle Mirror?" Senju-machan asked, mad, "A woman that brother values, you dare to make up your mind?" Senju-machan didn't steal the hearts of other people's wives in the original book at all, because when he came here, Mikato didn't catch Uchiha Fugaku at all, and the two didn't get engaged. "Well, the master has come to see me, but because I know that I have a good relationship with you, I asked about my tone first. You also know that the Uchiha family will select a suitable person internally to complete the marriage in order to ensure the purity of blood." "Yes." Uchiha Mikato sighed. "That doesn't work either, you are mine." Senju said in a silent voice. "Silly brother, my sister is 11 years older than you. It's impossible for us, and I have always regarded you as a younger brother. Kid, don't think about it." Uchiha Mikato looked at Senju-machan amusingly. "Humph, I'll marry you when I grow up." Senju-machan said. "Impossible, basically you are not a member of our Uchiha family, they will not agree." Uchiha Mikato said. "Sister, my surname is just Senju." "Who told you that I have nothing to do with Uchiha?" Senju said. "Machan. What do you mean?" Uchiha Mikato asked curiously. Look at my eyes. Senju Machin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes that were like a starry sky flowed, and finally turned into nebulae. What is this? Uchiha Mikato asked in surprise. Sister, do you know the advanced level of Sharingan? Senju Machin didn't answer, but asked instead. You know, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, and on top of that is the legendary Wanhua brother. Yours is Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Mikato thought of something and asked in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. No, I am the eternal Mangekyo, which can be turned on all the time without burdening my body. So, I am also the bloodline of Uchiha. Together, we will only make the bloodline purer. Senju said silently. What? Brother, you impossible. If you're from Uchiha, why would Hokage-sama still? It's impossible. Uchiha Mikato couldn't believe it. This kid is actually from Uchiha. But this eye. The eyes are also not like Uchiha's eye color, but silver white. Hitomitsu, Tsukuyomi. Senju Machin activated Tsukuyomi's own eyedropper in his left eye. Ah! This is who are you? Are you Emo-chan's younger brother? Uchiha Mikato felt that he had suddenly appeared in another place. Although it was also a room, he didn't see it at all. The furnishings are not quite like Konoha's stuff. But the mature young man in front of him is very familiar, and looking at his star eyes, it is obviously exactly the same as Senju Machin. It's me, sister, this is me when I grow up, handsome, right? You are now in my Tsukuyomi space, this is Mangekyo's pupil technique. Senju Machin said. You're you really Machin's younger brother? So Hanzo is he really Mangekyo Sharingan? Then I'm in your demonic illusion now? Uchiha Mikato asked. Yeah, you wouldn't know you were in demonic illusion if I didn't tell you. Everything feels real here, like Senju Machin came to Uchiha Mikato and hugged her when she didn't respond. Kissed her. Ah! Uchiha Mikato exclaimed, and then she responded obediently. Although her small mouth became wider, she was already familiar with the familiar provocative action. This was really Senju Machin. Sister, how is it? Do you like me when I grow up? Senju Machin let go of Mikato's mouth and said. Hey, I like it, but, brother, you are still a child, we can't do it. Uchiha Mikato's reason still prevailed. I will grow up and will always love you. Senju Machin said. Brother Uchiha Mikato looked at Senju Machin's starry eyes with blurry eyes. Sister, let your brother express your love in this illusory world. Senju Machin picked up Uchiha Mikato and came to the bed, putting her down gently. Brother, yo, what are you doing? Yo, I asked with cheeks shy of her unmanned. Fuck you. My dear sister. Senju Machin couldn't hold it any longer, he kissed Uchiha Mikato's small mouth, and then opened Shikai's clothes with both hands. Brother, Dantidanti. Uchiha Mikato wanted to refuse, but said no, but struggled slightly. Sister, I'll be gentle, darling. Senju Machin came to Uchiha Mikato and said. Brother, love me. Uchiha Mikato closed his eyes. Here. It's all fantasy, my brother likes it, just let him go. An illusory exchange begins, and Uchiha Mikato's heart is completely messed up. My Eternal Mangekyo, 4th more. Chapter 4 My Eternal Mangekyo, 4th more. Hi, sister. After an exchange of spirit and flesh in the Tsukuyomi space, Senju dismissed Tsukuyomi in the morning and greeted the blurred and inextricable Uchiha Mikato. Although the reality only passed for a second, the time in Tsukuyomi was not short. And everything is so real. 1. Pinman Uchiha Mikato is still addicted to pleasure. Ah! Brother, I hate it. Uchiha Mikato took a long time to regain his senses, and then felt the discomfort on his body, and rushed to the bathroom to wash. Although it was not done in reality, she still had some physiological reactions that she should have. She was 16 years old, not 5-year-old Senju-machan. Already mature. Why you take me with you anyway? Although Senju-machan was not invited by Uchiha Mikato, he consciously followed into the bathroom. Brother. Uchiha Mikato shyly covered his body with a bath towel. Ah, you continue, I just came to see, I'm afraid you have an accident. Senju-machan said. I hate it. Kid, come here. Although it's not the first time I bathed with this kid, I just treated him as a little kid before, but now after what happened to Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Mikato dared not treat him like a child again. But still obediently let him in. The two were making a fuss in the bathroom, mainly Senju-machan was making trouble with Uchiha Mikato, but he was too young to be able to do anything, so he could only take advantage of it. Uchiha Mikato was also relieved, otherwise he was really scared. Thinking of what this kid looked like in Tsukuyomi, his face became more unconscious. Brother, what about the patriarch? Uchiha Mikato asked after the two finished washing, put on clean clothes, and leaned in the courtyard to look at the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Upanexaya. I'll take care of Uncle Mirror, don't worry. Senju-machan said confidently. Okay, this is also your elder sister's test. As long as you can really win over your elder sister will obey you. When you grow up. Uchiha Mikato's beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. Okay, sister, you can't run away. It's getting late today. You have a rest first. I have to go back to see Grandma. I haven't gone back to see her old man today. I'll go to Uncle Mirror tomorrow to talk about our affairs. Senju-machan said. Okay, see you tomorrow, brother. Uchiha Mikato was so moved that he actually came to see him for the first time. Bye-bye. Senju-machan kissed Uchiha Mikato, then jumped off the wall and ran away, walking through the door or something. Too slow. Bad brother. Uchiha Mikato looked at Senju-machan's small back with blurred eyes, as if the figures had grown taller. Unconsciously muttering something. At this time, the Senju family's residence is not so deserted. The guards and servants that should be there are readily available, and they are the well-deserved first Konoha family. Especially the second-generation Hokage and the first-generation Hokage's lover Uzumaki Mito are still alive, no one dares to disrespect. Little master. The people at the door saw Senju-machan coming back and hurriedly greeted him. Hard work. Senju-machan also replied, not taking all this for granted, and ignoring the people below. Even if the lives of these people belong to the Senju family, it is natural for them to die. The Senju family's retainers are naturally most in awe of Senju Tobirama, but the one who loves the most is naturally the sensible young master since he was a child. He is so kind to everyone and never makes trouble without reason. 1. Pin Man. Kid, come in. Uzumaki Mito opened his eyes and called out the door. Hey, big grandma. Senju-machan ran to Uzumaki Mito's side and did it cross-legged. I don't know if I came back to see my grandma first, and then ran there to play? Uzumaki Mito asked knowingly. Hey, I went to Sister Mikato's place. I'll be back after a while. Senju-machan said. Hey, the Uchiha family, you are not afraid of your grandfather teaching you, don't you know that he hates you to go to the Uchiha family the most? Senju Tobirama's hostility towards the Uchiha family was naturally hidden from Uzumaki Mito. Don't be afraid, as long as there is a big grandma. Senju-machan knows who to call when he makes a mistake. Hey, you grandma's time is running out. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you in the future. Uzumaki Mito lovingly patted Senju-machan. But well, I don't want to do this anymore. It doesn't matter if the eldest grandma dies. I have a way to revive the eldest grandma. Senju-machan said with certainty. You mean your grandpa's impure world reincarnation? You must not mess around. Uzumaki Mito said excitedly. Don't be kidding, I also know that this technique is a pit. Don't worry, I have other methods. It just takes a long time, at least until I grow up, and you go to the underworld to accompany me. Grandpa, I will resurrect you all when I grow up. Senju-machan was not sad. Don't fool around, no one knows what you're going to do, but Grandma knows it's going to be dangerous, Uzumaki Mito said. In-law, as long as I grow up, nothing will be a problem. Senju-machan said arrogantly, although now the level is still crap. Hey, I hope your grandfather can discipline you well, but I can't let you mess around. Uzumaki Mito is helpless, her time is really short, she can already meet the day of her death, and now she has to do the only thing is to wait for that child to arrive, and then give her his own voice and let her replace him, protect Konoha, and seal it. Kyubi, Ninetales. Who? No one, Uzumaki Mito, as long as you die, no one will be able to suppress Mr. Ben. You put your hopes on a child, you underestimate Mr. Ben. Thought, Kyubi, Ninetales, churned within him. Humph, I'm still alive, you are not allowed to be arrogant. Uzumaki Mito quickly transported chakra and began to calm down the riotous Kyubi, Ninetales, breath. Hey? Grandma? Grandma? Well, it seems that the fox knows the news that Grandma is going to die, so it's not obedient. Senju-machan shrugged his shoulders, watching the chakra aura emanating from Uzumaki Mito. Can guess what happened? Then he silently closed his eyes and opened them again. Furry, it's fun. Senju-machan actually projected his figure directly into the sealed space of Uzumaki Mito. At this moment, he was sitting on Kyubi, Ninetales' head, grabbing his UI-colored hair. Nani? Uzumaki Mito and Kyubi, Ninetales, were dumbfounded at the same time. How did this thing come, and he actually appeared directly in his own sealed place? Hey, big grandma, I see you burst out with chakras suddenly, don't worry, come in and take a look. Senju-machan stood on the head of Kyubi, Ninetales, and greeted. Machan? How did you get in? Come here, be careful of Kyubi, Ninetales. Uzumaki Mito, although he didn't know how Senju-machan got in, hurriedly shouted. Oh, I combined Hiraishin with the pupil technique. Senju-machan pointed to his star eyes. Roar. Little devil, you dare to court death on this uncle's head. Kyubi, Ninetales, was furious, and his angry tail swept towards Senju-machan. Crack. Senju-machan didn't hit, but he hit himself. You have the ability to come out and hit me. Senju-machan flashed a Hiraishin to Uzumaki Mito's side. His Hiraishin is different from the 4th generation. As long as he sees the position, he can teleport to launch an attack. Of course, he can choose not to attack. This is also the result of research in the past few years, otherwise, you can only use the skills of traversal, and use teleportation to attack the target, but that doesn't apply. This is not a game. The person who is hit will enter a state of control and cannot fight back. So it took him 3 years to improve, and he can move freely wherever his line of sight goes, thanks to the 300% space-time fit, otherwise it wouldn't work. Roar. Kyubi, Ninetales, looked at Senju-machan outside the cage and went crazy. This kid. Noisy. Senju-machan's eyes fixed on Kyubi, Ninetales. Shoo. Kyubi, Ninetales, was silent for a moment, and its fox eyes turned into the same star eyes as Senju-machan. This is Mo-chan, is this Sharinan's skill? Uzumaki Mito naturally didn't look like this. This was obviously the pupil technique that Uchiha Madara used to control Kyubi, Ninetales. Yeah, didn't I tell you that I'm Sharingan? Senju-machan said the words that made Uzumaki Mito petrochemical. Someone else's Sharingan. Chapter 5 Someone else's Sherry Nan. Sherry Nan? How is it possible that Sherry Nan isn't UI colored? Your eyes. 1. Pinyencia this color isn't right, even the eternal Mangekyo is blood, UI colored. Uzumaki Mito's whole body bewildered, when she heard from her grandson that he admits that he is Sherry Nan, the whole person is not well, the Senju family and Uchiha have a grudge for thousands of years. It's really hard to tell, but now the Senju family has actually recognized a Uchiha family member as their grandson. Go there to reason? Grandma, I am indeed the eternal Mangekyo. If you want to say why it is not bloody UI, I don't know. If you really have to say a reason, it should be because I am not Uchiha's family. After all, I don't have Uchiha blood. My Sherry Nan is also not affected by that bloodline. So it's a little different. Senju said after thinking for a while. He really doesn't know how to explain it other than that, it's all a bit against the Hokage setting, but I'm not originally from the Hokage world, so it's okay to have my own characteristics, right? Well, although your bloodline is very strange, but there is no trace of Uchiha, but you actually have the eternal Mangekyo, you are only 5 years old. Even Uchiha Madara achieved it with the help of his younger brother's eyes. Uzumaki Mito sighed and said, she was so surprised that the grandson she had grown up with still had the secret, and the eyes he exposed every day were actually the legendary eternal Mangekyo. Upanexia. This is also the reason why my Sherry Nan is different from them. After all, Uchiha's Sherry Nan belongs to the cursed eye. It is difficult to open the eyes, and it is even more difficult to evolve. It is even more difficult to become an eternal Mangekyo. Senju Machin said. Ho ho ho. Suddenly Kyubi, Nine Tails, broke free from Senju Machin's shackles and went crazy again in the cage. Cough cough, Ma-dan, Kurama, you wait, I have to take care of you when I grow up. Let you bully me as a child, both pupil power and chakra are limited. Senju Machin was killed by Kyubi, Nine Tails, S counterattack was a bit confusing, but it wasn't a big problem, after all, it was still too small, and he couldn't bear the matter of using Sherry Nan to control Kyubi, Nine Tails. Wow yo, what are you calling me? Kyubi, Nine Tails, looked at Senju Machin dumbfoundedly. No one could know his name except for the other 8-tailed beasts. Well, how did he find out? Has he seen other tailed beasts? But even if he saw it, he couldn't tell him his name. Why tell you, be honest with me, you are good to me, my grandma is good, everyone is good, otherwise it will be easy to clean up you when I grow up. Senju Machin said. You damn kid, don't let me go out, I'm going to eat you. Ho ho ho. Kyubi, Nine Tails, was furious, and he couldn't care less about Weimao, this kid would know about himself the name matter, I want to tear this kid who threatens me to pieces. It is a dignified Kurama, the most powerful existence among the tailed beasts. It's okay to be sealed, but it was even threatened by a little kid. This is definitely a great shame. If Yaiwei knew about it, how would he mix up the tailed beast world in the future? 1. Pin Man. Don't let you out? I can't plan to let you out now, so be honest. Grandma, I'll control it again, you can suppress him. Senju Machin said. No, it's okay for a grandma with this strength. Unless the day she dies, her strength will only get stronger and stronger. Uzumaki Mito said and started hand seal, and quickly suppressed the furious Kyubi, Nine Tails, and then regained consciousness. Grandma, I'm going to rest, let's say goodbye. Senju Machin ran away as soon as Uzumaki Mito opened his eyes, he knew that if he didn't run, he would be caught and questioned. Better to run away. Uzumaki Mito looked at Senju Machin and opened his mouth. After all, he still didn't open his mouth to call his grandson. He already knew that he had secrets, but he didn't expect so many secrets. will do bad things to Senju and Konoha, so let him go. However, this matter needs to be communicated with Senju Dobirama. Sharinan after all. This thing can't be careless. After being called by Uzumaki Mito to talk about the matter, Senju Dobirama also had a confused look on his face. The grandson he brought up by himself actually has an eternal mangekyo, this. Who to talk to? And according to my own inference, the grandson has such eyes from the beginning, which means that he was born with the eternal mangekyo. If the Uchiha family knew about this, would it be crazy? The realm that they had been unattainable in their entire lives was actually achieved by a child of their own Senju family. You ask, I don't know anything anyway. Senju Machin saw Senju Dobirama coming in, and knew that he already knew about his eternal mangekyo. Grandpa doesn't want to ask anything. If Machin has any secrets, he is also grandfather's grandson, right? Senju Dobirama sat down, looked at his grandson quietly for a while, and then said, Yes, yes, you will always be my grandfather. Senju Machin nodded seriously. That's all right, if there is anything, Grandpa will block you. As long as Grandpa doesn't die, no one in this ninja world can do anything to you. Senju Dobirama said. Cough cough, Grandpa, don't say it's so scary, it's not a big deal. But now there is really a little thing that needs your help to solve. Senju Machin said while taking the opportunity. What's the matter, tell me. Senju Dobirama looked at his grandson with a smile. Hey, go to Uncle Mirror to get rid of Uncle Mirror's intention to marry Sister Mikato. Senju Machin said. Machin, this is an internal matter of their Uchiha, and it's not easy for Grandpa to ask about it. Senju Dobirama's head hurts a little, although it's not a big problem as long as he talks about it himself. Uchiha Kagami will definitely listen to him, but how do you talk about this? After all, even oneself is not good at interfering in the development of other people's families. But Mikato-san doesn't like that Uchiha Fugaku. Senju Machin said. Oh? Is that so? No other reason? Senju Dobirama looked at his grandson strangely. He knew that he had a good relationship with Uchiha Mikato, but even killing Senju Dobirama never thought that his grandson would have a special relationship with Uchiha Mikato. And had a friendly exchange with Tsukuyomi. If I say I like Sister Mikato, you won't believe me if I want to marry her. Senju Machin said. Nonsense, what do you know, a little brat. No matter how precocious Senju Dobirama was, he never thought that his 5-year-old grandson would think so far. So I just don't want to see her unhappy and marry someone I don't like. So I asked my grandfather to help me with this matter, otherwise I'll have to find Uncle Mirror myself. Senju Machin said. Hey, your kid will give Grandpa a headache, I know. If Grandpa comes out on this matter, y'all let's stop dealing with the Uchiha family. Senju Dobirama rubbed his head with a headache. Uchiha Fugaku Uchiha, 2nd. Chapter 6 Uchiha Fugaku Uchiha, 2nd. The next day, Uchiha Fugaku felt that he had suffered a ton of damage, and this injury was actually from the 2nd generation Hokage-sama, which made him feel bad, because today the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Dobirama-sama actually came to the Uchiha station in person, and he has not been here for many years. He actually is 1. Product man. It was to intervene in his marriage with Uchiha Mikato, and the patriarch Uchiha Kagami, who has always respected the 2nd generation Hokage-sama, was unexpectedly. I actually agreed to change my mind. This makes Uchiha Fugaku, who has always liked Uchiha Mikato, very heartbroken. Damn it, I managed to get the patriarch's approval, and the result, what the hell is going on? Uchiha Fugaku thought about this matter in his heart, but soon he figured out the key point. Like a little kid with weird eyes, and that kid has a good relationship with Uchiha Mikato. The most important thing is that the little boy is Senju Machin, the grandson of Lord Hokage of the second generation. To say it has nothing to do with him. Uchiha Fugaku didn't believe it if he killed him. It is said that Senju Machin saw Uchiha Mikato yesterday, so it is very likely that Senju Machin asked the second generation Lord Hokage to intervene in this matter. The more I think about this possibility, the more excited Uchiha Fugaku is. You are a pit brother. Brother is about to marry a daughter-in-law. You little brat interferes in drying wool. For a while, Uchiha Fugaku's heart was messed up, but he didn't know what to do. Was he going to teach a little kid a lesson? How much damage to Uchiha's reputation? The most important thing is that this kid has a great-grandfather who he doesn't want, and he can't afford to offend him. 1. Pinsya, but he was unwilling to endure it like this, and was very upset. At the same time, Uchiha Kagami, who had just left Uchiha Fugaku's house, came to Uchiha Mikato's compound. I have seen the patriarch. Uchiha Mikato salutes. Uncle Mirror. Senju Machin smiled and waved hello. Machin is also there. Mikato, I have something to tell you. Your relatives will not interfere, but I hope you can find a Ruyi Langkun as soon as possible. After all, you also know the situation of the family. It's time to get married. Uchiha Kagami first smiled at Senju Machin, and then said to Uchiha Mikato seriously. Yes, the patriarch, Mikato knows. Uchiha Mikato breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the patriarch did not interfere. That's fine, I won't bother. Machin, go to Uncle Mirror to play when you have time. Uchiha Kagami said. Okay, goodbye Uncle Mirror. Senju Machin waved his little hand goodbye. Congratulations to send off the patriarch. Uchiha Mikato kept his excitement, and the proper etiquette had to be in place. Sister, how is it? I'm amazing. Senju Machin raised his face and looked at Uchiha Mikato and said. Yes, the little villain is the best. I reward you. Uchiha Mikato squatted down with a smile and kissed Senju Machin's little face. Here. Senju Machin pointed to his mouth. Upanexaya. Let's go inside. Uchiha Mikato said embarrassedly. Hee, my pupil strength has recovered. Mikato sister, do you want to? Senju Machin smiled maliciously after entering. Don't hate, not allowed. Uchiha Mikato hit Senju Machin's Tsukuyomi again and entered the Tsukuyomi space. Seeing that Senju Machin, who had grown up, used a special technique to tease him, he couldn't hold back after all, and merged with him again in Tsukuyomi. Since Senju Machin and Uchiha Mikato no longer worry about marriage, they have lived a very comfortable life. Especially Senju Machin, in addition to practicing, is to go to Uchiha Mikato's place to tease. Small hands take advantage of small hands, Tsukuyomi takes advantage of big ones, and the relationship between the two heats up sharply, until a news of Senju Machin's attention comes back, which finally interrupts his carefreeness. Sister, I'm going to leave Konoha for a while, so please miss me. Senju Machin found Uchiha Mikato as soon as she received the news, and didn't explain to her where she was going, so as not to worry her, she just said that she was going to be a child task. Then I went to find Senju Dobirama. After all, I had to let Senju Dobirama know about leaving Konoha. Wait a minute, you said you were going there? Senju Dobirama looked at Senju Machin dumbfoundedly. Isn't this brat too daring? I don't worry about my sister, I'm going to the battlefield of the Rain Country. Senju Machin said. The sister he said was not Uchiha Mikato, but naturally Senju's princess, Senju Tsunade. There is no Senju Nawaki in this world, he is the only younger brother of Senju Tsunade. And now Senju Tsunade and Jiraiya and Orochimaru are at war with the Land of Rain, and this battle will establish their name as Sunin, but this battle is doomed. Their opponent is the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. You must know that when Hanzo played against Sunin, he had the upper hand and suppressed the three-man fight. What if one of his brains was pulled out and his hand was seriously injured or even killed his sister? No, you are not allowed to go. Your sister is with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the two little devils, and their strength is still very good. You don't need to worry about it. Besides, as long as you don't encounter Hanzo of the Salamander, there will be no battle over there. What opponent can threaten them? Senju Dobirama said. But they are really likely to meet Hanzo. Senju Machin said speechlessly. So what? Your grandfather, I'm still here, how dare he bully my granddaughter? Senju Dobirama said. Cough, cough, eh. But Senju Machin was speechless. You are so arrogant. It seems that it is really like that. It seems that Hanzo really does not dare to kill. But what if one is not careful? What if the poison of Sanjiao fish reaches? I went, that's my sister. Don't be so, what can you do when you go there as a kid, and you will drag Tsunade and the others down? Be honest with me. Senju Dobirama said with a cold face. Oh, Senju Machin pulled his head and turned to go out. Wait. Senju Dobirama suddenly stopped Senju Machin. Huh? Senju Machin turned his head suspiciously. Hey, don't think that Grandpa doesn't know what you're thinking about, that's all I can do. You can't use the Thor sword. You have a 10-punch sword. Your own mind is safe. Senju Dobirama sighed in silence and Senju-chan said with the mark of Hiraishin on his body. Ah, haha. Thank you Grandpa. I'll bring you the souvenirs of the Land of Rain. You help me hide it from the grandma time and space, Hiraishin. Let's go. Senju Machin saw Senju Dobirama was instantly happy after marking himself, so he didn't have to sneak away now. It's a pity that his Hiraishin flew too close, so he could only use it as a teleportation technique, but it didn't prevent him from flashing pretentiously. Hey, stinky boy, I don't know how to be considerate of the old man's heart. Senju Dobirama knew that Senju Machin would not be obedient, so he had to do this, otherwise he would have to lock up this grandson. But sooner or later children will grow up and become independent. 5 years old. I started to touch the battlefield when I was 5 years old, but at that time, my elder brother took care of her, so I wonder if Tsunade could take care of her younger brother. Senju Dobirama looked in the direction of the Kingdom of Rain with anticipation, and hoped that the sister and brother would make some achievements in the Kingdom of Rain. The most important thing is come back safely. Sister Snake Brother Toad Brother. Chapter 7 Sister Snake Brother Toad Brother. On the way from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rain, a black and white bear and a 5-year-old child were rushing across the mountains and mountains. The black and white bear was naturally the psychic beast Panda, and the child was naturally Senju fell silent. 1. There are also giant pandas in Hokage, but they can only be regarded as beasts, not very powerful, so when a child rides on a panda, it does not attract too much attention. If you ride a ninja beast, you might even arouse people's curiosity. Hey, it's a sin for Hiraishin to not study thoroughly and even to travel, what a fool. Senju Machin flipped through Senju Dobirama's notes on Hiraishin's back on the panda's back. It was too esoteric to understand. Although his talent is awesome, his exposure to ninjutsu is too short, and he has to learn all aspects, so he can't study it too deeply. You can only hurry up and do your homework now. Master, according to the time we came out and the route we ran, if we didn't go in the wrong direction, we would be able to arrive at Tsunade-sama's station tonight. Panda said suddenly. The direction is correct. I've seen the map, and it's similar to what you said. Ma Dan, I'm going to suffer from driving on the road. I'm going to get motion sickness. It feels so uncomfortable, not to mention that I haven't stopped all the way for so long. Master, please bear with it, the 3 of us psychic beasts are not suitable for traveling. Master, you can try to counter psychic beasts and see if you can conquer a psychic beast in this world. Upanexia said the panda, which was actually very hard. Ah, because it has always been the one who ran. Don't make trouble, who knows that if there is no contract signed, they will be sent there randomly. Brother, I don't want to take risks. Hurry up and hurry. I will eat there in the evening, although I am very hungry now, Senju-machan said. Yes, master, I've caught it. I'm going to speed up. Panda charged with all his strength when he heard the meal, which looked like Chu's first battle cavalry back then. You must know that this guy is Chu's mount in Chinese legends, but now it's the right way to use it, and it's a mount again, instead of being cute and coquettish and eating and drinking. The speed of one master and one pet has accelerated, and before it was dark, it was already close to the perimeter of the ninja station of the Land of Fire, and they were soon discovered by the ninjas who were outside. There was no way, the goal and the movement were too big. This indomitable posture does not work if you don't know it. Swish. The two Konoha-chinen stopped in front of them. Hey? It's here? Senju-machan looked at the scroll in a trance, suddenly noticed that the panda had stopped, raised his head in confusion and asked. Master, it's Konoha's ninja, we should have reached the outskirts of the camp. Panda said. You guys are from the Hyaga family? Senju-machan asked, looking at their Byakugan. Hi. Are you Senju-machan master? The two chinins of the Hyaga family looked at the panda, and then at Senju-machan, who was carrying a dagger that was longer than him and a loose samurai robe. Look at the same age as the legendary eldest young master. 1. Pin Man. It's me, I came here to help out on the battlefield. Senju-machan said. I've seen Mr. Machan. The two Hyaga ninjas saluted, admiring the fact that Senju-machan came to the battlefield so quickly, but in this period of war, it's never too much to go to the battlefield, but the Senju families, the presence of the eldest young master on the battlefield is very encouraging, even though there is already a Senju princess here. Leave one person to continue patrolling, and the other will take me to the camp. Senju-machan said. Yes, please come with me, Mr. Machan. After a little communication between the two Hyaga ninjas, they separated and took Senju-machan to the camp. On the way to the camp, the Hyaga ninja shot several times in the air. Concealed gestures, apparently signaling that the other patrolling ninjas are fine. Let them continue patrolling. I've seen Master Machan. The ninjas in the camp saluted Senju-machan. It's alright, get up a question, where's my sister? Are Brother Snake and Brother Toad not here? There are so few people in this camp. Senju-machan observed and asked. Master Tsunade and the others took people to the battlefield. Now they are fighting on the front line with Hanzo of the Salamander's troops. We are ordered to guard this place. The ninja who stayed behind said. Have you fought with Hanzo yet? Senju-machan asked worriedly. I haven't seen Hanzo in the battlefield. The ninja who stayed behind answered Senju-machan's question. Prepare something to eat for me and Panda, and I'll go to the front line after eating. Senju-machan said. Sir, it's okay to prepare food for you, but please don't take risks, after all, you are still too young. The battlefield is too dangerous for adults. The ninja who stayed behind comforted said. Don't worry, Grandpa can rest assured that I'm here, you don't have to worry about me, even if I have an accident, you won't be blamed. Senju-machan knows what these people are worried about, a charge of poor protection can be tolerated no. The ninja was still a little hesitant, but didn't know what to do. Don't be long-winded, hurry up and get something to eat, we're starving to death. Senju-machan dismissed him, then flipped through the map. Although he couldn't understand it, it didn't prevent him from passing the time. Under the worried eyes of the ninjas, Senju-machan went to the front line after eating, and the fighting on the front line was temporarily stopped, and everyone lit a bonfire in the temporary station. The rest should be rested, the guard should be sentry, and perhaps a sudden attack at night. Lord Tsunade, Lord Machin is here on the battlefield. A voice broke the silence of the main tent. Tsunade and the others opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the ninja who reported the situation. Nani? My brother came to the battlefield? Tsunade stood up and asked eagerly. Yes, Mr. Tsunade, Mr. Machin is indeed here, and he is already on his way to the front line. I believe he will be here soon. The intelligence ninja said. Damn, how could this kid run away? The second grandpa is true, why don't you think about him? Is this a position he can play? Tsunade complained, his eyes full of worry. Go down first, Machin is here and bring him in. Orochimaru said. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The intelligence ninja exited. Why did this kid come here? The intelligence is not that he, Ahire Shin, appeared inexplicably on the battlefield in the Land of Thunder some time ago. After playing for a while, he ran to the Land of Rain to continue playing? This time again something wrong with Hire Shin? Jiraiya said with a big wink. Probably not, the second grandpa went back to Konoha with Machin, so he shouldn't be allowed to use Hire Shin again. Tsunade said. That can only mean that this kid ran out to play by himself, and he is too naive. Is this battlefield also something he can play as a child? Jiraiya said. Brother Toad, can you provide me with the materials for the shortcomings of my hot pepper bullfrog? Suddenly, a small figure appeared in the middle of the tent, and said in a teasing tone, carrying a long sword on his back and posing with a pair of the first model of Laozi in the world. __. Chapter 8, Jiraiya's Daily Pit, 2nd. Touch. The guy who was handsome in 3 seconds was Senju Machin. The pose was well placed, and it was very convenient for Tsunade to knock him, so when Tsunade saw who was coming, he couldn't help but hit that little head with his fist. Above. 1. Product man. But it's obviously useless. You, my sister hit me. Senju Machin raised his head and looked at Tsunade. Little devil, you're going to be mad at my sister. Does it hurt? Tsunade was instantly overwhelmed by Senju Machin's small expression, and hurriedly squatted down and rubbed his head, and asked with concern, although he knew that he was useless at all, but still worried. Sister, I miss you so much. Senju Machin hugged Tsunade's neck and rubbed his small face with Tsunade's beautiful cheeks. Although Tsunade was wearing a fighting ninja suit, Senju Machin, who was attached to Tsunade, felt a softness. Jiraiya looked at Senju Machin with envy and hatred. This kid. I'm so envious, there is no other person in Konoha who can hug Tsunade so closely. Little devil, my sister misses you too. Tsunade also hugged Senju Machin's small body tightly, full of missing breath. If it wasn't for this war, the two siblings would never have been separated for so long. Sister, brother Toad is looking at you with lustful eyes, and looking at me with malicious intent. Senju Machin said in Tsunade's ear. Huh? Tsunade looked back at Jiraiya. Upanexia. Damn, no, I'm wronged. Don't. Jiraiya's reaction was a bit slow, and his eyes were indeed a little bit. But. Damn little bastard, it's over. Sure enough, Tsunade turned his head and really found Jiraiya's eyes that he couldn't take back. He let go of Senju Machin and gave Jiraiya a powerful fist. In an instant, Jiraiya's head was packed, and then he looked at Senju Machin resentfully. This is not the first time I have been trapped by this kid, why don't I have a long memory? This Tsunade is also true. Too much maintenance for this kid. If you beat yourself up in one sentence, you are a comrade in arms who is born to death. Machin, why did you come to the battlefield? Orochimaru suddenly asked. Hey? Brother Snake, ignore Brother Snake. Brother Snake, I really don't want to come here, really I'm afraid you guys can't figure it out. Senju Machin said. Little devil, are you doubting our strength? Jiraiya said unhappily. I don't doubt your strength, you must be stronger than me. Senju Machin said seriously. Nonsense, is this still a comparison? Jiraiya said unhappily, comparing herself to a kid is too much. However, I don't doubt that you can't beat Hanzo of the Salamander. Senju Machin said again. You Yupanexia. Jiraiya was speechless, he wasn't arrogant enough to call Hanzo in the name of a demigod. Machin, you mean, we might face Hanzo? Orochimaru asked with interest. It's not possible, but it's definitely going to happen. It's just in the last few days. Senju Machin thought of this and wanted to complain, heck, in the comics, it's obviously Hanzo of the Salamander who met in the Third Ninja War, but the world doesn't know why the timeline is in such a mess. Even if Senju Tobirama didn't die in the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade and the others are very likely to meet Hanzo of the Salamander ahead of time. Isn't this nonsense? At this time, the three of them are just Jonin, the elite Jonin. How could they be the dishes of cage-level Hanzo? Hey, this joke isn't funny at all. That old ghost is in existence who fought with the first generation of eyes. Will he come out and bully us? Jiraiya looked at Senju Machin in confusion. A brother Toad, although your strength is a little weaker for him, you are still slightly stronger for the other ninjas in the Land of Rain, so it is normal for him to trouble you, otherwise they will still be in this battle. How to fight? Senju Machin said his thoughts. Okay, don't worry about it, Machin is just worried, and he may not really meet Hanzo. Even if he encounters us, it is not without the strength to fight. Tsunade said at the beginning. I'm really looking forward to fighting this demigod, Orochimaru said. I'm free, don't leave me alone. Take me with you when you fight. Jiraiya is not a person who fears death. Let's not talk about that, I'll leave it to you here. I'll take Machin to rest. Tsunade said. Go, let's go. Jiraiya endured the heartache and waved her hands and pretended to be indifferent, but in fact she was even more envious and rested with Tsunade. What a dream thing to do. Although it was a temporary station, Tsunade still had his own tent, so Tsunade didn't want him to be too tired when he watched his brother who had come in a hurry, so he quickly took him back to the tent to rest, even if there might be a war at night. Oh, this tent is not as big as Grandpa's. Senju Machin said. Second Grandpa is at the level of Hokage, so he has to be dignified naturally. My elder sister is just a little commander, so it's not bad. Brother, take a rest, and travel so long. Tsunade looked at Senju Machin softly and said. Take a bath to relieve fatigue, he. Senju Machin said and started hand seal. Doton, Earth Style, Bath. The first one is Doton, Earth Style, a bath appears on the ground is elevated, and the four corners are supported. Suton, Water Style, the art of small waterfalls. Senju Machin filled the water with the Suton, Water Style, again. Katon, Fire Style, keep burning. For the last ninjutsu, a flame ignited under the overhead bath. Tsunade stared at his brother, this ninjutsu, dumbfounded. When was it perfected? Although I have seen him use it before, but... a complete mess. Hey, sister, how is it? It's amazing. Senju Machin asked Tsunade. Brother, you will be beaten by the second grandfather if you use ninjutsu like this. Tsunade said while covering his forehead, this younger brother is good there, he just likes to invent ninjutsu randomly, the key point is that these ninjutsu are often useless. As I said, ninjutsu is not for fighting, but for enjoying life. Do you think my bath is not bad? Senju Machin said sternly. Brother, you are wasting chakra. Your chakra won't last long, right? Tsunade asked. I don't care about these details, the water temperature is good, sister, let's go together? Senju Machin looked at Tsunade with hopeful eyes. Little devil, don't think that big sister doesn't know what bad idea you are playing. There is no door. Besides, it's outside. What if there is an accident? You can wash it yourself. Tsunade refused without hesitation. Does she still know what bad idea this brother is up to? I've showered together a lot before, but this bad kid gave them all that time. Well, okay. Then I'll wash it myself. Senju Machin didn't hesitate, he took off his samurai robe and jumped into the bath. He boiled the frog in warm water, wondering if he would be cooked by the bath he made. Tiger_novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 9 Orochimaru's Vigilance. Chapter 9 Orochimaru's Vigilance, first. This night seemed to be the land of rain trying to give Senju Machin's face. It didn't launch a night attack at night, and everything was peaceful. 1. However, it is also possible that Pinsya is waiting for the arrival of some big man, and they are preparing to welcome him. Sister, don't make trouble, let me sleep again. I don't have to go on a mission. Senju said in a daze early the next morning. Now that he hasn't woken up, he considers this place to be the family residence, because Tsunade wakes him up every day at home. Little brother, get up, it's getting late, we are on the battlefield, not at home. Tsunade looked at Senju Machin softly and said. Hey? Hey. I forgot. Hey, sister, good morning. Senju Machin opened his eyes and looked at Tsunade. It's so early, if you weren't here, my sister would have woken up long ago. Tsunade said. Oh, it's so early, it's really uncomfortable to fight, I can't sleep until I wake up naturally. Senju complained silently in the morning. Sister is going out. Tsunade said. I'm used to it. Big sister, go get busy, get busy. Senju Machin took out his little hand from inside Tsunade's clothes with a dry smile, and squeezed it before pulling it out. Touch. This small gesture was met with a knock from Tsunade. Well, it hurts. Senju said, covering his head. Let you be dishonest. Little brother, you have to be obedient, elder sister and Orochimaru and the others will go to inspect the battlefield. Upanexia Tsunade kissed Senju Machin's forehead and said coaxing a child. Well, psychic art, slug. Senju Machin summoned his special slug. Slug, follow your elder sister and protect her. Sister, take my slug with you. It can deal with the poison of Sanjiao fish. If you encounter Hanzo, you can also deal with it. Senju Machin said solemnly. Does the elder sister need the younger brother to take care of you? Don't worry, the elder sister will pay attention to safety. Tsunade did not reject Senju Machin's kindness and brought Slug, Jiraiya and Orochimaru to the battle area together. Although it was early in the morning, the ninjas on both sides had already started to warm up to each other. Konoha leading the team, and they are generally stronger than the Land of Rain, so Konoha has an advantage on the big battlefield, and has already achieved a certain victory, but the only variable for this war is Hanzo of the Salamander. With the name of a demigod, he was not bragging, but fought hard with real strength, so no one dared to say that the final victory belonged to that side. Lord Hanzo, I'm very sorry that you have to go out in person. The front-line commander of the front-line ninja station in the Kingdom of Rain, Jonin Yawu, the elite of the Kingdom of Rain, knelt down in front of Hanzo and said. It doesn't matter, Konoha's strength is strong and your performance has been very good. My presence is only to reduce our casualties. Konoha sent 3 disciples of the 3rd generation of Hokage on the battlefield here in Upanexia, right? How strong are they? Hanzo of the Salamander asked. It's very strong. The one-on-one subordinate is at most tied with one of them, but the 3 of them cooperate perfectly and can compete head-on with our 6 elite Jonin, so the subordinate will not do anything to them for a while. Yawu said. Well, it looks like it's worth me to play with them. I don't know why these little dolls like Konoha are born from generation to generation, and the strong ones are born in large numbers. It is said that there is also a granddaughter of Lord Hashirama, the princess of the Senju family. Oh, her grandfather's, I admire her so much, I don't know how much she has the Hashirama-sama. Hanzo of the Salamander's tone was full of affirmation for the young man. He is a person who cherishes talents. And it was because of pity that Sunin was spared. Also achieved the name of Konoha Sunin. Tsunade is definitely not comparable to Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, but he is already very powerful. I think there will be another cage-level ninja in Konoha in the future. Even the three of them may reach that height. I'm very self-blame, obviously they are 3 juniors, but they have reached the same height as me. Konoha is really a place where many talents come out. Yawu's tone was a bit lost, the strength of the enemy is not a good thing. Do nt blame yourself, Konoha has the best resources in the mainland, and if it's not strong, they won't let them occupy it. Our starting point is not as high as theirs, so we can only take the opportunity to get more resources. To be honest, I'm not optimistic about this war. Especially the succession of the new Hokage, it is a blow to our other countries. Konoha with 2 generations of Hokage shock, it is not so easy to shake. This battle should be over soon. And can we get a little benefit? I'm going to start with these 3 young ninjas, and I'll go find them myself. If we can take them down, we can exchange some resources with Konoha and end the war, said Hanzo of the Salamander. Hey! Everything follows the wishes of the adults. To put it bluntly, it's not just to take advantage of it, and Yamu still understands that the war in the ninja world is all about resources, and it's not really life and death. As long as the benefits come, you can stop the war at any time. If you really want to fight to the death, the Kingdom of Rain really doesn't dare to play with Konoha, and you don't dare to take advantage of the opportunity to watch Konoha fight on all sides. Otherwise, it was already flattened by Konoha. Tsunade and the others didn't know that Hanzo of the Salamander had arrived, and they had already aimed at them. They were still observing on the battlefield on the front line, and occasionally took action against Jonin in the Land of Rain, but everyone also flinched when they saw something wrong. And there were no major casualties. As for Tsunade, they were not in a hurry to pursue them. Their task was to defend, not to expand the territory. The territory of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire were disliked. The environment was too bad. Orochimaru, you are silent today. Jiraiya said to Orochimaru after fighting off a ninja, while Tsunade stood silently, leaning on the slug. My snake told me there was danger, it was restless, and it seems that something extraordinary has come to this battlefield. Orochimaru raised his left hand, and there was a small snake spitting out letters on it uneasy. Your vigilance has always been the highest among the 3 of us. Even you said you were in danger. It seems that it is not easy to come. Could it be that the kid in Machin said that Hanzo of the Salamander came in person? Jiraiya muttered. I don't know, I can't think of anyone other than him. Ito feel a sense of oppression, very close. Orochimaru looked around, his eyes full of alertness. Huh? Tsunade saw that Lu was playing solemnly, and stopped leaning lazily on the slug, and looked around. Huh? A small wind volume rose from a position more than 10 meters in front of the 3, and a human figure gradually emerged. Swish. Then 4 black shadows flickered and fell on both sides of the figure, looking around vigilantly. Konoha's young ninjas are really not simple, they can actually detect the arrival of the old man, but the old man is more curious about the Machin you mentioned, who can predict that I will come here in advance. Wearing a breathing mask, holding a sickle and axe in hand, Hanzo of the Salamander appears under the protection of a bodyguard. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 10 Sunin vs Demigods Hanzo, 2nd. Chapter 10 Sunin vs Demigod Hanzo, Second. Huh? Tsunade and the other three were all in fighting poses. The person who came was unparalleled in terms of momentum and oppression. This feeling was very similar to what the second generation Hokage brought them, and it might not be as strong as the second generation Hokage. But definitely not the three of them can compare. Upanexia. You guys are very good, it seems that Yowo is right, your strength is quite good, it is worth playing with you. Hanzo of the Salamander casually fiddled with the scythe chain in his hand. Hanzo of the Salamander, you really came in person. Well, let's see the power of the lower demigods. Jireya's fighting spirit was soaring. Tsunade and Orochimaru didn't say anything either, and cooperated with Jireya to form their battle formation. This is the first time in their life that they have faced such a powerful enemy. Be careful, otherwise next year's day will be their Matsuri day. You disperse, and don't let anyone disturb us, Hanzo of the Salamander said to his guards. Hanzo of the Salamander is called a demigod, but he is very cautious, and he is equipped with 24-hour guards around him. However, at this time, he has sufficient self-confidence. As long as there is no interference from outsiders, the three young ninjas of Konoha, is still easy to do. Yes, Hanzo-sama. The four dispersed, then escorted Hanzo of the Salamander and Tsunade around their battlefield. Tsunade and the others were even more careful. Hanzo didn't even want to interfere with the guards. Obviously, he was very confident in his own strength. Upanexia. Katon, Fire Style, Fire Bomb. Jireya took the lead in launching a tentative attack, containing the oil made from chakra in his mouth, spitting it out and burning it with Katon, Fire Style, attacking in the form of a fireball. Futon, Wind Style, Daitapa, Great Breakthrough. A C-rank ninjutsu from Orochimaru, a very simple ninjutsu, even without a hand seal, and the effect is just a strong wind, but this powerful wind accelerates Jireya's fire bullet, its speed suddenly accelerated, under the interaction of the two ninjutsu, it seems that the power of the fire bullet has increased a lot. If it is treated according to the normal fire bullet, it will definitely suffer. Hanzo of the Salamander's actual combat experience is so rich, I saw that he used his unparalleled teleportation technique without hesitation, dodging Jireya's flaming bullet. Appeared aside. Ninja, strange power. But Tsunade seemed to know that he would appear in that position, and hit Hanzo of the Salamander with an unpretentious blow. This was not a simple fist. This punch hit the ground and would produce countless crack, leaving a deep hole. So Hanzo of the Salamander was also honored to witness this scene, because Tsunade smashed the punch. He was dodged again by Hanzo of the Salamander. Well, it's alright, the three little devils cooperate quite well. Hanzo of the Salamander dodged the first round of the three men's attacks calmly, and said calmly not far away. Upanexia. Humph, it's not bad that you can run so fast with your old arms and legs. Jireya's taunt skills are naturally not low. When he saw someone calling a kid, he decisively launched a counterattack. That's what my brother called that little brat in Senjumachan. Boring words, take the old man's move. Hanzo of the Salamander waved the sickle and axe in his hand and attacked. His sickle was coated with poison, and if it was touched, the skin would be destroyed. Be careful, Jireya, it's poisonous. Tsunade reminded, as a medical ninja she was well aware of its poison. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Ninja, substitute. Jireya used the substitute without hesitation and dodged. Ninja, the technique of chaotic lion hair. After dodging, he found an angle and launched his own counterattack. I saw Jireya's hair suddenly grow long, forming a lion's head and rushing towards Hanzo of the Salamander. Obviously he wanted to use this trick to entangle Hanzo of the Salamander to restrict his movement. It's interesting, the hair is hard enough. Hanzo of the Salamander slashed at the lion's head with a scythe, but it didn't move, but it blocked Jiraya's attack. Ninja, hidden shadow snake limbs. Orochimaru launched his own ninjutsu when Hanzo of the Salamander responded to Jiraya's attack, and released several poisonous snakes to bite Hanzo of the Salamander, because they were summoned. So these snakes it has more strength and intelligence than ordinary snakes, and can effectively subdue the enemy. It's a pity that they are facing Hanzo of the Salamander. These snakes are useless to him. He can deal with these snakes by waving the sickle at will, so that these snakes can be washed directly into the pot, as long as they are cut neatly. How neat! It seems that the knife craftsman is very good, and I don't know if it has received professional training in New Oriental. Ninja, hidden shadows, and snake hands. Orochimaru released more snakes, and they were big snakes. These snakes were responsible for intimidation, containment, capture and other tasks to achieve the effect of multiple combos. It will restrain the opponent when the opponent does not react, and then attack the key points. Doton, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld. Jiraiya also released a Doton, Earth Style, a ninjutsu that plunges the opponent into a swamp, burying him. The purpose is also to limit the actions of Hanzo of the Salamander. They all know that melee combat is definitely not the opponent of this old man with a weapon. He is a master and can only use control ninjutsu to the maximum extent. Jiraiya, you are a jerk. Tsunade knew when Jiraiya used ninjutsu, and this jerk came again, and it wasn't that he suffered a loss. Sure enough, with Tsunade's words, Orochimaru was the first to be choked up, and then the serpent he summoned. Naturally, the serpent near Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't escape the effect of Jiraiya ninjutsu. This is not a game, there is no enemy or enemy. After all, several big snakes fell into the quagmire and struggled. The hard-working Orochi was pitted by his teammates before he could play his role. Heh, it's interesting. Hanzo of the Salamander jumped on top of the serpents, using the serpents as a springboard to jump out of Jiraiya's attack range. I didn't do it on purpose, I made a mistake when I started fighting. Jiraiya scratched his head embarrassedly and said. Not the time to say this, be careful. Tsunade reminded. Nani, what the fuck? Ninja, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya used her defensive means in horror. The difference from the original is that he used this to protect Tsunade. The same thing is that Hanzo of the Salamander's Katon, Fire Style, and Exploding Flame Formation were still eaten by Jiraiya. What's more different is that at that time Jiraiya's the strength is much stronger than now. After all, the battle is ahead of schedule. He is still very young, and his strength is still a little different. So, injuries are worse. Slug. Tsunade hurriedly shouted when he saw that Jiraiya was in bad condition. Yes, Lord Tsunade. Senju Machin's slug quickly protected Jiraiya and healed his wounds, just give it a little time to heal Jiraiya. Very good, very powerful. There are still people in the younger generation who can resist my move without dying. This old man is very impressed. You are good. Hanzo of the Salamander did not continue to attack. He was injured, but not dying already showed that he had some skills. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 11 Snakeskin Wallet and 10,000 Snakes. Chapter 11 Snakeskin Wallet and 10,000 Snakes. Cough cough. Jiraiya coughed after listening to Hanzo of the Salamander's words, not knowing whether it was because of the injury or because he was angry, thinking that he was a disciple of the dignified Konoha third generation Hokage, the existence of the elite Jonin, should he do it for himself feeling complacent after defending someone else's ninjutsu trick? It's too much. Jiraiya, are you alright? Tsunade came to Jiraiya, but she didn't heal Jiraiya, the enemy won't heal her, and there are slugs, as long as Jiraiya is not dead, don't worry, it seems that there are still mental cough, I think there is nothing to do. Eupanexia. Hey, don't worry, I can still do it. This guy is so strong. Just one ninjutsu hurt me in the defensive state. It really deserves to be a demigod, and Hanzo. Even if he is old, he can't be underestimated. Jiraiya slowly stood up. He couldn't accept a woman standing in front of him, blocking the knife for him. Jiraiya, Tsunade, do your best, Orochimaru said, biting his finger and smearing it on his other hand. Hi. Tsunade and Jiraiya knew they had to find help after seeing it, otherwise they would all be cold. The two of them decided to do the same thing. The art of psychic, myriad snakes. Orochimaru took the lead in completing the hand seal and summoned his strongest psychic beast. However, the 10,000 snakes at this time are far from being as big as in the later stage, and their strength is not that strong. 1. Pinman. Psychic art, slug. Tsunade summoned the only slug in this world. This slug is a part of the slug fairy. Tsunade can summon as many slugs as he is strong. The art of psychics, toad boss. Jiraiya decisively summoned his own toad boss. A big toad with a pipe and a knife appeared on the stage, and smoking is a bad problem developed since childhood. Toad boss actually started from this time. If you smoke, you are bringing bad children. It is estimated that Jiraiya learned bad things from it. It is also possible that it was damaged by Jiraiya, which may seem to be bigger. Orochimaru, are you ready for the Matsuri product? The lines of Wand Snake's appearance are different from other psychic beasts. It is the most dishonest one, and may attack its master at any time. Machin is waiting for you at the camp, you can ask him for it. Orochimaru said lightly, not at all aware that he was not ready for Matsuri. Nani? Baga, how dare you summon this uncle when he is here? Wan Shi was about to break out in cold sweat. No one knew why Wan Shi was afraid of Senju Machin, not even Orochimaru. But Wan Shi knows that a certain unscrupulous toad once said that he wanted a snakeskin wallet and was listened to by Senju Machin. Later, this kid had a friendly exchange with Wan Shi, and Senju Machin used it. His eternal Mangekyo, which even Kyubi, Ninetales, can control, taught Wan Snake a good way, that is, how to make Wan Snake himself into a snakeskin wallet, as well as 108 ways to cook snake meat. Scary de Wan Snake shivered a little when he heard Senju Machin's name. Upanexia. Oh, nice psychic beast, a bit interesting. It seems that I still underestimate you. Hanzo of the Salamander's words brought his thoughts back to the battlefield. Hey, don't underestimate Arcana Ninja too much. Jiraiya is very strong. Toad boss, we are going. Jiraiya's big toad is a good melee combatant, and he decisively launched an attack. Yoshi, take a knife from this uncle. Toad boss took a puff of smoke and pulled out a big knife. It was very simple to use it with one hit and jump, but with its huge size, it was used to kill the damage brought by this move. The force is naturally very strong. Wan Shi, I didn't want to see Emo-chen and solve this guy, or he would definitely come over. Orochimaru said. Baga, I don't want Matsuri, I will help you this time. Stinky Toad, let's fight quickly, I don't want to see that kid. Wan Shi also rushed forward decisively and fought the toad boss he hated the most. Cooperated. Slug, we can't be left behind either, assist in the attack. Tsunade saw that the two of them cooperated tacitly, so naturally he would not stand idly by. The strength of the opponent is definitely not when talking about the morality of the rivers and lakes and playing a heads up, that is to seek death. Hi, Tsunade, Sama. To be obedient, the slug is the most talkative psychic beast. Decisive also played to his own advantages and began to besiege Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander didn't expect that these three psychic beasts were stronger than he imagined. Although they wouldn't suffer a loss, they couldn't do anything for a while. Instead, they had to deal with attacks from all directions. Use it, dodging attacks. The most important thing is that Toad's knife looks huge and clumsy, but its speed and strength are extremely fast. I really don't have that strange force when I confront myself directly. Secret art, body poisoning art. Hanzo of the salamander suddenly used a paralyzing toxin that can be released just by breathing. Stay away, this poison can paralyze nerves. Tsunade reminded immediately. Swish. The three psychic beasts retreated at the same time, not daring to approach the toxin range. Not bad, very good. Ha ha ha, I'm not so excited anymore. It's good that there are little ghosts like you now. I'm very satisfied. But now it's a war, and for the sake of the village, I won't let you go so easily. The art of spirit, Sanjiao fish. Hanzo of the salamander took the opportunity of the three to retreat and decisively channeled his own psychic beast, the highly poisonous Sanjiao fish. The game is over, Sanjiao, take down these three little devils. Hanzo, who was standing on the head of the Sanjiao, launched an attack decisively, and the Sanjiao let out a low roar and went directly into the ground. It is good at burrowing. Underground surprise attacks are the best. Tsunade and the three were a little stunned when they saw the Sanjiao that suddenly burrowed into the ground, but when they were not in a daze, they were decisively and cautiously vigilant, observing the surrounding situation. Slug. Tsunade jumped up suddenly, ignoring his psychic beast, jumping very far. Touch. Sure enough, the mountain pepper fish suddenly rushed out from under the slug and launched an attack on it. Obviously, it is the kingly way to prioritize attacking the medical ninja according to the rules of the battlefield. It's a pity that it was attacking slugs. This kind of physical attack is useless to it. I saw that the slugs were attacked and suddenly scattered, turning into countless small slugs, and then they changed positions and started to gather again. Seeing that the Sanjiao failed to make a single blow, he went underground again, but without the three of them paying attention, Hanzo left the Sanjiao in an instant. Seeing that the slug attack was ineffective, Sanjiao decisively changed the target to a huge, clumsy-looking toad. Touch. The toad boss responded with simple violence, but he threw the knife and grabbed the mountain pepper fish at the moment when the pepper fish rushed out. The collision of the two psychic beasts made a loud noise. Jiraiya. Toad boss yelled. Yoshi. Ninjutsu, toad oil fire bomb. Jiraiya decisively used Katon, fire style, and the old toad naturally spewed the toad oil to support the combustion. The combination of the two formed a huge incendiary bomb and sprayed it at the Sanjiao fish. Tiger_novel building_kaha_ reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister the 12th update Konoha little devil I can't afford it, 2nd update. The 12th more Konoha kid can't afford to offend. Roar. Sanjiao was angry, it was actually ambushed by someone, and it ate a ninjutsu from Jiraiya abruptly, causing it to burn in severe pain. 1. Pinsya immediately used his digging ability to hide in the ground and extinguished the flames on his body. After burning it for a while, he would turn into a charcoal roasted pepper fish. After adding some seasonings, everyone had a meal and went home, though. Pepper fish is poisonous. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya smiled proudly. Historical experience tells us not to be too ruthless on the battlefield. The retribution of the ruthless people is too fast. As expected, Jiraiya, who is only 3 seconds old, is going to be unlucky. Taijutsu, 2-stage attack with chain sickle. Hanzo, who had concealed himself, saw the opportunity to decisively launch a surprise attack, and waved the poisoned sickle on his hand to strike. Nani? Jiraiya didn't react this time and hid with a needle, but he wasn't hurt. Bastard, Jiraiya, can't you be serious? Cough cough Orochimaru, who had always been careful, blocked this move in place of Jiraiya, but he was not a defenseless block, there was a big snake in front of him blocking it. He took most of the damage, but even so, he was hit, and the poison on the thing made him sluggish instantly. Orochimaru! Jiraiya exclaimed, picking up Orochimaru and jumping away from Hanzo. Oh, it seems that the three of you have a good friendship, and you can actually sacrifice for your comrades. But unfortunately, you can't remove my poison, and death is the only way to relieve him. Upanexia Hanzo of the Salamander did not continue to pursue the victory, but embraced the sickle, watched silently from a distance, and he knew that even if he did not continue to attack, this Orochimaru would die. As for the remaining two, it's better to keep alive one. After all, it's not the time to fight with Konoha. Slug. Hurry up and save Orochimaru. Tsunade had been alerting Hanzo of the Salamander. Seeing that he didn't move on, he was slightly relieved, and hurriedly asked the slug to treat Orochimaru. Hi, Tsunade, Sama. The slugs under Tsunade decided to separate apart and come to Orochimaru to start healing, while the snake and the toad boss guarded Jiraiya and Orochimaru, giving the healing guards. Master Tsunade, my treatment is useless, he is poisoned, I can't detoxify. Slug said quickly. Poison, poison, slug. Go and save Orochimaru. Tsunade remembered something and looked decisively at Senju-machan's slug. Senju-machan had said before she came out that it can detoxify the poison of the bell pepper fish. Orochimaru can also be treated, right? Don't worry, Master Tsunade. Senju-machan's slug came to Orochimaru's side, and soon Orochimaru's twisted expression gradually calmed down. Oh? These two slugs are different? As far as I know, they are all one slug, right? So what's going on with this little one? Seeing Orochimaru's face improving, Hanzo of the Salamander naturally knew that his poison was actually real. Was resolved. Upanexia asked with interest. Since you asked the question sincerely, then I will tell you with great compassion, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to maintain love and truth. Sorry, I went to the wrong set, you continue. I've never been here before. Senju-machan wanted to pretend to be on stage, but suddenly realized that he had picked up the wrong line, and was ready to leave in embarrassment. Such a little brat. You guys from Konoha? Hanzo of the Salamander looked at Senju-machan in confusion, such a small brat. He actually broke through his four guards and came to this battlefield, and how did he appear? Why didn't you notice it? Snapshot. Machan. Tsunade hurriedly protected Senju-machan in front of him. Is this kid the Machan who knew I would arrive? Hanzo of the Salamander looked at Senju-machan with interest. Demigod and Hanzo? Sure enough, it's you, dressed like a biohazard. Since I'm here, why don't you hurry up and run? Senju-machan said lightly, as if he was number one in the world. The posture is quite arrogant. Hee, are you Konoha brats now so ignorant? Hanzo of the Salamander is a bit sloppy, how dare a brat dare to speak out like this, even if Konoha Hokage is there in person? Then let you see how powerful the Konoha kid is, psychic, mirage. Senju-machan decisively summoned his third psychic beast. I saw a huge shell-like thing falling into the sky, almost hitting Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander looked a little confused when he saw the mirage that suddenly appeared. In his memory, this thing seemed to be the knowledge of the second-generation Mizukage. Spirit beast? Just when he was in a daze, the mirage suddenly released a sound wave and attacked Hanzo of the Salamander. In an instant, Hanzo of the Salamander felt that he was being attacked, his body could not move, he panicked, and he was actually controlled. And the pain in his body told him that he was still suffering. Hey, it's not over yet. Suten, water style, water dragon bite? Senju-machan used a big move and launched an attack decisively. This is a skill that crosses the belt, and it is not much better than the genuine Senjudo Birama. The key it is because the chakra required by this skill is not as much as that used by Senjudo Birama, and Senju-machan is enough to release once. Nani. Hanzo of the Salamander, who was under control, was bitten by a water dragon, then rose into the sky, and finally fell heavily. Boom. A huge impact washed out a huge circular pit. And Hanzo of the salamander lay panting in the pit. It seems to be injured, but fortunately at this time, the control of the mirage is actually gone. Sanjiao fish! Hanzo shouted from the pit. Roar! Sanjiao Yu appeared under Hanzo, bit him and immediately sneaked away. Although Hanzo was injured, he was not without the strength to fight, and even left 3 people, but the sudden appearance of the kid really made him unable to see through, and he chose a strategic shift cautiously. Tsunade and the others were relieved to see Sanjiao escape with Hanzo. This guy is too strong. If he hadn't been prepared for Senju-machan's attack, he would definitely not be so embarrassed. Go back first. Tsunade didn't say much. It was not advisable to stay here for a long time. He quickly picked up Senju-machan and hurried to the camp. Jiraiya picked up Orochimaru and followed behind. As for the 3 psychic beasts, they were guarding them, but the cold sweat of one snake did not stop after Senju-machan appeared. I'll settle the account with it afterwards, at least not to provoke that kid. Most of the time it's still easy to talk. Bump. As soon as he returned to the station, Senju-machan suffered a brain crash from Tsunade. Ouch, sister, why are you hitting me? Senju-machan said, covering his head. Who allowed you to go to the front line? Are you going to scare your sister to death? Although Tsunade beat Senju silently, he immediately hugged him tightly. Facing Hanzo of the salamander, she was not afraid to die, but the moment Senju-machan appeared on the battlefield, she suddenly had an unprecedented fear. She didn't even dare to blink. She kept staring at Senju-machan, afraid that her brother would die in the blink of an eye. In front of myself. The defeat of demigods and Hanzos, first reward plus more. Chapter 13 The defeat of demigods and Hanzos, first reward plus more. Sister, if you want to make out, you have to find a place where there is no one, so I will be embarrassed. Uppanexia Senju-machan also hugged Tsunade, but he was too small, and it was impossible to protect Tsunade. Damn kid, what are you talking about? No, I can't let you stay here any longer, I'm going to take you back. I don't want to see you here for a minute, Tsunade said excitedly. In-law, if not what I expected, this war will end. Senju-machan looked outside the tent with a serious expression. In fact, there is no need for Senju-machan to say. Tsunade also knows that this war is coming to an end, and Hanzo of the salamander himself has lost the battle, and the impact is too great. It is estimated that the Kingdom of Rain is in a panic at this time. Brother Snake, are you alright? Senju-machan asked Orochimaru to distract Tsunade's attention. Thank you, without your psychic beast, Brother Snake probably explained it today. Orochimaru said. Hey, I still know Brother Snake's ability, but it's not so easy for you to explain it. Well, let's not mention this. I'm going to restore chakra. Hey, Asutan, water style, actually took my chakra out of time. Damn, I'm going to step up my training. Senju-machan said dissatisfiedly, then ignored the 3 and ran back to Tsunade's tent to restore chakra. This kid is getting more and more pervert. That skill is the S-rank ninjutsu of the 2nd generation Hokage, Sama, right? He can actually use it now, really pervert. Jiraiya said a little surprised. Don't mention my little brother, the less we say about my little brother, the better. Hanzo of the salamander will definitely not talk about his defeat to a little devil. A living genius is a genius, we can't bring it to my little brother. Come to trouble. 1. Pinman Tsunade said. Well, Tsunade is right, you can't expose Machan's affairs, and Jiraiya, you should also reflect on yourself. I can save you once or twice, but I can't save you for a lifetime, and the faults you have in battle should also be corrected. Said Orochimaru. Hey, thank you very much, Orochimaru, he really deserves to be my good brother. Hee. Jiraiya smiled embarrassedly. If it weren't for Orochimaru today, he would have suffered a lot. Tsunade and the three of them didn't have a rest, especially after seeing the horror of Hanzo of the salamander today. He was more cautious. If he launched an attack regardless of his identity, it was likely to bring heavy casualties. Their worries are actually the worries of the ninjas in the land of rain. The godlike Hanzo-sama in their hearts actually went out and came back with injuries. Even the Sanjiayu was seriously injured. This is a disaster. There are still such powerful people on this battlefield. How can this battle go on? Lord Hanzo, are you all right? Rain and Mist looked at Hanzo of the salamander in pain. The invincible Hanzo was actually injured. Although it didn't seem to be very serious, but to make him suffer, it means that Konoha has come to a big man who is not easy. Huh, it's okay, I underestimate the heroes of the world, the one from Konoha Princess Tsunade of Konoha, they are really powerful, Konoha-sunin, the future is limitless. 1. The hero of the Hanzo of the salamander really did not mention that he was beaten by a kid, but he just said the title that should belong to Tsunade and the others, Konoha-sunin, who the demigod himself admitted. Although these three are not Hanzo of the salamander's opponents today, they are still very young and have an unlimited future. Konoha-sunin? The three of them could actually hurt Hanzo-sama, and got Hanzo-sama's recognition? For a while, there was a lot of discussion at the base of the Land of Rain, and the name of Konoha-sunin spread. Lord Hanzo, what do you think we should do now? Are we gathering troops to take revenge? Yawu asked carefully, but he actually asked casually. Go to hell with Konoha and you're done. Hey, we lost this war, let's go and negotiate with Konoha, as long as the conditions are not too much, I agree. Hanzo of the salamander remembered the terrifying mirage, although he didn't know why it was related to the demonic illusion in his memory. The mirage is different, but he is not sure to dodge the unparalleled control again. This time he ate a sutin, water style, from that kid. What if he is slashed with a knife next time? Until there is no way to deal with it, let's be honest, not to mention that the second generation Hokage's most beloved grandson has arrived on the battlefield, and it makes no sense that the guy didn't come. Mo-chan. It is Senju-machan in the intelligence. Hey. Yawu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this war could only end here. As for how to talk about it, it would depend on Konoha's appetite. There are losses, but still within the acceptable range. The surrender of the Kingdom of Rain came too fast, and the ninjas who were approaching Konoha were a little stunned. They didn't know what happened, why the Kingdom of Rain surrendered suddenly, but when they heard it came from the Dao. I realized after the name of Konoha-sunin began to spread in the ninja world. It turned out that my three adults had already had a friendly discussion with demigod Hanzo. The result is self-evident. High Disciple, the country of rain that actually fought has surrendered. Rain and Fog came to Konoha's frontline camp on behalf of the ninja village, the country of rain. He came to negotiate. After all, if he lost, he had to compensate for something, so he was ready to be slaughtered. But his expression is a bit sore now, because of Konoha. He actually sent a kid to negotiate with him. Looking at the kid who is only half a person tall, he said it hurts. Are you going too far? Is Konoha gone? To let a little devil be in charge of such an important thing? Hey, it seems that you look down on me very little? Senju-machan looked at the rain and mist unhappily, and the contempt in this guy's eyes should not be too strong. Okay. No, how come? I'm just surprised. Yes, just surprised. Let's go straight to the hole. We admit defeat, but we are not afraid of you Konoha, just don't want more casualties, so we are willing to pay some compensation, but please don't go too far, otherwise we wouldn't mind continuing this battle. Yawu said with a straightened attitude and expression. Yoshi, you look like you have a very strong attitude. I like the way you are forcibly putting money on your face when you can't win. Well, since you want to compensate, I naturally won't go too far. First of all, this you started the war, right? So compensation is a matter of course, right? Well, just agree. Then this is war compensation. According to the impact I have divided into several situations, lost work costs, your going to war has seriously affected the normal order of our country, and a lot of work can't be carried out normally, especially many high-value ninja tasks can't be done. Recognize these. Mental loss fee, you see, we are laboring and hurting people and money, and the whole country is frightened. We live in dire straits every day, and we are injured mentally. The damage is very serious, so you have to pay for this expense. Nutrition fee, you see that we have so many wounded people, and the follow-up recovery will naturally require food, drink, and lack of nutrition, so you have to pay for this fee. There is also the environmental damage fee. Look at our territory, this forest vegetation needs to be restored, right? The topography is in a mess, and the fertile fields are in ruins. Do you have to compensate for this? There is also the nursing fee. We have so many wounded, it's impossible for the wounded to take care of themselves, we have to ask someone to take care of them, so this nursing fee is also indispensable. Also probably that's all. In Yawu's increasingly wide-open expression, Senju Machin said more than a dozen war reparations clauses. He understands Mao's war compensation. Isn't this the compensation for traffic accidents, but with an extra a little bit? Demigods and Hanzos have high blood pressure. Chapter 14 Demigods and Hanzos have high blood pressure. Since Senju Machin started to talk about the terms, the rain and fog have entered a state of cloud and fog. They have experienced this kind of thing there. The indemnity has always been simple and straightforward. I never expected that there would be so many categories. It all makes sense at first hearing, but after thinking about it more and more, it makes more and more sense. The adjustment is very clear, and there are reasons for every line, but at the last thought, it's a shit, this is a war indemnity. This is a waste of life. 1. If Pinsya agrees to the indemnity, the Kingdom of Rain will only be able to pay the money for the next 20 to 30 years. It is absolutely impossible. Even if Yawu is killed, he dares not agree. Even if what you say is really very reasonable. This little young master. Look at your indemnity, isn't it a bit too much? Yawu stammered a little when he spoke. How on earth did you raise Konoha's kid to be like this? Isn't this playing people? With a few more such little devils, this ninja world will not let other countries mix? Too much. No, I've been thinking about this clause for a long time, just for the sake of fairness and fairness. If you say that there is a problem with that clause, as long as you say it's unreasonable, then this clause is invalid. If you can't say it, then follow this. Senju Machin put these clauses in front of the rain and fog, and asked him to think about it carefully. They were protecting Senju Machin next to them. You have never seen this bastard tricking people. This kind of extortion is commonplace. Porcelain, it is guaranteed that you will even hollow out the bottom of the house. Upanexia, or do you think we will let him be in charge of such an important negotiation? Joke. Mainly because we don't have him to bullshit. Young master, I can't make up my mind for a while, can you allow me to take it back to discuss it? The peace talks are temporarily postponed? Yawu carefully flipped through the paper in front of him. I feel like I'm about to become mentally retarded. It's obviously unreasonable what is written on it. How can the compensation not be such a high amount, but why can't I find any faults on this paper? Is it? Are our previous routines wrong? Is this the real war reparation? Go, discuss with your demigod Hanzo-sama, he is a demigod, shouldn't you care about this small number? Otherwise, it's too stingy. I'm really sorry for the name of the ninja world. Senju Machin waved his little hand, indicating that the rain and fog are free. This I must tell the young master's intention to Hanzo-sama, then I will take my leave. After Yawu said that, he took the people and ran away. He really didn't want to stay here for a minute. When he went down, he was afraid that he couldn't help but pick up the knife and chop up the kid. 1. Pin Man, you are squeezing our hard-earned money in the country of rain. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard, I can't do it anymore. I just like to see others being fooled by Emo-chen and can't find the reason. Jiraiya finally couldn't hold back after the rain and fog and the others left, covering her stomach and laughing loudly when they got up. Even Orochimaru, who had always been calm, couldn't help but smile. Now, seeing Yawu and their suffocated appearances, they were secretly relieved. Little brother, you are going too far, they won't agree. Tsunade came to Senju-machan's side and gently smoothed his slightly messy hair. Sister, it doesn't really matter if they agree or not. The important thing is that we have to show our attitude and tell others that the Kingdom of Fire is not easy to mess with. If we mess with it, we will pay the price. Senju-machan leaned like a spoiled child. On Tsunade, the envious Jiraiya didn't want it. There was no way. After all, he was still a little devil. No matter what he did, he would not cause others to misunderstand, so Senju-machan enjoyed Tsunade's soft body openly. Yawu and the others went back with their hearts filled. The first time they went back, they went to see Hanzo of the Salamander. When Yawu took out the terms of Senju-machan, Hanzo of the Salamander was also stunned. He looked at it countless times. The above clause opened his mouth to say it, and closed it again. Then he simply closed his eyes. He was afraid that his blood pressure would rise if he looked at it any longer, and he would be pissed to death. Lord Hanzo? Yawu shouted cautiously, feeling very uneasy. This Lord Hanzo would not know. Close your eyes and die in anger? Who gave you this indemnity? Princess Tsunade? Hanzo of the Salamander opened his eyes, and asked with coldness in them. No, it's a 5 or 6-year-old kid. He wants me to tell the adults that you are not that stingy if you want to come to the demigod, or you will be sorry for the name of the ninja world. Yawu simply said everything. Aside. 5 or 6-year-old kid. Damn. It's him, it's him, it's him, the psychological shadow of his life. Mad, I've spent my whole life with your Senju family, right? I was defeated by Senju Hashirama in the past. Now, do I have to confess to you, the kid of the Senju family? Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. What if I, the demigod and Hanzo, give in like this? Hey! Shouldn't this kid announce my escape? Hanzo of the Salamander cursed viciously, thinking about what might happen in his mind. Could it be that the name of the demigod and the demigods has been discredited? Yes, this kid is really abominable. To actually come up with so many terms, this is simply too deceiving. Yawu followed the words of Hanzo of the Salamander. Even if it's just to repeat the leader's words. Hanzo of the Salamander fell silent again. He thought carefully about the pros and cons. If he compensated, the Kingdom of Rain would be heavily in debt for a long time in the future, but if he didn't compensate, according to Senju-machan, that kid in all likelihood would be defeated. When the truth is announced, the Land of Rain is very likely to be in constant trouble. How can a demigod Hanzo who was scared away by a child of how old scare the world of ninja? How to protect the country of rain? Others will definitely treat the country of rain as a soft persimmon. Maybe the entire country of rain will be handed over to others. This is not something that Hanzo can endure. So he needs to weigh the pros and cons. Seeing that Hanzo of the Salamander had entered into deep thought again, Yawu didn't dare to talk. He just reread the clause that made his heart throb, trying to find something to refute, so that it wouldn't be as embarrassing as it is now. The fire is out of place. For a while, everyone in the tent slowed down even breathing, and the atmosphere was very solemn, all quietly waiting for Hanzo of the Salamander to make a decision. What's the bottom line of our indemnity? Hanzo of the salamander opened his eyes and looked at the rain and fog quietly. It's 1/5 of this clause, and it's already our limit. Yawu said with certainty. Baga. Go to the fire ninja and tell them that we have agreed to the terms, but we need to pay for 20 years apart, 4 years, as long as anything happens to Konoha within 4 years, then we don't have to do it. Ignore this clause and we'll make money, said Hanzo of the salamander, making up his mind. Call Hokage Uncle Monkey, 2nd. Chapter 15 Call Hokage Uncle Monkey, 2nd. Follow Hanzo-sama's orders. Ninjas from the land of rain thought for a while and said, if they were separated by 20 years, the bottom line they could accept could just pay for 4 years, and as long as anything happened to Konoha within these 4 years, the land of rain would, if there is enough strength to compete. Naturally don't pay attention to this clause. 4 years is not too long or too short. It is enough for a lot of things to happen. No one knows what will happen to Konoha. Anyway, in the current form, the approach is still acceptable. 1. Pinman must know that their bottom line number will hollow out the country of rain, and now sharing it for 4 years seems to relieve the pressure of the country of rain. Don't go in a hurry today. Go back in 2 days, and give Konoha an illusion that we have been thinking hard for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. Hanzo of the salamander seemed to be much older and said weakly. Hi. Rain and Mist nodded, then retreated, not daring to continue disturbing Hanzo of the salamander, who was clearly in a bad mood. It seems that this incident has hit the adults of my family quite a lot. After 2 days of waiting, the most painful thing was Senju-machan, mainly because Tsunade took him too seriously and never let him out of the camp. Once again, he was depressed. He really should have listened to Tsunade's return. At least he would have Uchiha Mikato to play with him when he went back. Even the elder sister who had always loved him was very disciplined in this frontier position, so his fun was much less. I've seen Princess Tsunade and the young master. Rain and Mist finally came to the Konoha camp. 1. Pinman. Humph, have you guys made up your mind? If you don't pay compensation, continue fighting if you don't pay. Don't be mad. Senju's idleness in the morning faded away, and when he saw the rain and fog finally coming, his temper came up. Cough cough cough. Iowa was gasped, mad, obviously we suffered. You are still so angry. If it wasn't for Hanzo-sama's explanation, I didn't want to give you a dime, and I came back with you. This pissed off kid negotiating for his life. Heck, kid, you are too arrogant. Little brother. Tsunade called out to Senju for a moment, signaling him to pay attention to the impact. Oh, tell me, what do you think? Senju-machan responded to Tsunade, then continued to look at the rain and fog. The tone was a lot calmer, not so rushed. We agreed to your indemnity. Yawu said. Nani? Do you agree? Jiraiya was stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed, and the rest of Konoha looked at the rain and fog in surprise. This guy must have no brains, right? This condition is also agreed? Yes, we agree, but we have a request, that is, we hope to repay the war compensation in 20 years, otherwise we would rather continue to fight. Yawu said with certainty. I agree, so let's do it like this. Make an appointment to sign the agreement, and I will notify Uncle Monkey to sign it. Senju-machan agreed directly. The original world has paid war reparations for decades. These 20 years are nothing. 1. Pinsya, who has no concept, didn't even think about it. Boy. Don't rush to make a decision, Tsunade said. Yeah, Amo-chan, 20 years is too long, there are many variables in the middle. Orochimaru also said. It's okay, they'll lose money honestly. Variable? What can be variable? With myself, all variables are clouds. As long as the country of fire is peaceful and peaceful, the country of rain will accompany all the money. but if there is really a variable, it is Nagato and the others. Unfortunately, they are now just as small as themselves. Don't know where yet. Maybe the three of them haven't met yet. Is it really possible? Yawu asked uncertainly. Could it be that this kid has the final say? I'm fully responsible for the negotiation. If I say yes, it's fine. I'll notify Uncle Monkey. You can notify Hanzo. Time, wait for Uncle Monkey to come here and find Hanzo in person. Senju-machan said. Uncle Monkey? The rain and fog asked in a circle, why is the monkey so arrogant, dare to go to Hanzo-sama? You call him Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation. Senju-machan said that awesome name. Hey, since the young master said so. We are waiting for Lord Hokage to drive. Yawu was completely stunned. This kid is so awesome that even Lord Hokage dares to call him nonsense. However, looking at his natural appearance, the people around him did not have any strange expressions. This stuff doesn't seem easy. Little brother, how can you agree to such a thing? 20 years is too long. Even my elder sister is not sure that she can live safely in this ninja world for these 20 years. Tsunade faced the rain and fog after leaving. Senju-machan said. What do you all mean? Senju-machan looked at the others. Machan, Tsunade is right. 20 years is too long. Anything can happen at any time in the middle. If they don't accept the account, we will lose more than the gain. Orochimaru also said. I agree with them, Jiraiya echoed. Idiot, don't you think that the amount they pay in a year has already reached the amount we expected? We will make twice as much in one more year. I don't expect to be able to knock out much money in that poor country, it's good to be able to pay the amount we expected, and now it's making money no matter what, Senju-machan said. Nani? Sunin paused at the same time, then thought about it carefully, as if the war compensation they expect to get is really only the share of this year, which means that Senju-machan not only gets what he wants, but may also make a lot of money. My sister has a big chest and no brains, brother Snake, brother Toad, why can't you two figure it out? Senju-machan took the opportunity to pat Tsunade's chest, and then said to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Bastard! What are you talking about, little brother? Stop, don't run. Tsunade's brain was shut down for a moment by Senju-machan's actions, and Senju-machan had long known that Tsunade would clean up himself, and a Hiraishin flashed out. By the time Tsunade went to catch him, he was gone. Look at what, I have long thought of it, but I am too lazy to say it. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with contempt. Childish. Orochimaru gave Jiraiya a cold look and also left the tent, but the embarrassment on his face flashed, and he was taught a lesson by a kid. It's really hateful. I really hope Tsunade catches him well. Pack up. After the negotiation was confirmed, the ninjas on both sides relaxed a lot, especially after the ninjas in the Land of Rain retreated. They were not as nervous as they were during the war, and Tsunade took Senju-machan back to Konoha. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are enough here, all Tsunade has to do is to send Senju-machan back to safety, and then report the details when he meets Sarutobi Hiruzen on the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally received news from the front line long ago, agreed to meet them halfway. And Senju-machan is also very satisfied that Tsunade can accompany him back in person, at least he will not be lonely on the way, especially he doesn't have to rush to travel with pandas, and he is no longer afraid of fainting bears, but what should I do if I get dizzy? Especially Tsunade disliked Senju's slow running in the morning, and held him under his arm, hitting Tsunade's head from time to time as he beat his head. Really stunned. Chapter 16 In Hokage there are many routines, the first one. Chapter 16 There are many routines in Hokage, the first one. In the Land of Fire, in the dense forest, a waterfall of about 20 meters washes the water pool below. In this beautiful scenery, a beautiful and moving picture is being written. The two brothers and sisters who were on their way came to this waterfall. I can't help but feel something intriguing happen. Upanexia saw a little kid sitting in the grass beside the pool, secretly looking at the moving figure in the pool. His body trembled a little with excitement. He hid carefully, hiding and observing carefully. Seeing that a certain group of flames in my heart is gradually rising, I can't bear it anymore. I really want to rush out and do whatever I want, but I am afraid. Little brother, can you watch it for a long time? Tsunade looked at his brother Senju-machan and asked. But that's enough. Senju-machan said in surprise. Go catch it if you can. You've caught all the pheasants you asked your sister to catch, but you haven't caught a fish yet. Tsunade stood beside Senju-machan and pointed to the moving big fish in the pool. Senju-machan is even bigger. It is estimated that the taste must be good. Cough, I'm not afraid that it will hide in the water. Who knows how deep the water is, so I will observe it carefully. Senju-machan said, Fuck, I don't know, I thought you were peeking at Tsunade taking a bath. Is not just catching a fish, doing so excited dry wool. Idiot, ninjutsu, strange power. Tsunade looked at his brother speechlessly, threw the pheasant in his hand to the ground, then activated his strange power, punched the water, and the water Jinchuriki/column soared into the sky, flying the height of many meters, and then scattered in the sky. It seemed that it was raining for a while, and the big fish was also brought to the sky by the movement, and was stunned by the water waves before even struggling. Upanexia then fell to the ground with the rain. My dear elder sister, can we stop being so violent? I'm a little scared of your violent aesthetics. Senju-machan swallowed, not knowing if he was frightened, or if Tsunade got wet because he saw the water falling. The clothes she wore made her beautiful figure fully exposed and moved some kind of careful thought. It's not you. It's something that Sutton, water style, can solve. I need my elder sister to help, my younger brother, let's go make a fire. Tsunade showed a charming daughter-in-law and blamed Senju-machan charmingly. Okay. Senju-machan ran to the side of the woods, where a temporary tent was set up, which was obviously where the siblings spent the night. Senju-machan started to collect firewood on the spot, while Tsunade began to clean up and grab it. Fish and pheasants. Doton, earth style, mire technique. Senju-machan made a simple doton, earth style, making the surrounding land appear some muddy, and then began to wrap the yellow mud to cover the pheasant that had been wrapped with lotus leaves. The seasonings in it have been placed, and a Hokage version of the beggar chicken is ready, and then placed in the pit, covered with soil, and then a bonfire is lit on it. This fish is so big. Senju-machan sighed as Tsunade set up the grill and started grilling the fish. 1. Pin man. It's okay, you're too young. Brother, take off your clothes and dry them. Your clothes are all wet. Tsunade said, looking at Senju-machan's clothes wet by the pool water. Oh, sister, take it off too. Senju-machan didn't think about it too much. He took off all his wet clothes and sat naked by the fire. Humph, what do you want, little brother? Tsunade squinted at Senju-machan. Hey? I'm just worried that you will catch a cold. It's not good to catch a cold. There are no outsiders here. Sister, you should take it off too. Senju-machan wrote all his thoughts on his face, and his saliva was dripping. Now, although Tsunade's clothes are all wet now, it feels very tempting to be wet, but wouldn't it be clearer to take off the clothes and bake them? Oh, so my brother is worried about my sister catching a cold. Thank you, brother. Then I will listen to my brother and take off the wet clothes. Tsunade smiled at Senju-machan, then put his hands on the front of his clothes to prepare open Shikai clothes. That's right. Senju stared at Tsunade silently, not wanting to miss a single detail. Ninjutsu, even dressing up? Tsunade hand seal in Senju-machan's longing eyes, and used a ninjutsu that made Senju-machan's eggs hurt, only to see a flash of mist on her body, a snow-white dress. A kimono replaced her soaked clothes. Senju-machan was dumbfounded. What about the promised benefits? How did it become like this? Don't you dry clothes? Why did I just replace it directly? In this world of ninja, there are all kinds of wonderful ninjutsu. No matter how deep the urban routine is, I have already crossed into the ninja world, so this routine can't be less. What about trust between people? You are still my sister. Is it really good to deceive your brother and my young mind? Don't know if I'm really worried about you. I really want you to dry your clothes properly. Hey, little brother, what's the matter with you? You look very disappointed. Don't you want your sister to wear dry clothes? That sister should change back to that. Tsunade looked at Senju-machan with a funny look. She was naturally aware of what this kid was thinking. Ming, it's just to tease him on purpose. How is it possible? My sister is so good. I'm just worried that my sister has a cold. Wow, sister, this kimono is so beautiful. Senju-machan changed the subject, and then looked at Tsunade's kimono with burning eyes. The collar piece is exposed white. This kimono is not Tsunade's battle uniform, and it can't hide Tsunade's moving light, completely attracting Senju-machan's attention. It can only be worn in front of you. You don't let my sister wear revealing clothes. My sister can only wear clothes that are tightly wrapped. You are wearing this now. Is my sister beautiful? Tsunade with a smile, he looked at Senju-machan, obviously satisfied with his compliment. Beautiful, very beautiful. Humph, naturally I can only dress like this when I'm here. How can my sister wear it so revealing to others? Sister, I'll see if your clothes are well done. Senju-machan he sat in Tsunade's arms, leaned against her, and checked the material of Tsunade's kimono. Hands, don't go inside. Tsunade said softly, turning the grilled fish. Oh. Senju-machan obediently took out his hand from his neckline and started playing outside. Feeling the special feel of the kimono, I don't know what material it is made of, it's very comfortable. Stinky little brother. Tsunade only regarded Senju-machan as a child. After all, he had no mother's care since he was a child, and it was normal for him to be attached to himself. And no longer care about Senju-machan's bad actions on his chest kimono. Seriously grilled the fish. The forest was quiet for a while, not even a small animal bothering the siblings, only the sound of the bonfire burning and the wanton smell of grilled fish. Senju-machan and Tsunade enjoyed this rare peace and quiet, chatted about various interesting things, ate delicious grilled fish and beggar chicken, and fell asleep to Tsunade's coquettish anger at night. Touch. The next day, Senju-machan's forehead sounded with the familiar sound of a broken head. Tsunade laughed and pulled Senju-machan, who had eaten tofu and looked righteous, and went to the town in front of him. Hokage's agreed position, but it doesn't prevent her from playing something she likes during the waiting time. Tiger_novel building_kaha_ reading family other genres Hokage's Tsunade is my sister 17th more every gamble will lose the big fat sheep. 17th more every gamble will lose the big fat sheep. There is a small town in the country of fire. Today, a blonde beauty in a snow-white kimono came here. One of the clothes inside was tightly wrapped, and no details could be seen, but from her moving figure, it could be seen that this beauty was her figure is also very punctual, and she is holding a 5 or 6-year-old child next to her. Could it be this beautiful child? This scene broke the hearts of many conscientious people for a while. 1. How can such a beautiful woman even have children? The beauty in kimono is familiar with the road and pulls the child to a business place with gambling words written on it. It seems that she is looking for a way to get rich. So beautiful, such a delicate beauty actually took a child to the casino. Isn't she afraid that there will be perverts taking advantage of it? Or are there bad guys in there? It makes many heartbroken people feel that their opportunity has come, maybe a hero can come to save the beauty, and then come to a dewy relationship. It's so beautiful to think about. For a time, the casino seemed to be more popular with the arrival of kimono beauties. If you gamble, you will lose the big fat sheep. Senju muttered silently. Huh? What are you talking about, my dearest brother? Tsunade's sense of perception still needed. What's more, Senju Machin said it right next to her, so he squatted down decisively and looked at his little brother with burning eyes. Dear elder sister, come on. Senju Machin quickly put on a smile and kissed Tsunade's cheek heavily, signaling her to come on and win more. That's good, my sister won the money to buy you delicious food. Tsunade smiled and kissed Senju Machin's forehead back, then got up and went to the gaming table. Yupanexia. I won the money to buy you beautiful clothes. Senju Machin thought to himself, and then decisively took out the money. Tsunade, who is sure to lose every bet, is not easy to win. Just bet against her. Senju Machin with small hands and feet couldn't reach the table, but it didn't matter. After Tsunade found a seat and sat down, he sat directly on Tsunade's lap. Tsunade took out a hand and hugged his brother, and then looked at him eagerly. At the gambling table, apart from being with her younger brother, gambling is the greatest joy in her life, but when her younger brother and gambling are added together, she feels that her life is perfect. For example, taking Senju Machin to gamble with her now, she will not be overjoyed. Soon she couldn't be happy anymore, and she was ready to show her good performance in front of her younger brother. She found that her physique was still the same when she gambled. Unwilling to admit defeat, he wanted to get back into the game, and he didn't know if he was too engrossed in the game, but he didn't realize that Senju Machin, who was in his arms, was secretly betting, and more. Win more than you lose. She ignored that doesn't mean that the dealer in the casino also ignored it. The gambling table is so big, and the two brothers and sisters are so conspicuous, especially if one wins and the other loses. Are you doing something? You can't be the same when you two are together. One family loses and the other wins, especially if there are more winners than losers. Isn't this a pit for our money? Is this the legendary best casino partner? Can these two control the game? For a while, the dealer was working hard. He was confident that neither of the siblings had cheated, because everything he wanted to play was still under his control, but 1. Product man. Why does this little devil keep getting hit? 2. Pit. The most important thing is that this kid is betting a lot. Little brother, I'm sorry, big sister lost again. Tsunade looked down at Senju Machin, and said a little embarrassedly, but the disappointment on his face soon turned into shock. Because Senju Machin's hands don't know when a lot of banknotes appeared, where did the money come from? It's alright, my brother won, my sister gave it to you, let's continue playing. Senju Machin gave half of the money in his hand to Tsunade without hesitation. Are you playing too? God, I didn't even pay attention. Brother, you won this? Tsunade asked excitedly. Their Senju family finally made a gamble to win? Since grandfather Senju Hashirama, it was always a gamble to lose, and now you can finally see the money back. Well, I won, luck is not bad. Senju Machin said with a smile, as long as you press against you, a fool can win. It's not that my luck is good, but sister, your luck is too evil. But I won't tell you that. Senju Machin's heart was full of pride. Little brother, is it okay for the elder sister to follow you? You are so lucky, I will listen to you. Tsunade looked at Senju Machin with bright eyes. It was not easy to finally win money. No, elder sister, you press first, and I press later. Senju Machin said this with a serious face. Sister, don't make trouble, you follow me and you can only lose the two of us together, and I don't know 1,000 skills. I was ranting in my heart. Well, little brother is great, big sister loves you so much, thank you for trusting big sister. Tsunade misunderstood, thinking that Senju-machan was going to press her with her. As a result, Senju-machan pressed the money on his hand to another place under the fire-breathing gaze of Tsunade, and then Senju-machan wins, Tsunade loses again. Little brother. What do you mean by this? Did you deliberately anger my sister? Tsunade was only happy for 3 seconds, and was mercilessly attacked by Senju-machan. Sister, only in this way will we not lose without even having money to eat. You are the direction of my life, the beacon that guides the way, and with you leading the way, I will never go down the road. Senju-machan said very seriously. Dear brother, we'll settle the bill later, let's play now, but the winnings will be divided into half of my sister. Tsunade's delicate face was a little stiff, obviously hit by Senju-machan, but now is not the time to teach him a lesson, now it's the right way to win money. Senju-machan definitely doesn't take her as a guiding light, but a guide for the casino's bad luck. Beauty is justice, I only keep the money for my sister's clothes, and the rest for my sister. Senju-machan said with a smile. Damn little brother, why are you being so nice to my sister? Tsunade, who was thinking about finding Senju-machan to settle accounts after the incident, was instantly moved by Senju-machan's words. You are my sister, my favorite sister. Senju-machan said seriously. Bad boy, I just know how to make my sister happy, so you'll be counted. Tsunade continued to bet with a sweet face, continued to lose money, and continued to happily watch Senju-machan win money. Her happy thing is no longer whether she can win money, but watching her brother win money to buy gifts for herself. Damn it, there's no end to it, it's such a pit. The dealer's whole person was not good, and then he made a hidden gesture, requiring the boss to come forward. Money, but also to be pitted to cry. The person who maintained the order in the casino looked at the hidden gesture of the croupier and decided to go to the boss. When the boss heard about the situation, he resolutely appeared in the lobby and observed Senju-machan and Tsunade. Boss, what should I do? This kid has already won a lot of money. The subordinate whispered in the boss's ear. Why do you still need me to teach you? Follow the two of them later, and then comprehend it yourself. The boss said. Don't worry, boss, only for money, not hurting others, we understand. Said his subordinate. Well, let's do it. The boss said lightly, the country of fire is not a country of chaos, it is best not to hurt people, but I don't know if this boss's bottom line is that he only wants money and does not hurt people. Saved his life. Gamblers and casino owners. Chapter 18 Gamblers and Casino Owners. Senju-machan and Tsunade not only attracted the attention of the boss, but naturally other interested people paid attention, especially Tsunade didn't even wear Konoha's ninja for it, and she was dressed so enchantingly and movingly, it looked like so bullying. Upanexia and the two sisters and brothers won a lot of money, which caused voyeurism, but the most important thing now is to win some money. People haven't run away here, and if they want to do something bad, they have to leave the casino. Now, let's make a fortune first. The casino owner was shocked to see more and more people gathered at the table in the Senju-machan. So many people won and couldn't afford to lose. Then his face turned blue with anger, these two are too much, isn't this cheating? Then the old face turned black and the clouds were dense, obviously wanting to get angry. It didn't take long for Ui's face to rise again, he figured it out, and now there are so many people that he can't afford to offend him. A lot of gamblers are not easy to mess with, they all join in, this casino can't be opened. The color on the casino owner's face changed, and he didn't want it, and he didn't know how he did it. The big tree attracts the wind, the gun hits the first bird, and the wealth is not in vain, Senju-machan muttered while playing. Obviously he felt the aggressive eyes from around him. Okay, little brother, don't underestimate what this group of rubbish can do, Just concentrate on playing. Tsunade said with a smile in Senju-machan's ear. She didn't care what bad attention those people were going to do. That is simply courting death. 1. Although there are ninjas among these people, there is also a gap between ninjas and ninjas, and it is not something you can get what you want. Everyone, there is something going on in the casino today. It's temporarily closed. My brother is here to make a compensation for everyone. I'm sorry. Please go back to rest and come back tomorrow. He opened his mouth. Although it was easy to offend people, it was nothing compared to his own bankruptcy. What are you doing? You're having a good time, you say you have something to do. There's a chicken feather. Are you upset when you see us winning money? That's right, damn, I didn't see you closing when I lost money, and now you are closing when I finally see the money back. Go away, close the door of fuck, believe it or not, I will hack you to death. The uncle is so happy that you ran out to disturb me, mad, don't you think? Some of this group of gamblers are good people, especially in this ninja world. How can there be a few good ones who have money to gamble, and the good ones are relatively poor? Now this group of gamblers who have won UISIs, hears that the boss dares to cut off their fortune. That is absolutely unbearable. Ninjas are so patient, they can't bear it. Several of them have taken out their sidearms. If you dare to close the door, then let you close the door permanently. Everyone is playing hard. Are you trying to win money or rob money? Bully me a few people? The casino owner said stubbornly. He was going to go bankrupt and lose his life, and he was afraid of you being a chicken leg. 1. Pin man. Dare to cut off our fortune, it doesn't matter whether you have more or less people. A warrior with a pair of knives stood up, holding a knife in one hand, squinting at the boss, and he looked like an old man. Wow, sister, we're going to fight, let's go. Grandpa said it's not good to fight. Senju-machan suddenly said in this confrontational environment. Okay, little brother, let's go, it's too dangerous here. Tsunade collected the money, took Senju-machan and walked directly outside. Everyone in the casino looked a little dazed at the two siblings who were walking out, and they left. Then what are you fighting for? After all the guiding lights are gone, does it make sense to continue this game or not? Stop. Who let you go? Said the two-knife warrior, stopping in front of them. Hey? Why can't you go? Senju-machan asked knowingly. Because you have other things to do, you are not allowed to go. The two-knife warrior said. Why? You're gone, isn't this coercion in vain? Sister, do we have anything else to do? Senju-machan asked Tsunade with blinking eyes. Oh, yeah. I really have something to do. I even made soup for you at home. I said I would only play for a while, but it's been so long, little brother, let's go back. Tsunade thought about it seriously, and then opened his mouth in surprise. Phew, then pulled Senju-machan and walked outside, ignoring the two-knife warrior who was standing in front of him. Maid, dare to play Laozi, stop for the uncle. The two-knife warrior said angrily. Let them go. Who dares to stop me? Suddenly the casino owner shouted, it's good that these two scammers are gone, the source of the disaster is these two people, and their casino can operate as usual after they leave. Fuck you, daddy, why can't you stop me? The two-knife warrior rushed directly to Senju-machan and Tsunade, and now it's time to get stronger. Stop him. The casino owner shouted to the ninja who was tending the field. Chiang. Chiang. The sound of the collision between the two knives and kunao seemed to ignite some kind of signal. Even if you don't continue to gamble, it would be good to rob the sister and brother, not to mention that it is a time of chaos. It is a good time, whether it is robbery or robbery, it is excellent. For a while, the thugs and gamblers in the casino actually fought each other. There was no difference in strength between the two sides, and the game was very lively, and the good casino was demolished. Yoi's face is a disaster, dear sister. Senju-machan naturally didn't plan to leave, so he didn't watch such a good show for nothing. Little brother, are you complimenting or belittling your sister? Tsunade put his hand on Senju-machan's head and waited for his answer. As for whether to give a brain blow or touch his head, it is up to Senju-machan. Attitude. Sister, please don't doubt your own charm. Senju-machan didn't answer directly. After speaking, he hugged Tsunade with one hand and leaned against her. It's a pity that he was too small, so he could only hold Tsunade's legs, and he was in a good position to lean against, and leaned against Tsunade's buttocks. Stinky little brother, I know how to make my sister happy, it's yours. Tsunade ruffled Senju-machan's hair angrily. Hey. Senju-machan smirked, and then continued to watch the low-level fight scene. A group of ninjas who didn't know how to ninjutsu and samurai fought, just like an action movie, but it was a live version, at least better than the martial arts movie in the previous life. Too much. So Senju-machan is still very satisfied. A group of people were fighting and they found something that made them angry. It was obviously caused by the two scammers. They are all fighting like this now. Where are these two people talking and laughing at the show? The Buddha couldn't bear it any longer, and gradually stopped decisively, and then surrounded the two siblings with glares. Hey? Don't fight anymore? Senju-machan didn't care that he was surrounded, but he was so upset that he couldn't watch the show. Damn little devils, it's all caused by you, you dare to watch the show if you don't get out of the way, clean them up for me. The casino boss said angrily. Shhh. A white figure of Yui suddenly appeared in front of Senju-machan. When his figure appeared, everyone was dumbfounded and didn't dare to move. Who do you want to clean up? Come, let's try it. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third-generation head wearing a white Yui robe and a little mustache, said lightly, and he didn't forget to spit out a puff of smoke, pretending to be indebted beating, unfortunately. No one here can beat him. War Mizumi with Tsunade, second update. Chapter 19 War Mizumi with Tsunade, second update. Swish. It was the sound of a few silhouettes attacking again. 1. Pin Man. Who allowed you to hold weapons against Hokage-sama? Do you want to die? Umbu, who was protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived. Although he was wearing a mask, his murderous tone made the group of ordinary ninjas and samurai shudder. Bump bump. There were a lot of voices for a while. See Hokage-sama. Everyone present knelt down in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wow, it's actually Lord Hokage. Hello Lord Hokage, goodbye Lord Hokage. A discordant voice sounded, and after Senju-machan finished speaking, he took Tsunade to a nearby restaurant, which was a contact point for Konoha. It was also their agreed position. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, there would be no drama here. You guys deal with it? Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally ignored the trivial matters here. He followed Senju-machan and the others to the tavern. There are Umbu processing on the line. The three of them came to the tavern together and were led directly into a special private room. After the subordinates brought tea and snacks, they backed out. Uncle Monkey, he is so domineering and unparalleled that the group of people shivered and couldn't stand up. Senju-machan said while eating snacks. You know how to make fun of you Uncle Monkey, let's stop talking about these gossips. Is the matter of the Battle of the Land of Rain true? Sarutobi Hiruzen went straight to the topic. Uncle Monkey, although I'm a little noisy, this matter can still be fake. Besides, the information was sent back by the elder sister and the others, and the report was written by them, so they won't lie to you. 1. Pinsya Senju-machan said. I didn't mean that, I just wanted to confirm, hee, the little troublemaker has done a great job. But, Tsunade, how did you beat Hanzo? It's not that I underestimate your strength, there is still a gap between you and Hanzo. Yes, it is not easy for you to escape from him, and it is impossible to be defeated by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked about a thing that was not mentioned in the battle report. Tsunade and the others did not dare to disclose the details in order to conceal the matter of Senju-machin. Written into the battle report. We were indeed beaten badly by Hanzo, Jiraiya was seriously injured, and Orochimaru almost died. If it wasn't for the younger brother, we should all die. However, the appearance of the younger brother caught Hanzo by surprise, and he did not know the younger brother and the younger brother's psychic beast. The ability of the man, he suffered a loss, and then left. If he didn't go, we would have a bad end. The younger brother lost his chakra, and Orochimaru temporarily lost his fighting power. Although Hanzo was also injured, the injury was not serious. Tsunade talked about what happened that day, and also expressed his own analysis. Machin, keep a low profile when you go back. After the age of 20, you may be invincible in the world, but before you grow up, living is what you want to do. Never show the limelight that shouldn't be shown. I have seen too many the so-called geniuses, most of them have not lived to the age to show their true strength. Uppanexia Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The three chatted secretly for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in a hurry, but instilled his experience in Senju-machin. No matter what the reason, he didn't want Senju-machin to die. After Senju-machin nodded seriously and said he was listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and left with Umbu. He was going to the land of rain to talk to the demigod Hanzo. He bullied his three disciples. Good communication. Although it is not a fight to the death, it is still possible to have a friendly discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is upright and mature, is now an almost invincible existence. One Hanzo is really not enough for him. Little brother, remember the words of the third generation, don't mess around, you know? I'll send you to school in a while, you can study at school. Don't play around outside. Tsunade said earnestly, looking at Senju-machin. Hi. Lord Hokage, the fifth generation. Senju-machin saluted Tsunade and said. What is Hokage-sama the fifth generation? What are you talking about, little brother? Tsunade said angrily. Hey, I'm wrong, it's my elder sister. Senju-machin smiled and brought up the topic. Tsunade would never know that she became the fifth Hokage in a special position. Okay, little brother, we don't have to hurry anymore, let's have a good rest here today. We'll leave for Konoha tomorrow. Tsunade's eyes were tender, and living peacefully with little brother was her happiest time. Then sister, let's go to Warm Izumi. The ninjutsu is not as comfortable as when Izumi's pool. Senju-machin rolled his eyes and made up some ideas. Okay, but little brother, you have to be obedient. Tsunade watched Senju-machin's eyes roll around and didn't know what the kid was thinking. Long-winded, let's go. Senju-machin pulled Tsunade impatiently and went to find Wen Izumi. Wen Izumi's shop is naturally easy to find. Senju-machin directly asked for a small single room, so that he can soak Wen Izumi with Tsunade. Senju-machin first stripped naked and jumped into Wen Izumi pond and waited for Tsunade, who was changing his clothes, to come over. When Tsunade came over, he had the urge to spray nosebleeds. I saw that Tsunade was only surrounded by a white bath towel, and the bath towel was only wrapping an important compliment. The delicate and slightly yoi halo cheeks were exposed under the arms and shoulders, and the delicate collarbone was very charming. Because Tsunade's body is too good, the chest is not completely wrapped in the bath towel, a little snow white is exposed outside, the bath towel is not long, Tsunade's jade legs are perfectly displayed in front of Senju-machin. Little brother, your eyes are going to pop out, and I'll wipe your saliva. Tsunade said angrily. Ah! There's no saliva, sister, you are so beautiful. You're stunning. Senju-machin jumped out of the Wen Izumi pool and took up the big stone next to the pool. so that his height also increased, and then looked at more clearly. Really vicious. Well, it's a good chest. Little brother, is it really okay for you to expose yourself to your sister like this? Tsunade looked at Senju-machan speechlessly. Hey? It's alright, I don't mind. Senju-machan didn't cover up at all, he was very generous. You can see what you want, feel free. I really can't help you. If you want to soak Wen Izumi, just soak it. Why stand there? Tsunade had nothing to do with Senju-machan, walked to Wen Izumi, hugged Senju-machan and went down into the water together. Wow, my sister's body is so comfortable. Senju-machan leaned on Tsunade decisively and sensible, sat on her snow-white jade legs, and then pressed her body tightly. Enjoying that astonishing stalwart mind. Little brother, don't move around, my sister will be angry again. Yui's dizziness on Tsunade's face became even worse. Although he had been spoiled by this kid before, it would be embarrassing after all. Oh, then I won't move, let me wash my sister. You see this battle, my sister has not had a good bath, I will help you wash, and then give you a massage to relax you. Senju-machan said as he was about to disarm Tsunade's last arms. Little brother. Tsunade snorted coldly, looking at Senju-machan's hand that was about to take off the towel. Leave Hiraishin for Tsunade. Chapter 20 Leave Hiraishin for Tsunade. Here, what's wrong, my dear sister? Senju-machan raised his head, looked at Tsunade with cute eyes, and tried to pretend that I was pure. 1. Pinsya, but that evil little hand has already begun to gently untie Tsunade's bath towel. Touch. The poor child didn't know how to learn his lesson. When the towel was about to fall off, Senju was beaten again, covering his head and putting his head down. Crash. Tsunade's bathrobe finally fell off, but with the sound of water, she turned around, leaving a sexy back for Senju-machan, and she herself was lying on the edge of the bath. Little brother, wash your sister and massage your lower back. If you don't want to be beaten, try doing something else. Tsunade said with an inexplicable dizziness on his cheek. It hurts, I see, sister. Senju covered his knocked head in the morning, rubbing a towel on Tsunade's smooth back, not knowing whether he was washing his back or scraping. Senju-machan washed Tsunade very carefully and massaged it well. Tsunade, who had not been able to rest well after fighting, was a little sleepy, but Senju-machan didn't do any more small moves. He also felt sorry for his sister, knowing her is really tired. It didn't bother her either. And he knows better that if he wants to have the opportunity to bathe with Tsunade all the time, he has to be honest, otherwise he can rely on his young age. Tsunade doesn't care, and when he grows up, Tsunade will definitely mind. So, opportunities are not for those who are prepared, but those who are prepared create opportunities. 1. Pin Man. The two went back to the hotel to rest for the night after soaking in the comfortable Wen Izumi. The next morning, they continued on their way to Konoha, and Senju-machan was dizzy again. The poor baby felt the softness of Tsunade, and felt in his heart. I keep thinking about finding a flying psychic beast, otherwise it will be tiring to travel all the time. Even if there is no psychic beast, Hiraishin should hurry up and get in touch, otherwise he will always suffer, even if he is dizzy. It's nice. Besides, this was running with Tsunade under his arm, how could he be comfortable with Tsunade in his arms? As a man, you must have dignity, and you can't be transported like goods. With motivation, Senju-machan's research on Hiraishin became more and more assiduous. Little brother, what are you carving? Tsunade looked curiously at Senju-machan while resting on the road and was carving something with a piece of wood, but his carving knife. Also too long. Sister, I'm sculpting your appearance. Senju-machan was sculpting with the tenfist sword that was longer than himself. Although he didn't know how to make hair, he could try a little bit. Besides, he has good physical fitness, and the skills in his hands are also very powerful, and he can definitely carve well. My silly brother, you can use a kunao better than you can use a 10-fist sword. With such a big sword, you have to work hard to hold it. Isn't it very inconvenient to carve? Tsunade asked suspiciously. I have no kunao. Senju-machan said without raising his head as he carved the wood in his hand. Yupanexia. Idiot, my sister has it here. Tsunade said and took out a handful of kunao. No, I don't like kunao, it's ugly. I like daggers. Go back and find someone to make a dagger. Senju-machan refused. Okay then, brother, will my sister teach you the chakra scalpel? Then you can carve with chakra, Tsunade said. No, don't make trouble, sister, I don't have the kung fu to learn a chakra scalpel, that kind of chakra can be used for a while and can't be learned again. Senju-machan refused again. Okay, then when you want to learn, tell your sister, idiot, you don't think you have enough time to practice Hiraishin, and you have to waste time sculpting wood carvings that look like your sister. Isn't your sister by your side? Tsunade smiled dotingly. Smiled. This is a gift for my sister. Sister, you'll know when I've carved it? Senju-machan didn't continue to say anything, instead, he carved more carefully, as if he was carving something. Although he himself doesn't know what the carving will look like, what he has to do now is to grasp the feeling. He did not do it on purpose, but did it out of a flash of inspiration. Tsunade is very strange along the way. Senju-machan, who has been studying Hiraishin hard, actually competes with wood carving, and he no longer wants to lead him on the road, but let himself sit on top of the panda with him and slowly walk towards him. Konoha walked, and repeatedly told not to run too fast. Tsunade couldn't figure it out at all, but fortunately there was nothing urgent, so she didn't rush her, she just became more and more curious. Tsunade is also fascinated by the way Senju-machan is carefully carving in front of him. The younger brother has been like this for 8 hours. He has been indulging in this sculpture since morning, and Tsunade can clearly feel Senju-machan's hand. The wood carving on the top is getting closer and closer to his own appearance. It is a wood carving wearing a kimono with a smiling face. She also clearly felt the inexplicable rotation of Senju's morning body chakra, and part of it poured into the wood carving. Time and space, the art of Hiraishin carving. In the evening, with Senju-machan's light drink, the chakra in the body flowed rapidly, pouring into the wood carving in his hand, and the wood carving actually began to change color. Tsunade's appearance is getting clearer and clearer, and the color of the wood carvings is getting clearer and clearer, and it has become a perfect Tsunade wearing a white kimono a few days ago, which is completely a miniature version of Tsunade. Yeah. Senju-machan excitedly threw the Tsunade's wooden sculpture out with great force and flew very fast. Tsunade watched in shock as Senju-machan threw away his wooden sculpture. Before he could lose it, he saw Senju-machan in his arms disappeared, and then appeared next to the wooden sculpture, grabbed the target, and steadily fell on top of a big tree. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded, sister, my Hiraishin is complete. Senju-machan held up the wooden sculpture, waved his arms at Tsunade, and shouted loudly. This Tsunade looked at Senju-machan, who was so excited that he was about to go crazy. This little brother actually knew the forbidden technique Hiraishin, although he knew a little bit before, but this time is completely different. She knows that the younger brother is already the same as her second grandfather, skilled master Hiraishin, and can teleport over long distances. Hiraishin, who learned at the age of 5 that no one else can touch his fur in his life, is this a monster, right? Yoha! Senju-machan didn't care that Tsunade didn't respond to his words, he was extremely excited now. This is Hokage's big bug-like skill, it can be regarded as learned, at least registration is not a problem. He's now excitedly like Namikaze Minato, throwing the statue around while he's flying around. Although the short distance is not as free as the Hiraishin that comes with Traverse, but it is definitely easy to use at a long distance. Little brother, what are you doing? Tsunade looked at Senju-machan strangely. After a while of excitement, the guy jumped back on top of the panda and stared at his chest, as if he was thinking something bad. Sister, I want to leave a Hiraishin mark here, so that I can be by your side anytime in the future. Senju-machan pointed to Tsunade's left collarbone area and said. Stinky little brother, then you don't need to engrave here, I hate it, don't you just think only once, don't overdo it. Tsunade said shyly. Chapter 21 Surprised Uzumaki Mito, 2nd. Hey, big sister is the best. Senju-machan heard Tsunade actually agreed, and kissed her cheek happily, then gently unbuttoned Tsunade's kimono, the result. Eupanexia. I cursed secretly in my heart, wrapping my chest with all evil. Senju-machan untied Tsunade's kimono neckline, and then he found out that the stalwart was actually covered by a chest wrap, and this was what Senju-machan asked Tsunade to wear himself. He didn't allow his sister to be exposed in front of others, and he also lost once a chance to feast your eyes, but the business still has to be done. Time and space, the technique of Hiraishin imprinting. Senju-machan's small hand pressed on Tsunade's left chest near the collarbone, the faint chakra began to flow, and then formed a Hiraishin imprint on Tsunade's chest that was exclusive to Senju-machan. This is love? Tsunade asked, looking down. Well, it's I, love, you. It's made up of love. Senju-machan said seriously. Touch. Senju-machan was beaten again just after he finished speaking, and then Tsunade hugged him tightly. Hot little brother, as soon as Tenten knows how to make my sister happy, she will tease her at such a young age. When she grows up, that girl can stand your pursuit, and she is not dizzy because of you. Tsunade said angrily, but there was a strange sweetness in her heart that she didn't even notice. Hey, when I grow up, I will pursue my sister. Senju-machan said seriously. Don't talk nonsense, when you grow up, your sister is old, okay, don't make trouble, Hiraishin is also done, let's hurry back. Eupanexia. Tsunade changed this sensitive topic. Beauty is justice, you are the best and you have the final say. Senju-machan leaned against Tsunade's chest, then wrapped himself in Tsunade's loose kimono, and put the little Tsunade in her hand into her clothes. Inside. The panda was running very hard. Fortunately, it was a special psychic beast, and it didn't need to eat or drink. It was a thief when running. As a result, Senju-machan successfully fainted the bear and fainted again, enjoying the chest hit on the bear. Dizziness ended a happy life. Well, no, it's the end of a happy journey back to Konoha. Little brother, go home first. Outside the Konoha gate, Tsunade saw that Senju-machan's attention was turned in another direction, and said. Oh, good. Senju-machan looked back from the Uchiha station, and followed Tsunade back to the Senju station. There were constant greetings along the way, and ninja saluted Tsunade from time to time. When they arrived near the Senju Jinchuriki/column place, greetings continued. At this time, the Senju family is not like the original book. There are still a lot of people who can't find 2 or 3 kittens. Senju-machan is also very strange. Obviously, the Senju family at this time still has so many people and many retainers. Why? Afterwards, they all disappeared, and Tsunade was the only one left alone, which was very strange. Senju-machan and Tsunade were going to meet Senju Tobirama first, but Senju Tobirama, who couldn't be free, went to Hokage's office and went to the town before Sarutobi Hiruzen came back. 1. There is no way for Pinyencia. The war has not completely stopped. Konoha still has a lot of things to deal with. Senju Tobirama, who has worked hard, can't be completely relieved, and some things still need to be dealt with. Grandma. Senju Machin ran to Uzumaki Mito without seeing Senju Dobirama. Grandma. Tsunade also greeted Uzumaki Mito. Yo-yo, my granddaughter and eldest grandson are back, sit down and say. Uzumaki Mito is very happy, she is the happiest now is to see her granddaughter and grandson, but this war ended with two, they all went to the front line, which made her very worried. Now that they both came back, she was instantly happy. Hey, Grandma, how are you all right? I said I'll be fine. Senju Machin said with a smile after Uzumaki Mito gave him a serious check. Hey, fortunately you're all right, otherwise I'd have to settle accounts with Tobirama, but I actually let you out as a little troublemaker. Uzumaki Mito checked carefully and was relieved after confirming that Senju Machin didn't have his hands. The kid went out without telling her, and it kept her at ease. Ozuna, are you all right? Uzumaki Mito asked. Grandma, I'm fine, don't worry. Tsunade said with a smile. She wasn't jealous that her grandmother cared more about her grandson than herself, because she herself is a pet madman, and being nice to Senju Machin is more important than being nice to her. It's all your grandfather's fault, why did you leave so early when you have nothing to do, leaving so many messes, so you have to protect Konoha and fight. When I go there, I have to find him to settle the account. Uzumaki Mito complained to Senju Hashirama. Grandma. Tsunade's eyes were a little sad. Uzumaki Mito said it very easily, but she knew that Grandma was planning for her own funeral. It seemed that it was the same as what the younger brother said on the road. Uzumaki Mito has not been around for a few years. Live well. Silly girl, Grandma is so old, you should think about some things. By the way, don't go there for a while, learn from Grandma. Grandma will pass on the Yin seal to you. The seal of the Uzumaki clan. You can't learn the art, but this Yin seal can, so you can stay young forever. Uzumaki Mito said. Okay, thank you Grandma. Tsunade wasn't too happy either. Compared with the ninjutsu that Yin seal would learn sooner or later, Grandma's death was a more severe blow. But I can't show it too much now, after all, people are still alive, and they have to live happily. Okay, don't frown, be happy. Machin. Uzumaki Mito suddenly shouted at Senju Machin. Huh? Senju Machin asked suspiciously. Aren't you with Grandma? Seeing how fidgety you are, thinking about running out again? Uzumaki Mito asked. Hey, I was just thinking about portraying Hiraishin in those positions. Senju Machin said. Draw Hiraishin? You learned Tobirama's Hiraishin completely? Are you able to draw Hiraishin's mark and use time-space ninjutsu? Uzumaki Mito asked in surprise. Time and space, the art of Hiraishin's engraving. People didn't talk much, so they did it first. Senju Machin got up and jumped to the roof, and then left a Hiraishin mark on the beam that was exclusive to him, but it was not I love you. The love of composition, but the appearance of a flaming knife. It was exactly how the ten-fist sword, the weapon he carried with him, was in Suzanu's hand. Uzumaki Mito silently watched Senju Machin's movements. This kid actually mastered Senju Dobirama's ninjutsu, which is too scary. This ninjutsu is listed as a forbidden technique by Senju Dobirama. Many Konoha elite jonin want to learn it, but they haven't touched the skin and can't learn it at all. Occasionally, she can only touch the threshold, and there is no bird use. She thought that no one could learn this forbidden technique except Tobirama. As a result, her grandson, who was a few years old, gave her such a big surprise, which made her a little happy. If crazy, this is a life-saving stunt. Grandma, am I amazing? Senju Machin got down from the roof beam, holding the knife in one hand and akimbo in the other, her face raised slightly, posing as the #1 person in the world. This arrogant look is not enough, but the two people in the room are a big grandma who dotes on him, and a sister who dotes on him. They can only smile helplessly and watch Senju-machan pretend to be forced. Inappropriate Big Target Hokage. Chapter 22 Inappropriate Big Target Hokage. Machan, if grandpa is not mistaken, you are born with an extraordinary talent for time and space, and you have been able to use Hiraishin's skills since you were a child, and it's been a few years now. Spatial talent took years to perfect Hiraishin, why is it not worth your pride? At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Senju Tobirama, who was wearing a blue battle uniform that has not changed for thousands of years, said as he walked into the room. After receiving the news of Senju-machan and Tsunade's return, Upinexai hurriedly dealt with the things in hand and rushed back. In the end, he was still worried about his grandson and wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. He heard the movement outside the door. His grandson is indeed very talented, and he can learn everything quickly. This makes him very satisfied, but he can't be too arrogant. It's not good to be too proud, so he still needs to discipline him at the right time. Disciplinary, even if it is really pervert. Senju-machan turned his head awkwardly, his hands on his hips had not had time to retract, seeing his grandfather beat him mercilessly as soon as he came. Senju-machan, who was handsome for only 3 seconds, stiffened. "Grandpa, you're back, sit down, I'll pour you a cup of tea, eh? Why are you wearing a battle suit again? You are tall, mighty, and handsome and put on the Hokage imperial robe, that thing is old and handsome. What are you wearing a combat outfit for?" Senju-machan quickly changed the subject in order to resolve the embarrassment. "It's been decades and I'm used to it. Besides, my grandfather is so old, why is he so handsome? Emo-chan, since you think Hokage is handsome, have you ever thought about being a Hokage?" 1. Pinsya Senju Tobirama took advantage of Senju-machan's topic and asked about the most awesome setting in Hokage. A ninja who doesn't want to be Hokage is not a good protagonist. For example, Uchiha Madara, is it awesome? Back then, he wasn't competing with Senju Hashirama for the position of the boss. Uchiha Obito was considered a boss, and he was also an inspiration to be a Hokage since he was a child, not to mention the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. But Senju-machan doesn't think so. How tiring to be Hokage, look at the future 7 generations, they will use Shadow Clone to handle official business, which is seriously inconsistent with Senju-machan's great goal. "Machan? What are you thinking?" Senju Tobirama asked suspiciously. "Ah. Oh, it's nothing, hee, I'm just imagining the future." Senju-machan took his thoughts back, and all these were far away. "Are you thinking about the day you became Hokage?" Senju Tobirama asked. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were both interested in this topic, and both looked at Senju-machan, waiting for his answer. "No, I didn't think about being Hokage. I could fight for Senju and Konoha to the end, but I don't want to tie myself up for Hokage's position. Being Hokage can only be Hokage. After Hokage, I don't belong to me, I am on my own, I like freedom and spend more time with my family. So Hokage is not suitable for me," Senju-machan said seriously. Senju-machan's words stunned the three of them. As Hokage's grandson, he doesn't want to be Hokage, which is a bit inconsistent with the worldview. 1. Pinsya, but Senju-machan's remarks, as family members, they have no position to refute. After all, Senju-machan wants to spend more time with his family. Taking over the role of Hokage is a logical thing to do. But he didn't expect that he didn't want to be Hokage, and he was a little stunned for a while. "Okay, don't worry about Hokage. I have already helped you find the future 4th generation Hokage. He is more suitable for Hokage than anyone else." Senju-machan said with certainty. "Namikaze Minato should appear soon, and more suitable for the purpose of being the 4th generation than him. Just kidding, that's the greatest Hokage in my mind. He is humble and courteous, treats people kindly, never fears a strong enemy, and is strong. It is definitely the best candidate for the purpose of the fourth generation, if not. You helped us find the fourth Hokage. Senju Tobirama was stunned when he heard it. The third Hokage was recommended by you. It's only been a few months since you took the position. Now you say that you have even found the fourth Hokage, then is there a choice for the fifth generation? Yes, not only the fourth generation, if there is no problem, I have candidates for the fifth, sixth, and even the seventh generation. Senju Machin said with certainty. Xiao Gang, you guys are exhausted when you come back, take your brother to rest. Senju Tobirama rubbed his head, but he still didn't study the issue of Hokage. This eldest grandson is all demonic, and even the seventh generation of Hokage ran out. You why not say there are aliens? Okay, second grandpa, little brother, let's go. Go with my sister to rest. Tsunade couldn't help laughing and laughing. This little brother's brain is too big. The Hokage inheritance you said is like playing with puppets, you can do whatever you want. Fiddle. Oh, grandma, grandpa, I'm going to rest first. Senju Machin is not angry. Anyway, you will understand in the future. It's useless to say this now. I don't know that I have a butterfly wing. This ninja world, what will the future trend look like? And now the most important thing is to go rest with Tsunade. What's more important than being with your sister? Hokage. Goodbye. Tsunade took Senju Machin directly back to his place, and she didn't have to think about it to know that Senju Machin would never stay in his room honestly. As long as Tsunade is in Konoha, Senju Machin has been clinging to his side, and she's used to it. Little brother, you wash first, I'll go get you something to eat something and rest early. Tsunade said and went out to prepare food for Senju Machin himself. Hey, the opportunity is here. Senju Machin saw Tsunade go out with a smug smile, and then left his special mark on Tsunade's residence. The bedroom is a must, and the bathroom corner is also required. In short, some hidden places where welfare can be viewed must be marked with Hire Shin, which must be hidden and cannot be discovered by Tsunade. Otherwise, it is easy to be beaten. Little brother, why are you giggling all the time? Tsunade looked at Senju Machin inexplicably during the meal. This kid has been stealing fun since just now, and he doesn't know what he's laughing at, but just look at the way he laughs. There must be nothing good. Nothing? I'm just happy to be with my sister. When I go back to Konoha, I don't have so many worries. I can accompany my sister well. Senju Machin restrained his smile and said with a serious expression. Really? Are you sure you're not playing a bad idea? Tsunade always felt that Senju Machin's smile had something to do with him, and it wasn't a good thing. How is it possible, as pure as I am, how could I have a bad idea, sister? You're so sad for your brother. Senju Machin pretended to be shocked. Humph, my dear little brother, when did you hide your thoughts from your sister? You must be playing with some bad idea. You can tell by the way you smile maliciously. Tsunade said with certainty. Eating and eating is too much. You don't even believe in your own brother. What's the most basic trust between people? Senju Machin started to eat with a big mouth. So you don't believe me. If you don't believe me, it's right. I'll see if I don't go for a while. Hey, it seems that I have never seen all of my sister. I used to be secretive, but it seems that I have a chance today. Senju Machin smiled more and more cautiously. Tiger_novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 23 Tsunade's educational methods, second update. Chapter 23 Tsunade's educational methods, second. Tsunade watched Senju Machin lowered his head to eat with an inexplicable smile, his heart moved, his beautiful eyes flowed, thinking of one of his special skills, and then he sighed. This guy was even more unpredictable. Yupanexia, but then anger surged. This guy dared. If you really dare, you must take good care of him. It's so bad at such a young age. When you grow up, you still don't know what it will be like to be a scourge. If you are an elder sister, you must do your elder sister's obligations, teach your younger brother well, and don't let him go down the wrong path. After eating, Senju-machan didn't expect it. Tsunade chatted with him for a while and rested for a while, and then he went to take a bath. Senju-machan started to laugh in his heart. You can't hide it when you take a bath by yourself, right? Thinking of the location of Hirae-shin, the perfect observation corner, Senju-machan would laugh out loud. But he didn't dare. He was afraid of attracting Tsunade's attention, but Tsunade had already guessed what this guy was thinking. Tsunade came to his bathroom. It was a warm Izumi bath, and it was relatively large. As Princess Konoha, Tsunade's residence was definitely not bad, and it was not outside at home. Naturally, it was as comfortable as possible. However, because the bathroom is a little bigger, there are many decorations, and there is even a small spray Izumi rockery. Tsunade didn't rush into the water, but wandered around in Izumi's bathroom. According to her guess, there must be Hirae-shin's mark here. Sure enough, she found it not long after. The location is very hidden. It's really not easy to find if you don't look carefully, but Tsunade, who knows Senju-machan, can easily deduce what this guy is thinking, so it's easy to find. Upanexaya. Kakaka. Tsunade saw the mark of Hirae-shin, and began to squeeze his fists in a fit of rage. He must teach this little pervert a lesson for a while, but he actually left Hirae-shin here. What is there to ask? Tsunade squeezed his fists, made a clicking sound, and moved his hands and feet along the way, and stayed nearby to wait for Senju-machan. Our pig's feet. Senju-machan didn't know that Tsunade had sensed something wrong and was waiting for the fish to take the bait. Still complacently waiting for the time, it is estimated that it is almost time, Senju-machan decisively launched Hirae-shin. Hey? Where is this place? I'm flying to the wrong place. It's really troublesome for not being familiar with Hirae-shin yet. Big sister, you're here too. Hello big sister, goodbye big sister. Time and space, Fei-lei-ah, don't hit, sister. Sister. Oh, please let me go, I was wrong. Senju-machan realized that something was wrong as soon as he got to the bathroom. The figure next to him in pink cherry blossom kimono should never be so close to him. Yes, I didn't have to think about it to know that I was found, and I wanted to fool him, but how could Tsunade listen to his powerless argument, and resolutely rushed to the principal of his sister educating his younger brother. Tsunade, who hates iron can't be steel, is so angry that she really wants to do it hard, but he is his favorite brother, so he can only make him suffer a little bit. She knows what this brat likes, if he is upright. Come, let him see, let him touch, there is nothing to hide, but he actually does voyeurism. Isn't that a virtue like Jiraiya? This is absolutely unacceptable to Tsunade. Upanexaya. Little brother, how did you become like this? You want to come in and bathe with my sister, and my sister will not refuse, but how can you peek at her? Tsunade said sternly after giving Senju a lesson. He didn't want his younger brother to become a prostitute. Well, Brother Toad taught me that when you look at it from this angle, you can see the most beautiful appearance of girls. I just want to see the most beautiful appearance of my sister. Senju-machan said with a very aggrieved look, and then the pot was thrown to Jiraiya. But this is really not wrong Jiraiya. Jiraiya really said the sentence to him. Damn, Jiraiya, I will definitely kill you when you come back. Little brother, elder sister told you that what you want to see is what no girl wants to be seen by outsiders. Do you know that you made a mistake? Remember. You are not allowed to do this at any time, unless the other party is your lover. You are not allowed to see any girl like that except your lover, or my sister will be angry. Tsunade sentenced Jiraiya for bringing down his brother. After the death penalty, he spoke to Senju Machin earnestly. Is that so? Brother Toad lied to me? Damn it, he still visits often. I thought it was nothing. Sister, I was wrong, I will never do it again. Senju Machin sold Jiraiya completely. My little brother, my sister doesn't want to hit you either, but you have to be obedient, okay? Okay, let's go out. Tsunade kissed Senju Machin tenderly, and said lovingly, hitting Senju Machin's body and hurting Tsunade's heart. Oh, sister, I'm going out. Can I sleep with my sister at night? Senju looked at Tsunade expectantly. As long as the younger brother is obedient, the elder sister will naturally agree. Tsunade replied to Senju Machin's words with a smile, but he was planning how to teach Jiraiya a lesson. Look at how well behaved and sensible his younger brother is now. It turns out that you are a jerk broken. You will never let go of you when you come back. Jiraiya, who was far away in the land of rain, was accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hanzo together with Orochimaru to discuss the payment of indemnity. At this time, a sudden coldness filled his heart, which made him shudder, and always felt that something bad was going to happen. What's the matter? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya strangely. Why did this guy suddenly look overly frightened? I don't know, I feel something dangerous is going to happen, don't you feel it? Jiraiya asked. No, did you do something bad and didn't clean up your tail, and someone was thinking about you to settle the bill? Orochimaru asked. No. Jiraiya asked uncertainly. Otherwise, your perception is stronger than mine, and I don't feel any danger when I stand with you. Orochimaru said with certainty. Ahem, is that so? Jiraiya wondered, but he didn't dare to be careless. He was already thinking about whether it was time to go on vacation and hide for a few days when the war was over. I'm afraid it will be cold. So don't ask Senju Machin how pitiful it is, it only depends on whether he is serious. A big pit, it is estimated that it will be finished after returning to Konoha. In the evening, Senju Machin enjoyed a quiet night with Tsunade and slept peacefully. This night was much more comfortable than on the way. The next day, Senju Machin was woken up by that familiar head. He took out his little hands from inside the clothes, and after washing, he ran away. Yesterday, he was caught by Tsunade and returned to the Senju station. He didn't have a chance to go out. Today, of course, he was going to see Uchiha Mikato, who had not seen him for a long time. Senju Machin went to the Uchiha station with a smirk all the way. Compared with Tsunade, Uchiha Mikato is a beautiful woman who allows him to do whatever he wants, especially in Tsukuyomi with her. You can do some things you love, don't be too exciting, that's the real meaning spiritual love on the top, beyond the existence of physical communication. I bumped into Uchiha Fugaku, first update. Chapter 24 I bumped into Uchiha Fugaku, first update. Senju Machin came to the door of Uchiha Mikato's house with ulterior motives, but at the door he saw a person who made him very painful, Uchiha Fugaku. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was standing at the door of Uchiha Mikato's house like a wooden stake. Like a guard. 1. Pinman Senju Machin began to greet him in his heart the moment he saw him, and dared to attack his woman's idea. Senju Machin's anger naturally soared. Hey? Isn't this Master Uchiha Fugaku? How did you take on the role of a doorman? Senju Machin walked over and looked up at Uchiha Fugaku, who was much taller than himself. The typical bully is young. Senju Machin has a sense of sight when a primary school student leaves the school gate and is blocked by a middle school student, Uchiha Fugaku. Shouldn't you start? If he does it, that would be great. Senju Machin wished Uchiha Fugaku would take the initiative, so that he could have a reason to teach him a lesson, so his words were also provocative. I've seen Master Machin, I didn't come here to be a doorman, and I didn't want to see Mikato. I was just waiting for Master Machin. I hope Master Machin can fulfill my marriage with Mikato. Uchiha Fugaku has a very good attitude and is very friendly, seriously gave Senju Machin a salute. Senju Machin was stunned. He didn't expect Uchiha Fugaku to have this attitude. He came to beg him. Could it be that the script was opened the wrong way? Shouldn't you be looking for a brother to fight you to the death? Why do you have such a good attitude? There is something wrong with this attitude. Upanexia doesn't seem to be treating a rival in love. Wait, this guy doesn't seem to regard himself as a rival in love. Not only him, it is estimated that no one will think of himself as having an affair with Uchiha Mikato. His age is too deceptive. Senju Machin thought about it and thought about the crux of the problem. Uchiha Fugaku didn't take him as an enemy who robbed his wife at all. Brother-in-law. Sister Mikato doesn't like you, so I have to listen to my sister. For the sake of my sister's happiness, I can't let her marry you. Brother-in-law said. Well, it was Senju Machin who said. Men should be married, women should be married, matchmaker's words, parents' orders. Master Machin, please don't interfere in Uchiha's family affairs. Uchiha Fugaku said. Sister Mikato's business is my business. Uncle Mirror has already said that he will not interfere with Sister Mikato's decision. This should always be your Uchiha business, right? Why does young Master Fugaku not even listen to the words of the Uchiha patriarch? Then you said that is it Uchiha's family business? Senju Machin directly moved out of Uchiha's patriarch to attack Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Fugaku's face became angry with Yoi. I really want to beat this kid. How can Lord Machin not interfere with Mikato's marriage? Uchiha Fugaku held back his temper and asked. Upanexia. I didn't interfere, right? It's all Mikato's own thoughts. Do you want to interfere with Mikato's thoughts? Let her do things she doesn't want? Then I won't agree. Senju Machin said. You Uchiha Fugaku is going crazy, he is actually arguing with a child here, mad, can you do it without arguing? You don't play cards according to the common sense of the ninja world. If you have the ability, we will duel. It's a pity that I can only think about it, Uchiha Fugaku didn't have the guts to beat Hokage's grandson for no reason, especially if the patriarch was still a disciple of his grandfather. Machin? Are you back? You didn't get hurt this time, right? Uchiha Mikato was finally attracted by the sound outside the door, and when she came out, she saw Senju Machin and Uchiha Fugaku were arguing. She directly skipped the stand. Uchiha Fugaku at the door ran to Senju Machin and squatted down in front of him and hugged him in his arms, then looked carefully, and was relieved after confirming that Senju Machin was not injured. Sister Mikato, I'm here to see you, there are no bad guys bullying you, right? Tell me if you have anything, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Senju Machin said while squinting at Uchiha Fugaku. The bad guy was obviously saying he. No, how can there be bad people bullying my sister in this Uchiha station? Emo-chan, let's go in, my sister thought that you are coming today and made you delicious cakes. Uchiha Mikato's beautiful eyes were full of happiness, smiling like flowers. He got up and pulled Senju Machin's little hand to go inside. Mikato, you really don't like me? Uchiha Fugaku stopped in front of Uchiha Mikato reluctantly and asked the sentence again. I don't like it, I'm sorry Master Fugaku, I can't accept your love. You are a good person, and you will find a girl who is more suitable as your wife than me. Uchiha Mikato said with certainty. To Uchiha Fugaku, like the eggplant hit by frost, pulled his head down, as if he had suffered a ton of damage. It seems that the words you are a good person are also very lethal in the world of Hokage. What? A man has to look like a man, how can you lose your fighting spirit for a woman, can you still be called Uchiha? How can you guard Konoha like this? How can you be Konoha's guard force? You are too sorry for Konoha, and also sorry for Uchiha. Senju Machin said suddenly, he was not a kind consolation, it was purely to run on Uchiha Fugaku. Who said I lost my fighting spirit? Who said I was ashamed of the name of Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku is Uchiha forever. Master Machin, you underestimate me. Uchiha Fugaku, Mikato, one day you will die for not agreeing to me. Regret. The lost Uchiha Fugaku suddenly turned on Sharingan and roared, and his Sharingan was already 3 tomo, and the scared Senju Machin almost taught him to be a man with eternal Mangekyo. Wow, it's amazing my Uchiha, this is the 3 tomo Sharingan, right? Master Fugaku is really amazing, and now the 3 tomo Sharingan will start. Senju Machin said as if he saw an idol. This is the pride of my Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku said arrogantly when he saw that he had attracted attention. When did the 3 tomo Sharingan become the pride of your Uchiha? I remember the last time it was Mangekyo, right? Or the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Boy, you have a long way to go. Sister Mikato, let's go in and eat cakes la. Senju Machin looked at Uchiha Fugaku's dejected appearance, slapped him mercilessly, then pulled Uchiha Mikato in, leaving Uchiha Fugaku alone in the wind, thinking that his dignified 3 tomo Sharingan was despised by others, still despised by a little brat. Uchiha Fugaku stayed for a while after Senju Machin and the others entered, and then roared. The anger and unwillingness in his tone almost made Senju Machin think that this guy's eyes evolved into Mangekyo, and then opened Susanoo to meet him. Do yourself a favor. Unfortunately, it didn't. After roaring, Uchiha Fugaku went to training with full of anger. He has to use training to paralyze himself, but also to break through himself, not Mangekyo, or the eternal Mangekyo, he must succeed, and then Uchiha Mikato will regret himself in the end. What an excellent man I missed. Tiger_novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 25 Jiraiya again to bear the pot. Chapter 25 Jiraiya is going to take the blame again. Sister Mikato, I don't have any flowers on my face, why are you looking at me like this? Senju Machin and Uchiha Mikato came to the room and hugged tightly like couples who had been separated for a long time, but Senju Machin was was hugged by Uchiha Mikato. Senju Machin's small body could only sit on top of Uchiha Mikato's jade legs, then hugged her body and felt the softness tightly. Yupanexia. Sister misses you, it's been so long since you've been gone, and you're worried about dying. Uchiha Mikato's eyes were full of love. In the days before, her special spiritual love with Senju Machin had already made her feel compelled by Senju from the bottom of her heart. Emo-chen was captured. It's been a while since I haven't seen it, and I've been suffering from acacia. Don't worry, Mikato, I'm not doing well, but I miss Mikato too, Mikato is very comfortable. I haven't enjoyed Mikato's arms for a long time. Senju Machin said with a smirk, saying that, she gently unbuttoned Uchiha Mikato's shirt. Uchiha Mikato is different from Tsunade. She has long since stopped resisting Senju Machin's tricks. With Senju Machin's actions, she also smiled and cooperated. Bad, bully my sister as soon as you come back. Although Uchiha Mikato cooperated, Yui still had a shy look on his face. It's been said that this is the way to love my sister. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I miss it. Senju Machin buried his head in Uchiha Mikato's unbuttoned clothes with satisfaction. It's still a child after all. Uchiha Mikato smiled and looked down at Senju Machin. She had done everything anyway, and she had nothing to refuse. Yupanexia. Yeah, brother, what are you doing? Suddenly Uchiha Mikato exclaimed, she felt something in her chest. Hey, is the tattoo beautiful? Senju Machin raised his head and said. This is I, love, you. Bad guy, you put your stamp on your sister. Uchiha Mikato saw the composed love words, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Hey, yes, this is a special mark, but it can make me and Mikato's sister closely connected, This is my Hiraishin mark, with it I can come to Mikato's sister's side at any time, and I can also at night. Hehe, so I don't have to disturb Uchiha's people, and I can come to my sister's house at any time. Senju-machan said with a smirk. It's like you're really coming at night. You're not with Tsunade-sama at night? Uchiha Mikato said, but for Senju-machan to be by his side at any time, I felt a kind of happiness when I thought about it. Then I can come when she's not at home, anyway, it will be more convenient to come here in the future. Senju-machan said. Well, Machan, my sister is thinking about it. Uchiha Mikato suddenly said Yoi's face in Senju-machan's ear. What are you thinking? Hey, Mikato-san, what about the cakes we agreed to? Senju-machan deliberately pretended not to know anything and changed the subject. I hate it, I'll get it for you. Uchiha Mikato said angrily when he saw that Senju-machan didn't understand the taste, his mouth pouted. Yupanexia. So cute. Senju-machan suddenly kissed Uchiha Mikato's pouting mouth, his eyes met, his star eyes twinkling, Hitomitsu, Tsukuyomi. Senju-machan's small life should not be too sexual, Happiness, it's the same anyway. Senju-machan, who is happy and sexual, has been in a good mood recently. And World War II finally ended, and it would have been delayed for a while, but according to the news from the Land of Rain, the third-generation Hokage actually defeated the demigod and Hanzo head-on in the duel. Konoha really can't afford to be offended. There is the second-generation Hokage, and now the third-generation Hokage who has just ascended is so fierce, coupled with Konoha's son-in, who Hanzo himself admitted, this fuck Konoha is so powerful that he can't afford to offend. Or admit defeat before the slaughter comes. Little brother, don't run around these days. When Hokage-sama comes back, the new class of Konoha school will start. You can go to school and learn something. Tsunade caught Senju who was running around recently. Amo-chen said. Hey? Uncle Monkey is coming back. School. Going to school? No, sister, don't make trouble, what am I going to learn at school? Senju-machan is not well. Although he is a child now, he said goodbye long ago. The school gate is open. Because Mao has to go back to further his studies, this is unscientific. Besides, he is now in the strength of Jonin, so he ran to bully ninja students. Do you want to be a school bully? You go to school to learn a lot. Do you know about ninja culture? Don't you know? You can't use basic ninjutsu, right? You first came into contact with high-end, but ignored the basics. So you have to study, you know? And you can also meet your peers of the same age when you go to school. The most important thing for ninjas is their companions. Look at the two companions of my sister, you brother Snake and brother Toad, the three of us work together. Much better than being alone. So you need to find your partner too, do you hear? Tsunade began to persuade Senju-machan. What if I also know someone like Toad, and I'm broken? By the way, Toad is coming back, right? Great, I can play with him again. Senju-machan decisively the conversation leads to Jiraiya, the king of Eternal Asphalt, and it's time for him again. Jiraiya. You won't be able to see him when he comes back, he won't be able to see him if he's not in the hospital for a few months. Tsunade remembered the dirty thoughts Jiraiya had instilled on his dear brother, and his inner anger swelled again. Burst. Guru. Senju-machan looked at Tsunade's angry look with special effects, and swallowed in fright. He especially felt that he was sorry for Jiraiya. How could it be Jiraiya who brought him down? It is estimated that Jiraiya has no contact with Senju-machan in the modern age where information is developed. I have come into contact with more than 1/10, and I don't know as much as Senju. The most important thing is that Jiraiya is still a virgin. To bring bad is Senju-machan bad Jiraiya. Speaking of which, Jiraiya is back, do you want to take him to experience what a man should do? So that this guy will always be thinking of his sister? Senju started thinking about Jiraiya. Hundreds of miles away, Konoha was about to be reached, and Jiraiya suddenly felt another chill, and her footsteps stopped. Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen also stopped and looked at Jiraiya and shouted in confusion. Master, are you sure nothing major happened to Konoha? Why am I getting more and more dangerous? Jiraiya said with certainty. Nani? Do you feel threatened? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction of Konoha. Nothing should happen, but the ninja's sixth sense sometimes has to be trusted. Master, don't listen to Jiraiya, he must have done something bad, someone is waiting for him to go back and settle accounts. This person is most likely Tsunade. Jiraiya, did you do something to make Tsunade angry? Orochimaru, speak up. No. I'll take Emo-chen. Nothing, let's go on. Orochimaru, is it a brother? If so, if Tsunade wants to settle accounts with me, you will stop me. Point. Jiraiya was reminded by Orochimaru, thinking that it might really be the case. Haha. Orochimaru laughed coldly and terribly. You took Laozi as your brother, but you actually asked Laozi to block the sword. For it. Blocking the fist is not enough. Tsunade's fist is much stronger than the average sword. Go back to Konoha, you wait, there's one more to clean up for you. Calculated Jiraiya. Chapter 26 Calculated Jiraiya. The road is long and the repair is far away, I will. Eupanexia. It should be a long way to go, I will take a break and then take a break, and I will never hurry when I can rest. It's a pity that it's useless, Jiraiya still has to face the reality after all. Konoha is very lively on this day, the big heroes of Konoha have returned to the village, the victory of the Kingdom of Rain is exciting, and the two important figures Jiraiya and Orochimaru have returned victoriously. It made the people of Konoha cheer. In addition, Hokage, the third generation who won the duel, is also back. How can we not welcome him? So Konoha's lively today is like a festival. Hey? Sister, look at Brother Toad, even Brother Snake has a smile on his face. Why is he crying? Was he taught a lesson by Uncle Monkey? Senju Machin and Tsunade stood on the roof of a private house together, looking at when the army returned victorious. He did not come to welcome them, because he himself was the hero of the battle. He mainly came to the show, because Tsunade clearly said that if he wanted to see Jiraiya, he had to go to the hospital to see him, so today may be the last time to see Jiraiya in the near future. Dear brother, you are so worried that he is going to ruin you. You are still worried about him, but soon you won't have to worry anymore. Tsunade smiled and looked at Jiraiya, looking very panicked. This is definitely the master who can do it without making a fuss. It is estimated that if there were not too many people, Jiraiya would have been beaten. Hey? Why? Senju Machin asked strangely, did Tsunade give up on finding Jiraiya to settle accounts? This is not good, Jiraiya is coming, he is ignorant, no need to give me face. Eupanexia. Because he will soon forget all his troubles in pain. Tsunade began to squeeze his fists and move his hands and feet, and he had already begun to outline in his mind what method to fight. Jiraiya couldn't take care of himself and left him in the hospital. Be honest and don't come out to harm her lovely little brother again. Guru. Senju Machin looked at Tsunade, who seemed to have a black aura, like a demon, so scared that he swallowed spit. Then he turned his head and stared at Jiraiya blankly. Let's take a second look. This boy may not look like this after a while. It is estimated that he has no normal human form. Crack. A flash of lightning passed through Jiraiya's heart. The crisis came, and it came earlier than expected. He felt that danger was nearby, and he would attack him at any time. Jiraiya looked around and watched the crowd in fright. Find the hidden danger. Jiraiya observed for a while and found no enemy, but out of the corner of his eye he saw the beautiful figure on the roof and the little kid next to him. Looking closely, isn't it Tsunade and Senju-machan? At this moment Tsunade smiled brightly, and put his hand on Senju-machan's small head, and Senju-machan was also smiling and saying hello to Jiraiya. It's a pity that Jiraiya didn't find the dangerous atmosphere that Tsunade had hidden and the weirdness in Senju's silent smile, and was still relieved that Tsunade was not trying to trouble him. Orochimaru, follow me. I feel danger again, and may attack me at any time. Let's meet Tsunade and deal with it. Upinexai, I want to see who is going against me. Jiraiya greeted Orochimaru beside me. Therefore, those who want to die must try their best to throw themselves into a snare. Okay. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, and agreed decisively, boy, you must have a good day. Tsunade, Machan, have you come to meet us too? Great. Jiraiya and Orochimaru came to Senju-machan and greeted them. Let's go, let's have a picnic by the lake today. Our little brother will cook his exquisite Chinese cuisine for you today, and wash away the dust. Tsunade said with a smile. Hey, Machan's craftsmanship is nothing to say, let's walk. When Jiraiya heard that Senju-machan was going to cook Chinese food, his saliva was about to flow down. Although he didn't know why it was called Chinese food, it didn't prevent him from enjoying it. Food, especially the snake dish, it's delicious, don't want it. All kinds of snake dishes are not too cool, although the pepper bullfrog is not bad. Jiraiya, wait for you to deal with it. Orochimaru channeled out 2 large snakes of 4 or 5 meters, and let the snakes circle around Jiraiya. Yoshi, leave it to me. Jiraiya smiled. These 2 snakes were obviously used for snake meat, or Orochimaru better, there are so many psychic beasts, and there are piles of snakes. It doesn't hurt to eat. Haha. Orochimaru smiled, very strangely, these 2 snakes are not for you to wash, chop, and eat. The departure of the 4 did not affect today's welcoming ceremony. Although Sunin was the protagonist, it did not get in the way. The 3 of them disappeared frequently, and everyone was used to it, but Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 3 apprentices who had left and smiled helplessly. LOL, he knew very well that Jiraiya was going to be tricked by the other 2. Yoshi, the preparation is so rich, this picnic can be done. When he arrived at the stream in the forest, he really set up kitchen utensils and some ingredients. Jiraiya was excited and completely relaxed. He couldn't believe that anyone would dare to be there. They came to trouble him when Sunin was around. Sister, why don't we eat first? Senju-machan looked up at Tsunade, the prisoner still has his last meal before he dies, why don't we eat first and then clean him up? The main thing is that you have the strength to beat people when you are full. Yes, yes, eat first, I'll deal with these 2 things. Jiraiya said, playing with the snake on her body. Orochimaru. Tsunade shouted, although she didn't know why Orochimaru gave herself a hidden gesture to clean up Jiraiya, but it didn't prevent her from cooperating with him, who made both of them have the same goal. Hey! Ninjutsu, immobilization. Orochimaru, a D-rank ninjutsu, shouted. This is a basic ninjutsu that Genin also knows how to use. It's like immobilizing the opponent's body with invisible steel cables, but although low level, the caster's ability is strong enough, and the restraint is about as powerful. Orochimaru's natural use is even more unusual, at least the unsuspecting Jiraiya is caught. Nani? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru in confusion. The 2 snakes spit letters and wrapped around Jiraiya's hands and feet. Go. Although Jiraiya didn't know what was going on, he wasn't someone who just waited to die. He quickly prepared to break free, but it was too late. Bump. A simple uppercut hit Jiraiya in the stomach. Ah! Jiraiya screamed in pain before she could resist. Tsunade. You. Orochimaru you. Jiraiya collapsed, clutching her stomach. Physical skills, unrecognizable feat. Tsunade suddenly called out a strange name, which seemed to come from. It's over. It was naturally Senju Machin who invented this ninjutsu. He just spoofed it a bit, but the effect was definitely better than Tang Bohu's trick in Kaiuxiang. For a while, the wind was blowing violently by the creek, and the smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, a monster with a human-shaped pig nose, horse face, panda eyes, and toad mouth appeared. Damn it, this trick is really awesome. Senju Machin, the developer of this body art, has not seen it with his own eyes, and the target he hits during practice is not a human being. Never expected the effect to be so awesome. Let you take my little brother to that location. Tsunade looked at the monster and went to wash the ingredients with a smile. Let you ask your brother to block you. Orochimaru didn't bother to pay attention to the monster, and ran to help. Brother Toad, I'm innocent, I'm going to cook something delicious for you. With an innocent expression, Senju Machin took 2 snakes from Jiraiya who had completed the task, and went to the stream to kill and cleanse. __ cheating. Chapter 27 Jiraiya eating cheating, 2nd. Hey. Jiraiya has been tired, he doesn't know what the situation is really stupid, these 3 people do not have a good person, Senju is definitely sold by Murdhen, so Tsunade I will teach myself a lesson, and that good brother Orochimaru, brother just wants you to block, you don't stop it, but he still binds me, damn it. Tsunade said was serious. In fact, he didn't take too much action, but it's true that he couldn't come out to meet people for a month, and the image of Jiraiya can be maintained for a long time. Come to think of it, he has no face to walk around. 1. Senju Machin can also not be poisoned like Pinyuan Xia. An hour later, with the concerted efforts of the 3, a Chinese meal was completed, and Jiraiya was still in a dazed petrified state, lying there doubting life. He felt abandoned by the world, by quilt. Attracted by what is so fragrant? Brother Toad, get up, do you want to eat Lee's fish? There are also charcoal grilled chicken flavored snake segments, and this natural forest frog stew. And your favorite shaku if you don't get up, you can't eat it? Senju Machin ran to Jiraiya's side and said while eating. You. Jiraiya mumbled for a long time, only to find that her mouth was deformed, and she couldn't speak clearly. I don't understand what you're talking about, come quickly if you want to eat, it'll be gone when it's late. Senju Machin ignored Jiraiya and went to eat and drink. Oh, you can only drink juice, drinking is not old enough, children are not allowed to drink. Eupanexia. Ugh. Jiraiya got up, ran to Orochimaru angrily and sat down, then turned his grief and anger into appetite and started to eat, as if he could eat more than 3 people alone. Fortunately, Senju Machin knew that the setting of Hokage was terrible, everyone had an unusual appetite, and today's ingredients were very well prepared. Otherwise, it is estimated that it is not enough for Jiraiya to eat alone. Jiraiya, you are cheating, your mouth is so big. Orochimaru saw that Jiraiya was beaten and actually got a blessing in disguise, the toad's mouth was so big, it was good to eat. You. I rub, you can be beaten like this if you have the ability. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru angrily, and she ate faster. She didn't know if she had chewed it. Senju Machin was stunned at the speed of devouring. It turns out that the rhythm of eating in the special anime is real. How can a person put something in his mouth so exaggeratedly? It's amazing, my toad brother. It was a very harmonious celebration dinner for everyone. Everyone was very happy. After they were full, they all said their goodbyes. Jiraiya ate very well and walked happily, because Senju Machin wanted to restore his former handsomeness as soon as possible. Then they formed a team to brush some special dungeons, and secretly gave him a body technique cheat, give me back my floating fist. It is said that this taijutsu is specifically aimed at Tsunade's unrecognizable feat, and Jiraiya is so excited that he can finally restrain Tsunade. Although Upanexia is just a trick, I will never be beaten like this again next time, eh? Aren't you afraid of being beaten like this? Brother can fix it yourself, you can beat it if you want. Afraid of you. The third generation of Hokage is back, and the school starts 3 days later. The hard-working Senju Machin keeps reminiscing about the ninja school, to see if he can find a way to be lazy. He was recalling how the Xiaoqiangs were in class. Naruto was a pit, and Sasuke skipped it. Koji was eating the whole time, and even the most obedient princess was peeking at Naruto. It seems that no one listened carefully. Do you want to go into a boring student life of eating and waiting to die? Then don't be too painful. Uchiha Itachi? Senju Machin suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and thought of a person who is very good at playing, that is Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was super drunk when he was in school, it was Shadow Clone who went to class, and the body did other things. Because it is Shadow Clone, as long as it dissipates, what you have learned can be summarized into the ontology. Super dipping, can you learn from it? This is simply a learning cheat. Learning Shadow Clone is boring. If you want to learn it, you need to learn multiple Shadow Clone. The founder is at home. Thinking of this, Senju Machin decided to go home with a Hire Shin. Their eyes met, both of them were dumbfounded. Who are you? How did you appear? A little girl stared blankly at Senju Machin. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is you should be Uzumaki Kushina, right? Senju Machin asked, looking at the little girl I sent. Huh? How did you know my name? Uzumaki Kushina asked curiously. That's not the point is that you actually appeared. No, you should have appeared too. Headache. It's alright, goodbye. Senju Machin knew that Uzumaki Kushina would appear sooner or later. I came here to inherit the will of Uzumaki Mito and become the next Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki / Column Force. Now I must come here to learn various skills of the Uzumaki family, but these have nothing to do with Senju Machin, he still has to learn. Are all Konoha's children so strange? Uzumaki Kushina muttered as she watched Senju run away. Kushina, come in with me, Mito-sama wants to see you. Hokage 3 came out and said to Uzumaki Kushina. Hi. Uzumaki Kushina obediently followed Sarutobi Hiruzen in. Her destiny never belonged to her, she experienced so much since childhood, and some were just endless loneliness and panic. Mito-sama, this child is Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Good child, and poor child, as old as my grandson, right? Uzumaki Mito asked. Mito-sama, she looks very young because of the long-term war and malnutrition. She is indeed about the same age as Machin. I would like to arrange her to study with Machin at the ninja school. After studying, you can follow adult learning. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Well, let's arrange it like this, Machin will also be very happy to have a playmate. Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. Excuse me, 2 adults, is the Machin you're talking about the kid outside the door just now? Why does he know my name? Does he know me too? Uzumaki Kushina was still a child after all, when he saw the 2 mention Machin, couldn't help asking. Nani? Machin knows your name? It's impossible. Apart from me and Mito-sama in Konoha, only Umbu who picks you up will know your name. How could he know? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Uzumaki Kushina was the next Kyuubi, 9 Tails, Jinchuriki / Column Force. This matter must be kept strictly confidential, let alone Senju Machin, even his 3 apprentices do not know about Uzumaki Kushina. It's true, he called out my name as soon as he saw me. Have we met before? I wish I had never met him. Uzumaki Kushina asked suspiciously. Hiruzen, you go find Machin and bring him here. Uzumaki Mito said. Yes, Mito-sama. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is already a Hokage, in front of his mistress, he is still an errand. So I can only go out to find Senju Machin. I just ask and I know where Senju Machin is going, and then back to Uzumaki Mito's room with him is not only Senju Machin, but also a second-generation Hokage Senju Dobirama. Why learn Shadow Clone? Chapter 28 Why learn Shadow Clone? Hey? Grandma, what are you looking for from me? Senju Machin asked suspiciously after entering. Upanexia. Machin, tell Grandma, do you know this little girl? Uzumaki Mito asked Senju Machin to his side. I know. She belongs to the Uzumaki family like Grandma. Her name is Uzumaki Kushina. I still know that. Senju Machin replied without thinking. Why do you know her? Uzumaki Mito asked suspiciously. The second and third Hokages also looked at Senju Machin suspiciously. This is a top secret. How did he know? Shouldn't I know? Senju Machin asked dumbly, who is she, what does she do, and what will happen to her? These are already set up in Senju Machin's worldview, and knowing her is a matter of course, but, it seems. He really shouldn't have known her, even Sunin couldn't have known about her before she inherited the power of Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki/Column. Machin, even Grandpa saw her for the first time. Why do you even know her name? Senju Dobirama asked bluntly. This starts with the ability of Sharingan. Everyone knows that Sharingan can evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan, and each Mangekyo Sharingan has a skill, and my Mangekyo Sharingan's ability What am I talking about? Senju said silently. Chen suddenly stopped talking and looked at Hokage 3. Upanexia you shouldn't tell me that your eyes are Mangekyo Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the only one who didn't know about it, asked bewildered, and the other one was Uzumaki Kushina, but I don't even know what Sharingan is, let alone Mangekyo Sharingan. Little monkey, you are also a Hokage person, so you can't keep calm. Machin is indeed a Sharingan, and he is a born eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but he does not have the blood of Uchiha. Senju Dobirama said. Yes, master. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt down when he saw Senju Dobirama's natural appearance. The future heir of your Senju family actually possesses the highest profound meaning of the Uchiha family. It's strange that I can calm down. Machin, you continue to speak. Uzumaki Mito said. Oh, okay, Grandma, my eternal Mangekyo can see through a lot of things, even a little bit of the future. Maybe it has the ability to predict. I haven't studied the details. Senju Machin said very vaguely. Are you sure? You can still see a little bit of where the future is going? Senju Dobirama couldn't help asking. Very sure, she will take over the position of Grandma. Senju Machin said, pointing to Uzumaki Kushina. Hey Uzumaki Mito and the two generations of Hokage took a breath of air at the same time. This is too appalling. It's really been a long time since I've seen it, and there is still the ability to predict the future, and Senju Machin just said it. The secret that he absolutely could not have known proved it very well. 1. Pin Man. Machin, Grandpa will teach you ninjutsu, little monkey, the matter is handled well, I don't want any outsiders to know and mention about Machin. Senju Dobirama didn't say anything more, the matter is as far as it goes, the only outsider now is Uzumaki Kushina. Well, it looks like Uzumaki Kushina will be monitored and silenced in the days to come. In Senju Dobirama's eyes, Uzumaki Kushina is actually a dead person if it is not the orphan of the Uzumaki family. Outsiders who know the secret of his grandson must not keep it. Once Senju Machin's secret is exposed, it is definitely dangerous. Compared with a Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki/Column candidate and his grandson, Senju Dobirama doesn't care. And even if there is no Jinchuriki/Column force in the future, Kyubi, Nine Tails, will be honest, Eternal Mangekyo is an absolute weapon to control Kyubi, Nine Tails, which Uchiha Madara has long proven. Senju Tobirama took Senju Machin away, and Uzumaki Mito could only quietly look at himself, the last clan he might see in his lifetime. I can only hope that this girl will be strict and stop talking about today's affairs. And Sarutobi Hiruzen has been a little distracted since Senju Machin said he was Mangekyo, but Senju Tobirama's words before going out made him sober, and there are more things to do. Machin, be obedient. It's not that Grandpa doesn't teach you multiple shadow clone techniques, but that this skill is forbidden technique, you can't control it without huge chakras. Senju Tobirama is trying to persuade his precious grandson, this kid either doesn't learn, one learns the forbidden technique, either Hiraishin or multiple shadow clone. Hiraishin is fine, he is born with a little bit of talent and what he needs is talent, less chakra is fine, but multiple shadow clone is different, check carrot is not enough to learn is to commit suicide. Grandpa, don't worry, I can summon one or two shadow clone at most at a time, and there are definitely not many tricks. Anyway, let's learn it first. You can see that my chakra refining speed is still very fast, and I will definitely be able to control chakra in the future. This technique. Senju begged Emo-chan bitterly, in the future he will not be honest in class, this must be learned. Wait, let Grandpa think about it, it seems that something is not right. You said that your ninjutsu is used to enjoy life, and multiple shadow clone seems to have nothing to do with your life, you can't enjoy it with it after you learn it. You don't want to use shadow clone for anything you don't want to do? Senju Tobirama quickly got to the point. Cough, how is it possible, there is nothing I don't want to do, I refuse everything I don't want to do. Senju Machin said. It's true, no one is forcing you to do what you don't want to do, but there is one thing you refuse. Senju Tobirama looked at Senju Machin, and could be considered to have guessed what this kid was thinking. Yes. Is there? Why don't I know? Senju Machin felt cold. Machin, you listen to Grandpa very much, right? Grandpa tells you very seriously, if you dare to play truant from school, I will let Xiaogang take care of you. In terms of educating your younger brother, Grandpa still agrees with Xiaogang's approach. Yes. Senju Tobirama smiled kindly, and Senju Machin was about to cry. He couldn't stand the love education of his sister. The poor child, because he was too anxious, exposed his thoughts, and was ruthlessly rejected by the second-generation Hokage-sama. Not only did he reject it, but he also gave him a strict order to study hard and 10-10 upward. The future Senju Machin is expected to play hard with a group of children at school. School days are a kind of nostalgia. If you really want to go back, most people probably don't want to, at least Senju Machin doesn't want to. Time passed quickly. In the past few days before the start of school, Tsunade completely turned into a pet madman, and he was heartbroken for Senju Machin. For example, Senju Machin's image was ruined. Wear a loose samurai uniform and go to ninja school with a katana that is longer than everyone else. Not to mention wearing a ninja costume, you can't dress like a samurai. So Tsunade took Senju Machin around to buy the clothes he liked. In the end, Senju Machin didn't like it, so he ordered it. However, your customization is a bit low-key, and your customization is also very cool. The inside is a strong suit, and the outside is actually very low-key wearing a royal robe, which is still the royal robe of local tyrant gold. The main body is white, and there are 9 dragon pictures embroidered on it. It is embroidered with gold thread, and it looks very expensive. Tsunade, who was not short of money, saw that Senju Machin liked to order a lot of sets directly. __Teacher Madang, second update. Chapter 29 Hey, take sculptures as a teacher, second. Little brother, get up, it's the first day of school today, so you can't be late. 1. Man of, Tsunade called Senju Machin softly. This was the first time he didn't wake up this unfortunate child with a brain crash. Going to school? Are you late? Senju-machan turned over in a jerky manner and pressed his entire body on Tsunade's body. He couldn't help it, his hands were still stuck in Tsunade's clothes, and he moved too much and accidentally pulled Tsunade's clothes. Unraveled more than half. Touch. Tsunade, who couldn't bear it, was so embarrassed by Senju-machan's big move that he flicked him. Pain, pain. Senju-machan did not cover his head with his hands to call out pain, but chose a more comfortable way. He buried his head in Tsunade's chest and used better softness to relieve his injury. Brain. Little brother. Tsunade went crazy. When did this guy learn this trick? Is he acting like a spoiled child or eating tofu? Sister is really, still can't get up. If I'm late for school, it's your fault. Senju-machan squeezed Tsunade reproachfully, then took his hand out of his half-undressed clothes, ran away, and threw his breath away. The Tsunade of the drums is about to explode. Ah, damn it, Senju-machan, when you get out of school, my sister has to take care of you. Tsunade roared angrily, now it's not possible, because the school is about to start, there is no time, only pick him up after school. Small, little Taro, carrying that sword to school, not afraid of not being handsome enough, not afraid of the madness of the principal. 1. Pin Man. Ah, I sang wrong. It should be the sun shining in the sky. My sister smiled at me, and my sister said early. Early morning, why did you go to bed at school with a big sword on your back? My sister didn't know, I ran as soon as I woke up, and when I looked back, I was already home. Senju hummed a song that drove Tsunade crazy, and the check on Tsunade's forehead was annoyed. The carrot is surging, shouldn't the veins pop up? It seems that this ninja world is still awesome, and it is chakra at every turn. Little brother, elder sister is going back first. As soon as she reached the school gate, Tsunade pushed Senju-machan in and walked away without looking back. She was afraid that she couldn't help beating Senju-machan here. I can only endure for a few more hours under the grievances, and wait for a few hours for Senju to wake up in the morning and go home. Fuck, when he gets home from school, he must teach him a lesson. Ah! What's the matter with your sister, how can you run so fast? Senju-machan watched Tsunade leave in confusion, a little speechless. But thinking that his hard days were coming, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The opening ceremony of the ninja school is not as complicated as Senju-machan's original world, and the principal doesn't have much to say. After all, the principal is a part-time job of Hokage, and our third-generation Hokage is so busy, how could it be possible to chat with these children for so long, so I talked about it goodbye after 2 hours. Hello, everyone. I'm Heitake Sumao, and I was your teacher in school. After the class was divided, Heitake Sumao with a white ponytail appeared in Senju-machan's class with a warm smile. Yupanexia. Hello, teacher. All the ninja students of the Sumao class shouted. There was only one person who didn't respond. Senju, who was wearing a dragon-patterned imperial robe, stared blankly at Heitake and didn't respond. This is a person he ignored and forgotten by him. But when this person appeared in front of Senju-machan, it was definitely more shocking than the appearance of Namikaze Minato next to him. Namikaze Minato will appear in this class, which is not beyond Senju-machan's expectations, but Heitake Sumo or Heitake Ziyuyun, no matter how he is called, he has a name Konoha White Fang that is well known in the ninja world, which is Heitake 55. Forward. It's Heitake Kakashi's father, Konoha's peerless powerhouse. His appearance surprised Senju-machan, he had cage-level strength, but died of depression. In Senju-machan's mind, he was already dead. But the fact is naturally not the case. Konoha White Fang Heitake is a prosperous period at this time. In the just-ended World War II, he also killed Sasori's parents. The worthy hero of Konoha is not the one who failed in the mission and was excluded by others. But that's not the reason why you came to the school to be a teacher. At least you have to take a graduating class. The dignified Konoha Whitefang actually came to teach the little kid this. Awesome, my Konoha, you guys are too talented. In fact, what Senju-machan doesn't know is that Hatake is still related to him here. This guy also shoulders the responsibility of protecting Senju-machan. What is the most important thing about Konoha's future? Naturally, they are the future heirs. Take a look at the class of Senju-machan, not to mention Senju-machan himself, the heir of the Senju family, the absolute first brother, Narashikaku of Inoshikacho, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi are also there, and the future Kyubi, Nine Tails, people Jinchuriki / column 4 Suzumaki Kushina is naturally also not to be missed. Those who came close were the Abarame and Inyazuka families. Of course, the people from the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family that I have to mention are also there. So, Namikaze Minato is so hard. What kind of classmates are these? And he is a commoner who is simply Alexander. This classmate wearing a handsome imperial robe, do you have any opinion on me? Look at me without saying a word for a long time. Hatake asks Senju-machan. No, I just think that you are handsome, uncle, very handsome, that's all. Senju-machan came back to his senses and said. Really? Thank you for your compliment, but you should call me a teacher. Well, let's relax in the first class, let's introduce myself. My name is Hatake Sumao, what I like and what I don't like. Things I don't want to tell you, my dreams in the future interests are also varied. Let's take the lead and introduce yourself. Hatake said. Why does your sentence sound so familiar? Okay, my name is Machan, what I like is my elder sister, what I don't like is the person who hits my elder sister's mind. My dream in the future, the world is so big, I want to go with my elder sister. Take a look. Senju-machan said. As for Wei Mao, Hatake's words were familiar. It can only be said that what Hatake Kakashi said in the future must be the Hatake model, because the two said the same thing. However, Senju-machan concealed his surname, which was also for safety's sake. After Senju-machan finished speaking, everyone was silent for a while, and looked at him blankly. Your love sister's situation is a bit serious. Cough, cough, this classmate is a bit special. Tell me about this blonde-haired classmate next. Hatake looked at Namikaze Minato. Hello everyone, my name is Namikaze Minato. I like Konoha, and I don't like Konoha's enemy. My future dream is to become Hokage. Namikaze Minato, who was a little weak, said his dream, which is also a very ordinary. The dream of most people in this class is carrying this dream, so after he shouted it out, it didn't attract people's attention. Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, I like salty ramen, and hate bitter food. My dream is to be the first female Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina doesn't want to look down on the classmates, and wants to stay with the classmates impressive. So shouted a heroic declaration. The audience was silent, and everyone stared blankly at this girl who was going to be the first female Hokage. Could this girl be a fool? This is too self-sufficient. Everyone has a Hokage dream, the first one. Chapter 30. Everyone has a Hokage dream, the first one. Very good, every student is very happy to have a dream teacher who wants to be Hokage. In fact, it doesn't matter if you join Hokage improperly, what matters is whether you can work hard to realize your dream. In the process of struggle, you'll learn a lot about life philosophies, you'll grow, and you'll learn more. Makes you more fulfilling and more suitable for a good ninja. You all have a Hokage dream, and what Hokage does the most is dedication. Have you ever seen Lord Hokage laugh at his companions? No, Lord Hokage will only encourage his companions, one because his classmates have a dream of being a Hokage, and people who laugh at him, and people who laugh at others, are not destined to be Hokage, or even a good ninja. Even if you may be very powerful, but there is something missing in the character of ninjas. So please remember, students. What you have to do is not to laugh at anyone, but to help each other and realize your dreams together. Heitake Sumao is very clear about the situation of the students, but he did not blindly blame anyone and did more is to guide. Sure enough, these students are all a bunch of children after all. Although they will mature prematurely in this ninja world, their hearts are there, and they are a little thoughtful when they hear Heitake's words. Not a single one who can come here to go to school is an idiot. Heitake Sumao's words can be understood by them, it is precisely because they understand it that they think more. Although they cannot fully understand the meaning of these words now, they are destined to understand in the future. Upanexaya. Okay, write down what I just said, and now proceed to the next classmate's self-introduction. Heitake Sumao broke the silence and continued what he should do. After that, everyone made a brief self-introduction. Although some people have very strange dreams, this time no one laughed at anything, but it was so painful that I didn't dare to show it. But in the end, everyone got to know each other. Besides Emo-chen and the Byakugan child from Hyaga's family who looked weird, Uchiha with black hair and Akimichi's family who also ate snacks in class, the one who was slouching was Nara's family, and Yui's hair, yellow hair. The characteristics are relatively obvious, although the name may not be remembered for a while, but the general impression is still very deep. Today's school curriculum is very simple, and I didn't learn anything at all, but even so, Senju-machan didn't dare to sleep. He had the great dream of leaving school when he woke up. He was quite honest today, much more honest than when he saw Hokage. No way, who made his teacher actually Heitake Sumao, this is a normal teacher, this is a peerless ruthless man who kills without blood. Don't look at the kindness of the face in the classroom, and talk about the truth one by one. The lessons of history tell people that when they encounter Konoha White Fang, they can give up the task, and they can know how difficult this person is without being punished. Upanexia must know that ninjas value tasks more than life, but when they meet this ruthless man, they can give up directly. In this way, Senju-machan spent a very helpless day. He really couldn't play with a group of children, and he was not interested in playing together. Although some of these children may grow up to be beautiful women, but now Senju-machan is really disappointed. I can't think of any ideas, and I don't even want to do my favorite flirting girl. He made up his mind, let's learn Shadow Clone, at least there are more people who know Shadow Clone, and he can easily find someone to learn it. For example, Jiraiya, who has a very good relationship and owes others favors. Huh? Sister, are you here to pick me up? Senju-machan asked while looking at Tsunade. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Tsunade asked suspiciously, covering Senju-machan's forehead. I'm fine. Senju-machan said. Didn't you say you asked your sister to pick you up from school? Why would you ask such a strange thing? Tsunade asked strangely. Oh, hey, distracted, sister, let's go back. Senju-machan reacted, he just wanted to go to Jiraiya, so he was startled to see Tsunade. If Tsunade knew that he went to Jiraiya, she was about to be beaten up, she was embarrassed to go out after beating Jiraiya, didn't she just let Jiraiya have less contact with him? You actually delivered it to the door yourself, it's no wonder you didn't beat it. Thinking about things. What made our little brother so fascinated by his thoughts that even his elder sister ignored it? Could it be that he met a beautiful female classmate? Tsunade asked jokingly. Yeah. Sister is jealous? Senju-machan looked at Tsunade with a smile instead. Little devil, what are you jealous of, sister? Don't change the subject, what are you thinking about? Tsunade naturally wouldn't have been so easily diverted by Senju-machan. Do you know who my teacher is? Senju-machan asked, and he changed the subject after all. I don't know, I went back before I saw it. Tsunade really didn't know. Konoha White Fang, Heitake Sculptor. Senju Machin said the name with a very painful expression. It seemed to him that the enemy did not want to meet him, and neither did he. The devil knows how strict Heitake is. Hey, Master Sumao personally taught your class. Tsunade was also shocked. This Heitake Sumao was an existence that made them sunnin in awe. Yeah, so I feel like my school days are coming to an end. Senju Machin said. Idiot, little brother, how can you think like this? Although Lord Sumao is good at swordsmanship, it doesn't mean that his basic ninjutsu is not good, and what you need to learn is to lay a good foundation. The basic application of Lord Sumao is not much better than my elder sister. With Lord Sumao laying a solid foundation for you, you can have fun and frown? Tsunade's thinking was obviously different from Senju Machin's, and she was naturally thinking in a good way. Heitake Sumao is his own person, not an enemy. He taught you personally, but he still feels like it's over? Just don't be too happy. What you said makes sense, I have nothing to say. Senju was about to cry without tears. Tsunade really said it well. A serious student would be happy if he met Heitake, but he himself just a scumbag for the purpose of truancy, just don't want to take a good class. It would be great to have Lord Sumao to teach you a lesson. Sister doesn't have to worry that you won't study well in school. Well, sister is going to visit Lord Sumao and let him open a small kitchen for you. Tsunade took care of himself. He said something that made Senju Machin feel that it was getting dark, but he still had to open a small stove. Isn't this what the parents of Senju Machin did in the original world? I never imagined that Hokage could actually do this. You're too much of a jerk to your brother. Senju Machin watched Tsunade silently make a decision, and after he went back, he slipped out to find his brother Toad, and quickly learned Shadow Clone, otherwise it would be impossible to live. Tsunade naturally didn't know what Senju Machin was thinking. On the way back, she chose some gifts very carefully, and planned to visit Heitake Sakumo later. Tsunade was absolutely concerned about her younger brother, and said that she would never do anything. Will drag. And Senju Machin pulled his head all the way, really didn't know if his sister loved him or hurt him. Your location, yepinsya.com ____. The 31st chapter, Jiraiya taught by words and deeds. Senju Machin returned to the station. He locked himself in the room. It was said that he wanted to study hard, but when he turned around, a Hiraishin ran away. Now Konoha is full of his Hiraishin marks. He chose a place closest to Jiraiya, and then ran all the way to find Jiraiya. Upanexia. Give me Piao Kwan, hit. Just as he approached Jiraiya's wooden house, he heard Jiraiya's roar. Obviously this guy is practicing the legendary body technique, give me Piao fist. In order to be more cruel to myself, I shouted very hard, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to hit myself. After all, although this body technique can restore his appearance, the pain is still real. Cough, cough, I don't know how Brother Toad's physical training is going. Senju muttered and ran to knock on the door. Who is there? There's no one at home. Jiraiya heard the knock on the door and directly rejected the ugly. That's right, because she is too ugly now and refuses to see guests, so the ugly refused. Brother Toad, can your reason be a little bit more bullshit? No one can answer me, open the door, just me, no outsiders. Senju Machin said. Machin. Here. When Jiraiya heard it was Senju Machin, she felt like she was going to open the door. It didn't fully open, but opened a crack. After making sure there was no outsider, she put Senju Machin in. He looked like he was doing something bad. Hey? Toad brother, your physical skills have improved very quickly. You have recovered so much. Upanexia. Senju Machin looked at Jiraiya's face and said with a smile. The green is gone, the toad's mouth, the pig's nose, etc. are still there. That is, who are you Toad? Naturally, it's no longer a problem to learn martial arts. Jiraiya also followed Senju Machin's words and boasted. Yeah, since Brother Toad is so powerful, I think Shadow Clone can do it too. Teach me. Senju Machin also followed Jiraiya's words. Shadow Clone? It's not a problem. Hey, did you ask me to learn Shadow Clone? Wouldn't it be better for the second generation Lord Hokage to teach you? Lord Hokage's multiple Shadow Clone is extremely powerful. Speaking of Shadow Clone, who cares? It can be more powerful than Hokage-sama. Besides, if you want to learn, it will be more convenient for Tsunade to teach you. Why would you find me? Jiraiya asked curiously, if it is bad to learn, how can you find yourself the right person? There seems to be something wrong with this, but don't pay attention to these details. It would be too strange to say that learning ninjutsu needs to find yourself. This kid wants to learn ninjutsu and there are a lot of people who teach him actively, and it is not his turn. Jiraiya feels that there is a hole in it, so let's ask more clearly. Well, they can teach, but you can see that I'm still so young, and they don't teach so carefully. I can't understand it a little bit, so I just asked Brother Toad. After all, my sister said that you are the dumbest among them. Yes, but your ninjutsu studies are the most serious and thorough, and using your method to lay the foundation is also the best, so I came to you to learn Shadow Clone. 1. Pince ya Toad, can you teach me? Senju Machin explained. Baga. Machin, I take you as my younger brother, but you beat you Toad brother. Are you saying that your Toad brother is a stupid bird to fly first? Jiraiya said unhappily. No, how can I say that you are stupid, Toad? You see that I have learned so much from you, but none of these elder sisters. Senju Machin said seriously. Cough cough, you won't tell your sister what I taught you, will you? Jiraiya felt that the reason for her beating had been found. It is estimated that he was completely sold by Senju Machin. How is it possible? I haven't tried what you gave me. How can I tell my sister? Wait until I try to see if it works, and then tell my sister, lest my sister say that I fooled her. Senju Machin said. Stop. Stop, don't tell your sister what I teach you, my little ancestor, as long as you don't say it. Isn't it Shadow Clone? I teach you now. Jiraiya's face turned pale when she heard Senju Machin's words. Can this be said? Do you want your brother Toad to spend your next life in the hospital? Hey, good. As expected, Senju Machin smiled complacently. I can finally learn Shadow Clone. My sister no longer has to worry about my learning. In this way, Senju Machin started the learning process of the Great Road of Truancy. In order to play truancy, he studied very seriously. Jiraiya watched every action carefully and listened to every sentence carefully. For this little ancestor, Jiraiya taught Shadow Clone to stop looking for his own troubles. It was a serious and meticulous teaching, not only talking about every detail, but also demonstrating it personally, and even used his own chakra to guide Senju Machin's chakra circulation. Let him remember the running route. Ninjutsu, the technique of Shadow Clone. Senju Machin formed the Ren character seal, 2 fingers crossed on both hands, and shouted softly in his mouth. Ft. No surprise. The first attempt failed, only white smoke was seen, and no people were seen. Don't worry, take your time, you have to learn to separate your chakras. This technique is a ninjutsu developed by the second generation Hokage adults, which can create the same body as the caster, and the chakras will be equally divided into for each clone. What you need to do now is to learn to separate your chakra, otherwise the shadow clone without chakra will dissipate and turn into white smoke as soon as it leaves your body. Jiraiya said seriously. Okay, I'll continue. Senju Machin didn't expect to learn it by himself, and continued to try to control chakra. Fortunately, he was relatively good at this. Now that you know how this shadow clone is made, it won't be a problem with more practice later. So now Senju-machan's heart is relatively relaxed. When he was a child, Jiraiya stared at the two Senju-machans appearing in his house. He was speechless. He had learned the technique of shadow clone for so long, why is it so easy for Mao to get into the hands of this kid? Did you learn it in less than 3 hours? It's a pity that he didn't know there was a scumbag named Uzumaki Naruto, so he learned it after watching multiple shadow clone. But people are the protagonist, with the existence of the protagonist's halo. Cough cough, Mo-chan, it's very powerful, it can be used already, and it will be even more powerful with more practice in the future, but there is one thing you have to remember, your current chakra limit is 2 clones, and you are absolutely not allowed to score too much. If you don't have enough chakra, don't use shadow clone, I teach you that it's a trivial matter, but it can't hurt you. Jiraiya said suddenly and very seriously. Hey, Toad, thank you. Hee, so I can use shadow clone to experiment with what Toad taught me. By the way, I will leave a mark here, and it will be more convenient next time, time and space, Hiratian imprint. Alright, Toad, I'm back, let's go. Time and space, Hiratian. Senju-machan said and ran away without waiting for Jiraiya to react. Hey? Hey. Come back fuck, what are you talking about using shadow clone? Don't, Tsunade will kill me. Jiraiya feels that the future is dark, Senju-machan is a scumbag. Using shadow clone to do bad things, Tsunade would never let him go if he knew about it. Little brother, where did you go without eating? Didn't you say cultivation? The poor Senju-machan just returned to his room when he saw Tsunade there, looking at him unhappily. The price of cheating Tsunade. Chapter 33 The price of cheating Tsunade. Huh? Elder sister is here, I just went to take the time to practice what I learned today, while I haven't forgotten it, and I can eat more during the activity. 1. Pinsya Senju-machan said with his eyes rolling. Really? It turns out that my little brother is so hard-working, so it seems that he needs to eat more. Since you are so hard-working, let's practice with my sister at night. Tsunade put his jade hand on Senju-machan's body, softly said softly, as if I care about my brother very much. No need, sister, you can see that I have learned enough today, let me have a good rest at night. Senju-machan's body is a little stiff, this is the end, still special practice, but also a good practice, this is completely the rhythm of small trees not straight, and people not repairing the rhythm. Let's go to dinner first. After eating, I have to take care of you. The morning account has not yet been settled for you. You still dare to lie to my sister? Senju-machan, my sister is very solemn to tell you that you are finished. Tsunade said angrily. Sister, don't make trouble, let's go to dinner. Senju-machan took Tsunade's hand and went to dinner with an uneasy mood. The ghost knew what kind of terrifying things Senju-machan went through that night. At first, he thought that Tsunade would visit Hatake Sumao after dinner, but Tsunade told her that she had gone when Senju-machan was out. Today the time at night was all Senju's silent morning. The poor baby was loved by his sister who loved him to the extreme, and he woke up the next day with pain all over his body. Upanexia. The next day Senju-machan went to school with a tired body and mind, and was going to try shadow clone, but it was better to give up in this state, just to prevent the world from being destroyed. Well, in order to prevent Senju-machan from learning badly, Tsunade has been teaching her younger brother, who is getting more and more ignorant, to love for many days, but let's not talk about it. The effect is quite good, Senju-machan's combat power is skyrocketing. At least the ability to avoid attacks has improved a lot. Although it is inevitable to be beaten in the end, it is normal to be injured a little bit, right? In Tsunade's heart, it would be unbearable to teach Senju-machan a lesson, but under the guise of helping Senju-machan to cultivate, Tsunade also felt at ease. So it was extra hard work, and they were a bit at a loss for Senju Dobirama. When did their eldest grandson study so hard? This rhythm is not right, but it's a good thing after all, and they didn't stop the pet boy Tsunade from doing whatever he wanted to his younger brother. The hard-working Senju has been learning Shadow Clone for a long time. I haven't had a chance to use it once. It's a tragedy in the world, but today is finally good, because Tsunade has gone on a mission, and the equally hard-working Jiraiya has finally recovered. It seems that Sunin took the task and left Konoha, and Senju Machin was also relieved. I hate you, brother. You are so nasty. Uchiha Mikato, who was taking a bath in the bathroom of Uchiha Mikato's house, suddenly found that there was another person in front of him. He was about to exclaim and quickly covered his mouth. Because she found out that it was Senju Machin, so she could only replace the exclamation with anger. Upanexia. Wow, I came at the right time. Senju Machin sighed at the naked Uchiha Mikato, then hugged her and ran into her arms to enjoy. It's annoying, you must be doing it on purpose, brother. You haven't come to see your sister for so many days. Is it because Tsunade is keeping you very strict? Uchiha Mikato opened Shikai Senju Machin's clothes. This guy didn't even take off his clothes, ran into the bath. Hey, don't mention it, I'm tired of talking too much. Our elder sister, Tenten, opened a small stove for me. I am Tenten to accompany me to eat, and I have to sleep with me when I practice. Sparring. You already know the strength of my elder sister, that is simply being abused. Senju Machin was stripped of his clothes and lay in Uchiha Mikato's arms and complained. He, you must be mad at Tsunade, otherwise she wouldn't be so strict with you. Why are you free today? Is Tsunade on a mission? Uchiha Mikato asked. Well, she went out on a mission, and I slept with you at night during this time. Senju Machin said maliciously. Okay, my sister is all yours. You love it like this. But there is one thing. When you go to school, you have to go to school obediently, and you are not allowed to leave. Uchiha Mikato said with a smile, accompanied by Senju Machin. Naturally, it is good, but I still have to go to school. Hey, there are other ways to go to school. Sister Mikato, let's play something else. I haven't had a good time to relax for so many days. I'm just physically and mentally exhausted. Senju said in silence. Humph, you already know the bad idea of hitting my sister. You are not allowed to move. My sister will give you a massage first. Uchiha Mikato didn't know what the kid's idea was. If Tsunade is a forceful caress, Uchiha Mikato is definitely a gentle love. This night made Senju Machin feel comfortable. If it weren't for his small body, I don't know what he would do. But well, some things can still be done in Tsukuyomi space, and Senju Machin will naturally not stop doing it. The next day, under the stunned eyes of Uchiha Mikato, Shadow Clone ran to class. And Senju Machin continued to rely on her and fell asleep. While Senju was sleeping silently in the morning, Heitake was also preparing to start today's class. Hello classmates, what we're going to talk about today is Machin. Did you practice ninjutsu again yesterday? Heitake Sumo suddenly looked at the shadow clone of Senju Machin and asked. No, I took a day off yesterday. Senju Machin's shadow clone was suddenly asked a question, and he answered without thinking. Really? Come, attack me and let me see if you're resting. Heitake said with a serious expression. No, don't need it. Although it's shadow clone, his memory is not bad at all. Attacking Heitake? Isn't that looking for abuse? Shadow clone is also dignified, it's not good to be abused in public. Then the teacher is about to attack. Heitake Sumao said, as if you didn't hit me, I'll hit you. Then teacher, offended. Shadow clone had no choice but to attack, waiting for Heitake to attack. Even if you get hit, you will be dead. Although shadow clone is not as fragile as the clone technique, it also depends on the situation. Even if this Heitake sculptor is a light attack, it is definitely not something that shadow clone with the current strength can resist. Stay, it's better to take the initiative to attack. Maybe Heitake Sumao just let go and not fight back. It's a pity that no matter what kind of bird is used, in Heitake's serious situation, shadow clone was caught like a chicken without even catching a move. Then he was snatched up by Heitake and led outside the classroom. I'll give you half an hour to show up in the classroom, or you won't be in class in the future. Heitake said sternly. Ah! Teacher, what do you mean? Shadow clone panicked and asked. Humph! You dare to show off shadow clone even if you haven't learned it well. Heitake shattered Senju-machan's shadow clone with a flick of his finger. At the same time, Senju-machan on Uchiha Mikato suddenly woke up. Suddenly open the dual field. Chapter 34 Suddenly open the dual field. What's the matter, brother? Uchiha Mikato was watching Senju-machan sleep softly, but he found that he was suddenly frightened. Upanexia. Well, shadow clone was smashed by the teacher, it's a calf, I was discovered. Senju-machan pulled his head and said, fuck, it turns out that shadow clone was smashed and the feedback was like this, as if he felt death. Fear. At that moment, Senju-machan felt like he was shattered by Heitake. Scared him enough. What should I do then? Uchiha Mikato hurriedly asked when he heard this. It's alright, Mikato-san, don't worry, I'm just going to school. Hey, what a tragic life. Senju got up in the morning and started to get dressed. That sister will prepare breakfast for you. Uchiha Mikato also got up, exposing her beautiful figure, and put on her clothes. No need, Sister Mikato, take a rest, I'm eating on the way, the teacher told me to arrive within half an hour, it's too late. Senju-machan stopped Uchiha Mikato's movements. Okay then, go ahead. Sister is fine. Uchiha Mikato smiled and looked at Senju-machan, who was crying and sad. Why is this kid so afraid of going to school? After a 15-minute good morning kiss, Senju took a shower and ran away. Fortunately, there was Hire Shin. Didn't know he had Hire Shin, or he would never have given half an hour for so long. If you come here, you can stay safe. Since you can't escape, then you can go to class honestly. Although the students are very surprised that this guy was caught out for a long time, their attention was quickly attracted by another thing. It's because Heitake Sumao actually wants to examine their strength. Although they are all children of a few years old, there is a gap between them. Some people are already ninjas at the age of 5, while others can at most have some basic physical skills. Completely incomparable. 1. Pin Man. However, with the great god Heitake, there is no random grouping. He divided the people in the class into the next group, and the groups with similar strength became opponents, while the ones who were close to each other became one group. This can not only understand their current strength in detail, but also prevent them from being attacked. So under the auspices of Heitake Sumao, the group of young ninja students started their first duel in their lives, and Senju-machan's strength was so strong that his opponent was specially arranged by Heitake Sumao. Teacher, are you kidding me? Senju-machan frantically looked at the opponent in front of him. Is there a problem? Your strength should be no problem against Chunin's strength, right? Heitake asked rhetorically. It's not a question of strength, it's a dog. Senju-machan frantically looked at the husky who was said to have the power of Chunin in front of him. This husky was channeled by Heitake as Senju-machan. Morning opponent. Is there any problem? This is the teacher's psychic beast. Kobo is also a ninja beast with intermediate ninja strength. He has rich combat experience and is enough to be your opponent. Upanexia Heitake still doesn't know Senju Momo. What are you thinking about in the morning? It's not that Heitake can't figure it out, but Senju-machan's thinking is different from their thinking. In Senju-machan's worldview, compared with a dog, winning means better than a dog, losing to a dog means that even a dog is worse than a dog. And a tie can only show that it is the same as a dog. However, the concept of these aborigines in Hatake is different. Ninja beasts are partners who fight side by side, comrades in arms, not pets. So Hatake arranged for his psychic beast to fight with Senju-machan, just like letting his partner and Senju-machan learn from each other. Even if this partner is a dog, there is no irony at all. The main reason is that this class doesn't have Senju-machan's opponent, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Senju-machan was at a loss, should he fight or not? Win, lose, and draw. It doesn't seem to be acceptable to him. There are two options, one is to fight Kobo, and the other is that you can leave. Hatake said, he was also very strange about Senju-machan's grinding, he couldn't understand what he was going to do, but now he can when it's not scruples. Disobedient ninja students can't be asked. Come on. Senju-machan was heartbroken, if he didn't fight. Isn't that just running away without a fight in the face of a dog? How can you still be in the ninja world after this? Click here to stop, the battle begins. Hatake Sumao motioned to the two of them. Well, one person and one dog can start a duel. Wang. Wang. Husky Kobo didn't take the lead in attacking, it was keenly aware that Senju-machan was not easy, and began to circle around Senju-machan, and growled lowly. And Senju-machan didn't even look at it, as if he didn't care about Kobo at all. In fact, he really didn't care, because Senju-machan was attracted by other things at all. Just when Hatake Sumao announced the start of the duel, he suddenly received a prompt tone, saying that the duel field was on. He was completely stunned. He had never seen any other functions except to see the character layout information. As a result, a duel field suddenly popped up and stunned him, completely forgetting that he was still dueling. This human child is actually so powerful. Although this posture is casual, there is a sense of crisis everywhere, as if he will attack at any time, and his dull eyes look cute, but the hidden light in his eyes is you can't hide this experienced ninja dog from me. This kid must have some bad idea. Humph, don't think I'm being fooled. I'm a ninja dog that follows Lord Sumao, not an ordinary ninja beast. You are a liar, it's not mine. Kobo completely misunderstood the appearance of Senju-machan, but one thing he did not observe was wrong, that is the glittering light in Senju-machan's eyes, which was his excitement when he saw the specific information of the duel field. The dueling field is very simple. There are also dueling fields in the mobile game. The highest rank is Super Cage level, and the lowest is Genin. The complete ones are divided into Genin 1, Genin 2, and Genin 3. After the advanced level, it is Chunin, and Chunin is also 3 Dan ranks, followed by Jonin, Umbu, Shadow, and Super Shadow. Each is divided into 123 3 tiers. At the end of the month, the title will be given according to your current settlement. For example, the title of Jonin is Jonin, and the Shadow is the Shadow. The only difference is that the title of Super Shadow has become the pinnacle of the duel. In the duel arena in the mobile game, if you want to advance to the rank, you have to PK with your opponent. If you win, you will get points, and the accumulation of points can be promoted until the final Super Shadow 3. Although it is a systematic match, the gap is generally not too large for fairness, so your opponent will be similar in strength to you, and even a player with a higher rank than you will be matched, so it is more difficult to fight. However, even if the Shadow match reaches Genin, you will get points if you win, but it will be reduced accordingly. The dual field system in front of Senju-machan is based on this. There are also tiers. You can advance through challenges. What's more awesome is that he can challenge opponents according to Senju-machan to get points, but the opponent's strength cannot be better than Senju's. Mo-chen is low, otherwise there is no point, and the same is that this dual field also has title rewards, and the rewards are also very awesome. Genin restores 1% chakra per second within a month, Chinin restores 2% per second, Jonin 3%, Umbu 4%, Cage level is 6%, and Super Shadow restores 10% chakra per second. Just like the game, the rating is once a month, and the title is given to whatever rank you reach. This is also the reason why Senju-machan is excited, so isn't this an infinite chakra cheater? Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 34 Senju Mo the first battle in the morning. Chapter 34 Senju-machan first battle. This is not the point is the last sentence. If the rank rating reaches the title, you can obtain the right to use the chakra amount of the corresponding title. Upanexia, even if Senju-machan is just above Chinin now, but once the dual field rank reaches the Super Shadow level this month, he can have the Super Shadow Chakra volume next month. Think about Uzumaki Naruto, he is so awesome forcing, that massive chakra is indispensable. So now Senju-machan's eyes are shining brightly, completely immersed in his own YY world, unable to extricate himself. He has already seen that he has won the title of Super Shadow, and he can open the full body Susanoo indefinitely without stopping. Chakra. Brother is full in 10 seconds. If you can beat brother's chakra, you will lose. Machan. To say that Peibo didn't see that Senju-machan was distracted, if Heitake Sumao couldn't see it, then there was a ghost, so his head was full of anger. This thing is too much, distracted in the duel, injured and killed are deserved. Ah! Teacher, what's the matter? Senju-machan was awakened, and looked at Heitake Sumao in confusion. Did you know it's a duel right now? What are you saying you're doing? Heitake said angrily with a look of hating iron. I'm thinking about dog meat jelly, spicy dog meat pot, dog meat hot pot, dog meat rice noodles. I'm sorry, I don't eat dog meat, so I can only think about it. Senju-machan was talking casually, completely forgetting himself there is a dog in front of him. Wang wang wang. Go to hell. Peibo got angry when he heard that his opponent was distracted just now and wanted to cook with dog meat. No wonder it was always creepy and had a dangerous aura. It turned out that this guy had bad intentions, not the sense of danger in battle. Upanexia was so angry that it launched an attack directly. Arub, time, and space, electric light flint. Senju-machan was brought back to the duel arena by Peibo's cry, turned around and found that Peibo was almost in front of him, and quickly used the Hiraishin that came with him. Although this skill is not used for running, it is still very powerful to attack. This skill can perform continuous teleport attacks. Then Peibo was stunned, and saw Senju-machan dodging around him and constantly attacking him. The attack speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly, but fortunately, it was an experienced trainer. The ninja, relying on his perception and strength to dodge most of the attacks, and 1 or 2 hits also avoided the key points, and there is no serious problem. This is mainly because Senju-machan has no kunao in his hands, otherwise he must more wounds. Wow! Peibo was caught off guard, but it didn't mean it couldn't fight back. With 2 low growls, Peibo suddenly turned into 2, attacking Senju-machan from left to right. 2 are useless, Suten, water style, wave attack. This is the ninjutsu of the 2nd generation of mobile game Hokage, which is not available in this world. Use Suten, water style, to create a water environment, and then use the water surface to slide quickly. Suten, water style, ninjutsu, and can use water to perform other Suten, water style, ninjutsu attacks at any time. 1. After Pinuansya released this ninja, he saw Senju-machan sliding around on the surface of the water he made, looking for an opportunity to attack. Wang wang. Peibo saw a large piece of water suddenly under his feet, and he knew that he had entered the ignorant terrain. The ninja would use ninjutsu to create a position suitable for him to fight. The water was obviously the geographical advantage that Senju-machan created for him. Environment. So PAB decided to leave the area quickly. But when the two Pabos turned around and ran, Senju-machan seized the opportunity, and came to the vicinity of the two Pabos with one swipe. Sutan, water style, water spout. Senju drank silently in the morning, a water spout was formed immediately, and the two Pabos were swept into it in an instant. One of the Pabos immediately turned into white smoke and dispersed, while the other turned into a piece of wood. Nani? This ninja dog is a bit sick, and it can also blink. Senju-machan thought he was going to win, but he was actually run away by Pabo. Wow! Pabo suddenly appeared directly above Senju-machan, and at this time Senju-machan's waterspout just dissipated. Touch! Senju-machan was caught by Pabo and rolled away. Then, with a puff, it turned into a white mist and drifted away. Nani? Pabo also froze. Game over. Senju-machan's figure appeared behind Pabo, but he did not continue to attack, just put his small hand on the fur above Pabo's neck. Wow! Pabo also lowered his head, admitting defeat. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first duel and winning. Fully activate the duel arena. You can check the opponent's rank and the points obtained. Senju-machan, Chunin 3 vs Pabo, Chunin 3, get 60 points and need 40 points. Advance to Genin 2. At this time, a prompt also sounded. Genin 2? I think the lowest one seems to be Apprentice 1. Isn't there a rank of Apprentice Ninja in this system? It seems to be the same. This attribute title is all started by Genin. It seems that apprenticeship is useless. Senju-machan muttered in his heart. Right. Very good, Machan's performance is good, let's go to rest. The next group. Heitake Sumao looked at Senju-machan's performance and was also stunned. Could this kid be a monster, right? Looking at his posture, he is definitely close to Jonin's strength, this fuck. 5-year-old Jonin? Are you kidding me? More than Heitake Sumao was stunned, his class of students were going crazy, so this is his classmate? What have you done? You are using ninjutsu, ninjutsu, ninjutsu. The important things have to be said 3 times. There is no way. These little brats are stunned. To know the standard of ninja school graduation, you only need to know the 3-body technique. As a result, Senju-machan showed his classmates a face, making them doubt life. The next group, where are the people? Heitake Sumao shouted again when he saw that his classmates didn't respond, but seeing that all his students were in a state of sluggishness, he was obviously deeply stimulated by Senju-machan. Maid, we're going to start talking about psychological counseling again, Mr. Hokage, can't you change someone to lead the class? Heitake Sumao endured the urge to get stuck. Today's duel can't go on, so he can only bring his classmates with him. Go back and slowly guide, for example, explain how to work hard to be as powerful as Senju-machan. No matter how you look at Heitake, who is giving serious lectures, it doesn't look like the legendary Konoha White Fang. A perfect psychiatrist. Senju-machan didn't listen to what Heitake Sumao was talking about, it had nothing to do with him anyway. He glanced at Heitake Sumao's name. Heitake Sculptor, Normal State, Shadow 1, just a few words Senju-machan understands. This guy not only reaches cage level, but also surpasses the strength of elementary cage level in the event of an outbreak. Just like Uzumaki Naruto, not turning on Sage mode is completely different from turning on Sage mode. Therefore, Heitake Plastic Mao should also have a special method to improve his strength. It seems that every ninja does this trick. A ninja who doesn't know how to explode is not a good actor. After reading Heitake's reputation, Senju-machan is not too surprised, because in his mind, Heitake's plastic is not a cage-level ghost. He soon turned his attention to the dual arena system. Now he is still Genin 1, 60 points, according to the rules, he needs 1600 points to reach Super Shadow 1. It seems that he has a long way to go. If you want to be rated to Super Shadow this month, it seems that you have to find faults everywhere. Well, I'm looking for someone to challenge everywhere. Tiger_novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister chapter 35 Jonin capital I went there, second update. Chapter 35 Jonin went there. Heitake's spiritual counseling has played a role. It is more likely that children are more forgetful. Soon no one will pay attention to Senju-machan's pervert. Anyway, you are you, we are us, everyone after all. The big deal is not to provoke it. The classmates unanimously gave Senju-machan a label, I can't provoke it. 1. Pin Man. Senju-machan didn't bother to delay the first time after school, and went home with Hire-shin, and then hurriedly ran to find fault. He carefully looked for Chinin-san's people in Senju Jinchuriki/column. He has to challenge them and then get points. After all, the system stipulates that no one weaker than him can be found. Master, I'm still on duty. Master, would you like to challenge someone else? Please. Young master, it's not like I don't fight you. You see, I still have things to do. These documents have to be processed immediately. I was dozing off just now. That's how I'm thinking about how to get these documents, young master. Don't care about these details, you can find someone else. Young master, walk slowly. Master, don't make trouble, how dare I do something with you? No, no, absolutely not, young master, you are busy first, I will go out to buy. Master, my stomach hurts. Senju-machan quickly became mad, and finally found 7 or 8 Jin and 3 retainers, all of whom said that he had something to do. Anyway, he was unwilling to fight with himself. Machan, what are you doing? Senju Dobirama asked suspiciously when he came to Senju-machan, who wanted to go crazy. He already knew that the eldest grandson was looking for someone to challenge him when he came back, so he came to him specially asked. 1. Pin Man. Hey, I just wanted to find someone to train. My sister went out on a mission, and no one practiced with me. Senju-machan's reason naturally came casually, and there was no flaw. Are you sure? Senju Dobirama is very suspicious. When did this kid work so hard? Grandpa, there is nothing certain about this, what I said is the truth. Senju-machan said. In this case, Grandpa will guide you personally. Senju Dobirama was very happy that Senju-machan was sensible and took the initiative to practice, so he decided to teach himself. Udanti. Senju-machan looked at the big super shadow behind Senju-machan's name and it hurt, so don't waste time. Huh? Why not? The third generation of Hokage was taught by grandfather, can't he teach you? Senju Dobirama asked. What I don't need is combat experience. You can see that I have a lot of ninjutsu skills, but I can't do it in actual combat, so I need a challenge. I can't play against you at all. A slightly taller opponent than me. Senju-machan said. Okay, it's rare for my eldest grandson to be sensible. Grandpa arranged it for you. You said who you want to practice with, and Grandpa will find it for you. Senju Dobirama is very relieved. It seems that the grandson really wants to study hard. Well, in this ninja world, strength is supreme, and the Senju family relies on absolute strength to traverse the ninja world. 1. Pin Man. In the days that followed, many people in Senju Jinchuriki/column were arrested and used as sparring trainers. The family adults ordered them. These people who were selected by Senju-machan couldn't escape. Their daily task was to accompany Senju-machan after school. Training, of course, is not completely dual, but also includes some other things. After all, Senju Machin doesn't have so much chakra and physical strength to continue dueling. In order to cover up, he will do some other things, such as absorbing the combat experience of these ninjas. Senju's retainers are all elite ninjas who have been on the battlefield. They all have their own combat experience on the battlefield, and Senju Machin spends more time listening to them explain these details and some ninjutsu skills. The backbone of the ninja world is actually these ninjas. After all, there are too few Jonin and Kage level, and the strength of Genin is too poor, But it's not absolute. There is a word about Genin, that is, don't mess with the Genin of Konoha, especially the kind of eternal Genin, otherwise you don't know how to die, such as a guy who became the 7th Hokage. He's still a Genin, and did not pass the Chunin exam according to the normal procedure. But in any case, Senju Machin's actions made Senju Tobirama very satisfied, and he felt that his grandson was sensible, so he shouldn't need to worry about it. But he quickly retracted his thoughts. Because this guy is going to challenge Jonin. The angry Senju Tobirama has a heartache. This Jonin and the elite Jonin are completely different things. Jonin is the elite ninja of various countries. It is the backbone of a ninja village, and they stand at the apex of the ninja army with the wisdom and bravery of the penultimate. Konoha Jonin stands out in particular. The strength of every Jonin in Konoha should not be underestimated. You wait for your sister to come back. Senju Tobirama said. Why? Senju Machin asked suspiciously, isn't it just to challenge Jonin? Why are you waiting for my sister to come back? The Senju family's Jonin are all scattered around the Fire Country, and Konoha doesn't stay behind. The only one is Zayazun. If you want to challenge Jonin, go find her. Senju Tobirama said. Noyunti it? Then can I find another Jonin to challenge? Senju Machin was stunned. There is no Jonin at home. It seems that there is indeed no, and there is no need to stay in Jonin. The two Chaoying at home are there, and no one dares to offend. Are you going to expose yourself? Senju Tobirama asked, staring at Senju Machin. Okay, Grandpa, then I'll learn ninjutsu with you. Senju Machin is also honest, although his strength has successfully reached Jonin after this period of time, but he is also a newcomer to Jonin, and he is not qualified for The World is Shaking. If you are assassinated by some dead pervert, you should keep a low profile. It's fine for Senju Jinchuriki/column. It's not good to be exposed. That's right. Senju Machin has been challenged constantly during this period of time, and he has absorbed a lot of combat experience, and has successfully reached Jonin 1, which is why he wants to challenge Jonin, however. Now it's gone. It seems that this month can only evaluate Jonin, which seems to be enough. Jonin's chakra recovery rate of 3% per second seems to be very good. That's right, don't be discouraged, Xiaogang and the others should be back soon. You can also practice against Xiaogang and the three of them when the time comes. They are much better than the average Jonin. Senju Tobirama said. Okay, Grandpa, I'm going to rest first. I'll find you to practice tomorrow. Senju Machin said hello and ran away. He also complained in his heart, Jonin is indeed Jonin, but the gap between Jonin and Jonin is also very big. Like the Jonin one he's going to challenge, Tsunade can hang a bunch. In other words, Tsunade can hang Senju Machin. It can't play the role of increasing points in the duel field at all. You will be beaten, don't be too miserable. Huh? Brother, why are you here so early today? No training? Uchiha Mikato looked at Senju Machin in a strange way, and came early. Well, my strength has improved. The people in my family are either not as good as me, or they are too strong, and there is no suitable opponent. The training is of little significance. Senju Machin said. Hey? Brother, your strength has reached Jonin? Uchiha Mikato quickly thought of the crux of the problem. He, amazing, right? Senju sighed silently. It's amazing, even better than my elder sister, who hasn't even reached Jonin yet. Uchiha Mikato's beautiful eyes were full of love, and he was very happy for his little man. Farewell to the single days. Chapter 36 Farewell to the single days. Sister Mikato, let me ask you a question, what do you think Uchiha Fugaku's strength is now? Hearing Uchiha Mikato mentioning his strength, Senju Machin suddenly had a flash of light, and it seemed that he had a very good opponent, and this opponent, if you lose, you will definitely not reveal the matter. The Uchiha family has lost the battle, or lost to a kid. It must be shameless to publicize it. Yupanexiaso. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku is a good dual object. Uchiha Fugaku. Although my sister has never seen it before, it is said that the three Tomo Sharinan have awakened, and their strength is not bad even if they are not the elite Jonin. Brother, you also know the Sharinan of our Uchiha family. Open eyes and closed eyes are completely different, especially there are already three Tomo, at least Jonin or above. Uchiha Mikato said seriously. Looks like it, he. I found a new toy. Senju Machin laughed wickedly. Brother, don't do anything, you're not looking for a duel with Uchiha Fugaku, are you? Seeing Senju Machin's expression, Uchiha Mikato still knew what this little lover was thinking. Sister, you forgot, others may be afraid of Sharinan, but I'm not. His demonic illusion is useless to me, and his Sharinan has no advantage in front of me, so it is no different from ordinary Jonin. If he relies on Sharinan alone, if the strength of a Jonin reaches that of a Jonin, it may not be able to catch up with the strength of an ordinary Jonin without Sharinan. Senju Machin said. Well, having said that, but don't mess around. Yupanexia Uchiha Mikato was still a little worried. I know, I don't want him anymore, he, dear sister Mikato, it's hard to take a day off, let's do something we love. Senju Machin put his hand into Uchiha Mikato's collar with a smirk, and then pulled down. It's annoying, you didn't make fun of your sister that day. Uchiha Mikato hugged Senju Machin, making it easier for him to untie his clothes. Today's Senju Machin's strength has reached Jonin, and Tsukuyomi feels a lot easier to open. I opened the Tsukuyomi space twice in a row, and once for 72 hours, I spent more than 100 hours in the Tsukuyomi space with Uchiha Mikato, all kinds of indulgence. Unlocking various postures, this is the first time for such a long time, although the body is not tired, but mentally Uchiha Mikato almost did not collapse. That continuous pleasure affected her real body. Brother sister, I can't do it anymore, I can't come again. Uchiha Mikato said weakly, she is not a child of Senju Machin, she has reached the age, she has all the reactions she should have, mentally it was exciting and brought a sense of reality. She had been here many times, and she couldn't bear it. Okay, actually, I feel like I can start Tsukuyomi once, he. Senju Machin felt that his energy was very strong, and his body was also full of heat, as if something was going to break out of the body and needed to vent. But seeing Uchiha Mikato's weak appearance, he could only temporarily stop. 1. Pin Man. Brother, take my sister to the bathroom. It's so dirty. Uchiha Mikato said softly. Yeah. Although he's small, it doesn't mean he lacks strength. Uchiha Mikato's petite yet plump body, Senju Machin, still hugs him, but the style of the painting is a little discordant. Because Uchiha Mikato needs to regain his strength, Senju Machin does it for him when he takes a bath, but with Senju Machin's actions on Uchiha Mikato, he feels more and more that something is wrong with him. Younger brother. Uchiha Mikato suddenly looked at Senju Machin in surprise. Huh? Sister Mikato, what's wrong? Senju Machin asked. Your bad things have hit your sister. Uchiha Mikato is familiar with that feeling, and has experienced it many times in Tsukuyomi space, but this is reality. How could the real Senju-machan suddenly become bigger? It's definitely not for kids. What the hell? Senju-machan was still wondering why Uchiha Mikato would say this at first, but it wasn't that he had never touched it before, so he was surprised, but when he looked down, he was instantly stunned. This is big. Too much. Brother, why is this happening? Uchiha Mikato asked cutely. I'm going. It must be that Mikato is too attractive, she couldn't help but transform in advance. Senju-machan was excited. It's impossible not to be excited. This happiness. Sexual happiness came too suddenly. Brother Yuo, what are you doing? Uchiha Mikato wanted to ask something else, but it was strange that Senju-machan could bear it. He used to be too young, now it seems to be possible before it changes back. Right? Go. Senju-machan's answer was simple and clear, and the purpose of his actions was also clear. No, brother, you're too young to mess around. Uchiha Mikato turned Yui's face, and then rejected Senju-machan. No way, my brother is not too young. Senju-machan said. The two of them were not talking about the same thing. No elder sister means yes brother, don't bad guy. Uchiha Mikato wanted to refuse and greeted him because he didn't have much strength to resist and could only let some slut go. Recklessly. Ding, congratulations on getting Uchiha Mikato's blood, getting Uchiha's bloodline bonus, fire attribute power increased by 100%. Sherry non-pupil power increased by 50% permanently. At that moment, I suddenly remembered a sound, but Senju-machan this at that time, he was not in the mood to pay attention to any prompts or not. His farewell to virginity was the most important thing. No one knows what happened at Uchiha Mikato's house, and no one will believe what a 5-year-old child can do if they say it, but the two parties didn't plan to let others know. Senju-machan's pain in the ass is that Uchiha Mikato is indeed too weak. He is not satisfied yet, she will die first. If she knew it would be like this, Senju-machan would not start how to break Tsukuyomi. No matter how good Tsukuyomi is, it's all fake, this. It's real. Looks like something was prompted yesterday. Senju woke up very early the next day, refreshed, and he felt cute. He suddenly remembered the prompt and flipped through his attribute panel. Name, Senju-machan, taken by Senju Dobirama. Age, 5 years old. Race, descendants of the dragon, blood awakening. Sex, male. Hobbies, female. Pet psychic beasts, panda, slug, mirage. Chakra affinity, water, 300, fire, 400, earth, 100, thunder, 100, wind, 100, yin and yang, 0%, wood, 0%. Time and space, 300%. Ninjutsu, Sutten, water style, water dragon bite, time and space, lightning flint, etc. Looks like, there's more bloodline awakening? Could this be the reason why my brother is like this? The dragon's bloodline made my brother mature precociously? And my hobby has also become a woman. Fuck, it was unknown before. Are you afraid that my brother's orientation is not normal? The fire element has become 400%? What the hell, brother's little fireball is 4 times bigger than others. It's amazing my talent. Sister Mikato's first blood has increased the fire element. If it's my sister's, will it be? Turn on Mokutan, wood style. His Senju closed his eyes and thought about something, and recently showed an unintelligible smile, as if he was thinking something bad. Tiger_novel building_kaha_ reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 37 Tsunade returns is it good or not? Second. Chapter 37 Tsunade's return, okay. Second. When Uchiha Mikato woke up, Senju-machan had already gone to school. She was so tired yesterday, she had been asleep in the morning. She didn't even know when Senju-machan left, but when she got up weakly, she saw the little Madara on the sheets after the plum blossom. Yui fluttered her face with a happy smile. She belonged to him after all, not only his sister Mikato, but also his woman. 1. Pinman completely belongs to his woman. Machan, you laughed so strangely today, what happened? Namikaze Minato, with blonde hair and a warm smile, came to Senju-machan and asked strangely. Namikaze Minato lived a good life at school, although he was a commoner ninja family, but because of Heitake's guidance, there is no obvious discrimination, but he has a particularly good relationship with Senju-machan, which is naturally Senju-machan wants to befriend him. He is also worth it. Senju befriended in the morning. Isn't it weird? No. I think it's okay. Senju-machan naturally knew why he was laughing, and he was laughing very cheaply. He couldn't help it. Now his mind was full of those rippling thoughts. Only ghosts. Seriously, if I can't beat you, just your smile, I really seem to beat you. How can a person laugh like this, dang? Yamanaka Inoichi, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up, apparently hearing Namikaze Minato conversation with Senju-machan. Come on, I'll give you one hand. Senju-machan hooked his hand. Humph, boring. Yamanaka Inoichi turned her face away and looked out the window. Upanexia. Well, I need to beat you even more. I really want to beat you. Uzumaki Kusina couldn't help but complain. She thought she was straight, and Kabuto couldn't stop talking. What to say? Oh, is it really that bad? Senju-machan rubbed his face and asked. Yes. A dozen answers sounded together, and even Akimichi Choza, who was eating, put down his food, and Narashikaku, who was dozing lazily, spoke together. Hee, it looks like you didn't feel the fear of being dominated by me. Come on together, I'll give you a chance to beat me today. Senju-machan jumped to the front desk and said to his classmates. Okay, let me ask for advice on the strength of Lord Machan. A voice sounded coldly behind Senju-machan. I don't know after class, and I didn't listen carefully. Minato quickly went back to his seat. Choza-san, hurry up and stop eating. Shikaku boy, you too, don't sleep all the time, you can't listen carefully. What are you looking at? I didn't see Sumao. Are the teachers here? Teacher, please, I'm back to my seat, hee, don't bother. Senju-machan justly changed the topic, then flashed back to his place, and returned the podium to the person who just came in. Hey, take plastic Mao. All the classmates wanted to vomit blood because of Senju-machan's words. Don't change your attitude too quickly. Are you really good like this? Okay, class, today. Upanexia. Heitake didn't bother to pay attention to Senju-machan's 180-degree change in attitude and started his normal teaching, but silently wrote a note to Senju-machan. This guy looks like it still needs personal governance, otherwise it will be too arrogant. 10 days are over. Senju-machan has classes during the day, and secretly stays at Uchiha Mikato's house at night to be happy. Don't be too comfortable. The only thing that's uncomfortable is that he didn't find a chance to play with Uchiha Fugaku. The dual field is still a jonin, no change. But to his delight and a little disappointment, Tsunade was finally back. I am happy that my sister is back, and I am unhappy that my sister is back, so I can't go and flirt with Uchiha Mikato. So Senju-machan's expression is a little tangled. Hey, little brother, why do you look like this when you see my sister coming back? Tsunade looked at Senju-machan, who was returning home, dissatisfied. Seeing that my dear sister didn't give me a warm hug, forget it. What is this tangled little expression? Meaning? Well, sister, you're finally back. I thought I was dreaming. That's great. Senju-machan realized in an instant, and he thought about the countermeasure in a second. Then he jumped straight onto Tsunade, hanging his hands around her neck, and wrapping his legs around her waist. The whole person rested on Tsunade. "Is that right, miss my sister?" Tsunade happily kissed Senju-machan's face and forehead many times before he said, "Thinking about it, no matter how much you think about it, it's not enough." Senju-machan took the opportunity to kiss Tsunade's face, but the purpose of his kiss was not simple. "It's annoying, that's enough, don't kiss my brother," Tsunade said. "One last time," Senju-machan said and kissed Tsunade's delicate lips. Tsunade stared at Senju-machan with wide eyes, forgetting to respond for a while. He, soft, my sister's lips are so comfortable," Senju-machan said, pretending to be an ignorant child. "You, come down. Let's go to dinner first. My sister wants to check your recent training results. The second grandpa said that your strength has improved very fast, and you need Jonin to accompany you." Tsunade snorted, and didn't care about Senju's kiss in the morning. His lips, but changed the subject. Elder sister, take me there. As for the sparring thing, keep calm. My elder sister is tired from the task, so let's take a good rest for a few days." I'm not in a hurry." Senju-machan's face turned pale. "The days of sexual happiness are gone, so why do you still need to cultivate? These days are really impossible to pass." You just laughed when my sister was a sparring trainer in person, and you dared to refuse. Don't even think about it. It is said that you trained very hard when your sister was away, and you wanted to be lazy when your sister came back. Do you not want your sister to come back?" Tsunade said, slightly asked reproachfully. "God, my dear elder sister, you can kill me." Senju-machan felt that he was wrong, and the mistake was to reason with a woman for Mao. "Isn't this uncomfortable? Especially this woman is Tsunade, she needs strength, charm, and charm. Either or not." Little brother, would you rather die than accompany your sister?" Tsunade's eyes began to flicker. "Don't talk, kiss me." Senju-machan felt the deep fear from Tsunade. What he said to his classmates during the day came true. He felt the fear from his sister's domination. "Kiss you big bastard." Tsunade angrily hugged Senju-machan and went to dinner. Naturally, the sparring at night could not escape, but Tsunade and gratified to find that Senju-machan has greatly improved in the use of ninjutsu, fighting skills, or adaptability to the enemy, which fully meets the requirements of a jonin. In particular, Tsunade also tested his ability to adapt to the battlefield. Tsunade was very satisfied with Senju-machan's answers. It seems that Senju-machan really didn't slack off during the time she was away, but Tsunade also felt it. Pressure. Senju-machan is only 5 years old now. What if he is 10 years old? At that time, was he no longer his opponent? This is not what Tsunade wants to see. As a sister, she has to have the responsibility of her sister, and naturally she has to protect her younger brother. How could she be surpassed by her younger brother so quickly? So Tsunade not only accompanies Senju to train in the morning, she also secretly starts to squeeze her potential. She has to be stronger and maintain her image in her brother's heart. So the hard days of Jiraiya and Orochimaru are coming. Tsunade's sparring partner is naturally looking for them, and they have to improve their strength. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 38 Tsunade is excited. Chapter 38 Tsunade is stimulated. The first. Training is training. After training, it is normal to take a tired body to warm Izumi to relieve fatigue. Tsunade has never been shy about this, and the same is true today. Naturally, he pulled up Senju-machan and went to the bath. But Senju-machan thought about bathing with Tsunade for a while, thinking about the beautiful body under Tsunade's training clothes, and his body had an inexplicable impulse, and then 1. Product man. Dare not go in. Little brother? Tsunade called out strangely when he saw Senju-machan standing still at the door of Wen Izumi's room. Ah! Senju-machan mechanically raised his head to look at Tsunade's delicate face, and then he moved even more and didn't dare to move rashly. Why are you standing? Come in, Tsunade said. What sister? I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. You should wash first. I'll go back to my room first. Senju-machan said. Huh? Tsunade, Senju didn't stay with him one day, and then he was a little lost, and then there was endless doubts. Is there anything more important in this kid's heart than bathing with his sister? Hey. Hee. Sister, you rest early, I'll go first. Senju-machan smiled dryly and prepared to flash. Stop, little brother, what's the matter? Did someone bully you? You have an injury you don't want your sister to see? Tsunade stopped Senju-machan and asked. Cough, how is this possible? 1. Pinsya, I'm not afraid that you will see me being bullied, but I'm afraid that you will see my big thing that can already bully people. What Senju-machan said was completely different from what he thought. Then tell me what is so important to you. And don't rest with my sister at night? Tsunade asked. Well, it seems like it's okay to do it tomorrow. Let's go, of course, it's important to be with my sister. Senju-machan is heartbroken. Heck, this is what you want, not your brother's will. If you feel anything discordant, don't blame brother for not hiding it well, it will scare you. It's weird. Tsunade murmured and took Senju-machan to the bathroom. He naturally took off his training clothes and went into the water just wearing Tsunade, and Tsunade's plump figure was Tsunade's. It can be completely blocked. Senju was lusting after watching it for a while, especially recently with Uchiha Mikato. He has been having sex with Uchiha Mikato. Some aspects of his awakening are a bit unbearable. It's the same, now I can't do anything. Little brother? What are you doing? Why are you going into the water with your clothes on? Tsunade asked suspiciously. Isn't my sister wearing clothes too? Senju-machan found a very strong reason for himself. You don't wear clothes if you have the ability. Little brat, you're bold, my sister is not afraid of you kid peeking. Tsunade complained. I'm also afraid of being seen by you. 1. Pinsya, Senju-machan said naturally, there must be something wrong with this sentence before, he has never been seen, touched, or even washed by Tsunade, but now it is different. Can it be the same after growing up as before growing up? What are you talking about, you little sister with small arms and legs haven't seen anything, take it off quickly, and my sister will help you wash it. Tsunade naturally began to help Senju-machan undress. Sister, that's what you said. Senju-machan didn't care. Sooner or later, he would have to face it. If he knew better, maybe he could enjoy special treatment in advance. This Tsunade took off Senju-machan's clothes naturally, and then looked at Senju-machan's body naturally, what was hiding, and then it was more natural when he saw the behemoth, he naturally screamed, thinking that it was wrong, and naturally covered his mouth, and then naturally he wanted to ask something in doubt. What's wrong? Senju-machan asked suspiciously. You little brother, your Tsunade asked, pointing to Senju-machan's indescribable replacement. After the strength was improved, my dragon bloodline was awakened. This was influenced by the bloodline of the descendants of my dragon. So it's not my fault. Senju-machan found a reason for himself. The world of Hokage has a strange bloodline. Strange, is it okay for multiple dragon bloodlines to awaken? Anyway, you don't know the specifics, just make up. Dragon bloodline? By the way, little brother, you have said that you are a descendant of the dragon, brought to this world by the water dragon of the second grandfather. But this, This is too much, you are only 5 years old, okay well, it's almost 6 years old, but what kind of blood are you? Tsunade was speechless, which made her face her favorite younger brother in the future, no matter how small, it's normal, but now she was a little psychologically unacceptable to bathe and sleep together. I don't know. Although I have some inherited memories, those are all ninjutsu and survival skills, and I have no relevant knowledge of my own clan. Now I only know that it is the change brought about by the awakening of my bloodline, which can further enhance my skills. Strength. Senju Machin said. This can also enhance your strength. Tsunade was quickly led by Senju Machin to focus on strength, which is the most important thing in the world. In particular, Tsunade was most concerned about Senju Machin's strength, and she didn't want anything to happen to Senju Machin. Well, our descendants of the dragon have the blood of the dragon, so with the growth of strength, they will enter the physical precocious puberty in advance, and our blood has a feature that we can improve our strength through the double cultivation of yin and yang with our beloved. This is also to prevent us from it is necessary to die before they grow up, so most of our descendants of the dragon are very young and have strong strength because of the bloodline. Senju Machin said with a serious face. Are you telling the truth? Tsunade was completely stunned. There is still such a race in the world, and how could he be able to improve his strength with people? Don't take it too far, okay? Sister, how could I lie to you about this kind of thing? Senju Machin said seriously, he really didn't lie, it's a fact that he can improve his strength. So Tsunade couldn't see any sign of deceit in Senju Machin. Wait a minute, you didn't bathe with my sister and rested together at night, is it because of you? You tell me honestly, have you and your sister Mikato already what? Tsunade suddenly opened his mind. Thought of a very serious problem. Sister, I'm sorry. At that time, my bloodline suddenly awakened. I couldn't hold back and did something sad to my sister with Mikato. Actually, I wanted to be with my sister in the first place, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Senju Machin apologized as if I was wrong and I was guilty. Tsunade heard that the whole person fell into the water in a daze, and fell into a daze. Ah! Sister, what's wrong with you? Senju quickly picked up Tsunade in fright and looked at it. You don't touch me. Tsunade now felt beaten and powerless, as if her most beloved thing was missing. Sister, I'm sorry, I love you. Senju Machin said and kissed Tsunade directly, and Tsunade also foolishly didn't know whether to resist. Tiger_novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 39 Tsunade selection A compromise. Chapter 39 Tsunade chose to compromise. It's been half an hour, Senju Machin has kissed Tsunade for half an hour, Tsunade has been staring at him for half an hour, as if lost his spirit, but her white and tender skin is starting to become more and more moist, obviously it is. The mouth says no, but the body is very honest. 1. Product man. I didn't seem to say no, anyway, that's it, don't care about these details. And Senju Machin doesn't care, coaxing people or something, it's better to be practical, it's better to behave with actions. It may finally be that Senju Machin's love has reached Tsunade's heart, or it may be that Tsunade suddenly thinks about it, and instead hugs Senju Machin with his backhand, hugs him tightly, and also responds to his kiss. After a long time, Tsunade cried, and tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. Sister, please, don't cry, okay, my heart will break. Or I will take out my broken heart because of your crying and give it to you, please don't cry. Senju Machin, kissing Tsunade's tears, said. Tsunade didn't respond, but her beautiful eyes were full of complicated emotions looking at Senju Machin. I'll take it as your agreement, Ten-Fist Sword. Senju Machin raised his right hand, a burst of flames flashed, a flaming tachi appeared in his hand, and then he stabbed himself with the tachi in his backhand. Chest. don't. Tsunade grabbed Senju-machan's small hand at the last minute, preventing him from advancing an inch, and also blocked the 10-fist sword that was about to break open his chest. 1. Pin Man. Sister, I just want to tell you that I love you and I will give everything for you. Senju-machan said seriously. But what if your sister died? Are you going to leave your sister alone? Tsunade cried out in tears. No, I want to accompany my sister for the rest of my life. Sister, please stop crying. Senju-machan hurriedly took the opportunity to coax. Hey, little brother, my sister is in a mess right now, and she doesn't know what to do. Tell her, how should she face all this? Tsunade stared blankly at Senju-machan, she wanted to know the answer. You don't leave me, I don't leave you, we will always be together, now we are brothers and sisters, when I grow up, I will marry my sister and be my wife. Senju-machan said seriously. Be a sister and brother now, and you will marry me in the future, is this really okay? Tsunade didn't know why his heart was full of sweetness, so he wanted to agree directly. Why not, we have to be together forever. Senju-machan said. Well, little brother, elder sister promised you that you can be with you for the rest of your life, and now you can be sister and brother, but elder sister's marriage to you, elder sister has never thought about it, so elder sister needs time to think about it. Think. Tsunade's attitude also calmed down, but he was still confused and didn't know how to deal with it. Okay. Senju-machan didn't expect Tsunade to suddenly accept such a big change, but when the seed was planted, it would depend on his own ability when it took root, but he still had confidence in himself. 1. After all, Tsunade can no longer maintain that pure brotherhood in his heart, with a little guidance. It seems that life is not too comfortable. Little brother, can you not get so close, you're bad guy, Tsunade said suddenly with a UI face. My elder sister also said she wanted to help me wash it. Did my elder sister not want me because of this? Senju-machan said in a lost voice. But Thisho, can this make my sister so embarrassed? Tsunade was even more dizzy. It's just a little bigger, it's okay to spend some water and soap, Senju-machan said. Idiot, is it about the water and soap? I think you did it on purpose. You need to clean it up. Okay, I see, sister, me sister just washes it for you, but you can't have any bad thoughts? Otherwise sister is going to be angry. Tsunade finally gave in and actually washed Senju-machan. Okay, he. Senju-machan took it back with a smirk, but he forgot that he still had the 10-fist sword in his hand, and Tsunade had already taken hers away, but the 10-fist sword was straight into Senju-machan's chest. Ah! Little brother. Tsunade was mad. Her little brother was probably the first person who stabbed herself without wanting to commit suicide. What's wrong? Senju-machan asked suspiciously. The movements in his hands didn't stop, and he directly sent the entire 10-fist sword into his body, as if nothing was wrong at all. Are you okay? This 10-fist sword? Tsunade asked dumbly. The 10-fist sword is definitely real, but why is he okay? The 10-fist sword is a part of me. It is summoned from the body and can be put back. It won't hurt me. Senju-machan said naturally. How could the props in the game hurt himself or even his teammates not? So the same is true for the 10-fist sword that came through. Ah, damn, you were lying to my sister just now, why would you let my sister see your broken heart? Tsunade was angry. Don't talk, kiss me. Senju-machan couldn't hear well, so scared that he quickly blocked Tsunade's mouth to prevent her from continuing to talk. Of course he used his mouth to block it. Tsunade was in a dazed state, hugged Senju-machan again and responded. She already liked this feeling a little bit after the kiss for an hour ago. Although it shouldn't feel like this, but in her heart that full of joy completely made her sink involuntarily. Senju-machan was very upset. Tsunade came back, not only did not affect his sexual well-being with Uchiha Mikato, but made him even happier, because Tsunade acquiesced to the relationship between Senju Machin and Uchiha Mikato, but sometimes at night, he would offer to let Senju be silent. Morning to go to Uchiha Mikato to stay overnight because Senju Machin said that double cultivation can increase his strength, so although Tsunade is very tasty, in order to make his younger brother stronger, he can only let him go, and other girls are committed to their younger brother, and it is not very good to be left out in the cold. After all, she is also her own sister-in-law, possibly a rival. Anyway, Senju Machin's little days were not too comfortable, but Tsunade and his training were also stricter. Senju Machin has gone to train with Sunin because of the rapid increase in strength. Although he can't win, he is still very satisfied with Senju Machin's improvement in skills. Each of these Sunin has their own characteristics, and his strong learning ability is naturally fully utilized. Senju Machin will do a very important thing in addition to training, and that is to place a Hiraishin mark outside Konoha. At first, he sneaked out of Konoha, placed a Hiraishin mark outside, and then flew directly to this mark the next day. The position of the mark, and then run from the mark's position to the periphery to mark another one. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Senju Machin's Hiraishin mark has been placed farther and farther, and he has reached the border of the country of fire, and he can also appear at the border of the country of fire at any time. This is not for fun, but to find a partner. He wants to find opponents from other countries, and then upgrade his dual field title. Since the end of the month was approaching, he felt that a Jonin title was not enough. Go to the country of thunder to find a sparring partner. Chapter 40. Go to the country of thunder to find a sparring partner. Konoha time. Upanaxaya. No matter what time it was broad daylight anyway. Senju Machin went to accompany Uchiha Mikato under the guise of getting an answer from Tsunade, and a Hiraishin ran away. It was rare to have a rest. The unfortunate country of Lei, there is no way, he is going to challenge, not kill. Seriously, he is not mentally prepared to kill himself. After all, he is a modern youth in the 21st century, killing or something, still can't go on hands, and the strong body of Lei's Higuo is very suitable for his challenge requirements, because they are resistant to beatings. Ninjutsu, even the technique of changing clothes. The dragon-patterned imperial robes he wears are not suitable for combat. Senju Machin decisively changed into a low-key samurai uniform, and brought a big sunglasses to block his special Xingmuo, and then struttingly walked on the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. At this time, the Second Ninja War had just ended, and there were still powerful ninjas left behind on the border, and there were many Jonin among them, and these Jonin were Senju Machin. Next target. Hey, who is that over there? Go and call your family out. Senju Machin shouted to a corner, where there was a Chunin spy from the Land of Thunder, but unfortunately he couldn't hide it from Senju Machin and was discovered by him. Nani? You're a little kid yourself, and you want me to go home and call the adults. Let's fight, but after all, you are a well-trained ninja, and it doesn't matter because of Senju Machin's shouting, only when it's this little bastard who has nothing to do. Bullying a child is not what a Chunin should do, even if this kid doesn't know where he came from. Hey, where is your family? Go, let your family know that the ninjas from the Land of Dragons will come to challenge. 1. Pinsia, Senju Machin said. The country of Taki? The country of Taki came to us to challenge? Are you crazy? Whose child are you? Call your adults to come over by yourself. But he would be mistaken, taking the country of dragons in the mouth of Senju Machin as the country of Taki mixed between the country of fire and the country of earth. Don't say that the translation of Japanese dragon and Taki is different, here is to be so willful. You little brat has no right to speak. Go and call your family. Sutton, water style, wild water wave. Senju Machin launched a C-rank ninjutsu attack. This skill is not very lethal but just spit out water waves. The enemy just washed away. Nani? The ninja of the Land of Thunder never imagined that this kid would actually be able to ninjutsu, and a person who didn't realize that the bureau was really rushed out of the way. Hurry up and call your lord to come over, Yuchin, and don't waste time. This lord is here to challenge, call your jonin to come over. Senju Machin said. Wait. Chunin from the Land of Thunder looked wrong at first glance. It seemed that this was a little monster from there. Soon a jonin from the Land of Thunder will lead the team over. When he received the news, he was also very stunned. Well, why did a kid come to challenge? When did Taki no country also hang like this? Do you want to be so arrogant to fly? Little devil, what are you doing? Jonin, the Land of Thunder, shouted. 1. Pin Man. Hey, there's really a jonin here. That's alright, it's you, me. Jonin in the Land of Dragons, yeah challenges you. Lu Xiaobu said that he must have a trumpet when he goes out. Senju Machin is very I also got myself a cool trumpet. I am yeah, and my grandfather is here. Just ask if you guys from the Kingdom of Thunder are afraid. No? Taki country jonin? Even a little kid dares to call himself jonin? Your Taki country is so arrogant now? Even our Thunder country dares to offend? Tsukichi was a little bit dumbfounded. He felt that he was with a is it too neurotic for children to talk so much? What is arrogant and not arrogant? I am the most powerful being in the country of dragons. I joined the WDO to practice today, looking for opponents to challenge and prove myself. Why? Don't you accept the challenge? Senju asked Machin. He, the little devil who needs to be cleaned up. I, Jonin Zuoiki, the Kingdom of Thunder, accept your challenge. Don't worry, I will only teach you a lesson for your family. Tsukuru said with a smile, and then pulled himself out of double knives. Hey, come on. Wu, Chen, Doton, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Senju Machin took the lead in launching the attack. Sutin, Water Style, can't be used indiscriminately. This group of pervert-s Thunder Ninja. I'm not afraid of lightning strikes, but I'm afraid. Using Sutin, Water Style, to conduct electricity will help Righten, Thunder Style, but it's not good for me, so Doton, Earth Style, is fine. Oh, the kid actually still has Doton, Earth Style, it's a bit interesting. It really has some strength. Ultrasonic Shock Righten, Thunder Style, Knife. Thunder Style, Chakra, which enhances the sharpness of the knife. Righten, Thunder Style, is used to induce high-frequency vibration waves, so that it has a penetrating power that surpasses Futon, Wind Style. Then he slashed at Senju Machin's Earth Dragon Bullet with a single strike. There was no problem that couldn't be solved with a single strike. Sure enough, Senju Machin's Earth Dragon Bullet was split apart by this high-frequency vibrating thunder knife, but this was within Senju Machin's expectation, and he didn't expect an Earth Dragon Bullet to be able to solve the enemy. Doton, Earth Style, Slate Coffin. Senju Machin used a Doton, Earth Style, again, summoned rocks to surround Xiuyi, and then these rocks pressed against Xiuyi. Once compacted now, even the tyrannical body of the Thunder Ninja can't stand it. Nani, Righten, Thunder Style, breaking the mountain. Zochukra gathered on his own blade, and then slashed forward, forming a huge thunderbolt that split the rock in front of him. And he also rushed out by the split road. Righten, Thunder Style, Raikiba. Tsukushi went out and attacked. He realized that this little devil is stronger than he imagined, and he can't be careless. I saw Zuoiki stab the two knives on the ground, and through the two knives guided the thunder and lightning that landed in the sky to launch a large-scale thunder and lightning attack. Obviously it was real. Hey, that's what makes it interesting. Senju Machin smiled and watched the thunder and lightning that attacked him without flickering or avoiding. For a while, he remembered the sound of thunder and lightning, and then left a pile of dirt that was blackened and dissipated. Now this Senju Machin is a soil clone. Nani? Tsukichi froze for a while, then looked around. When did this kid get Han's seal? He didn't realize how this earth clone appeared. Heaven. Si, Chen, Mao, Yin, Katon, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Senju Machin's reminder voice came from the sky, and then saw a straight line of flames descending into the sky. That speed and power, they are all first class, and even large trees will be broken if they are hit. Baga, Raiten, Thunder Style, Thunder Armor. Zuoiki, who could NT dodge in time, summoned his Raiten, Thunder Style, armor to resist this move. Hey, you're fooled. Si, Wei, Wu, Mao, Wei, Wu, Mao. Sutin, Water Style, the technique of the water prison. Senju Machin appeared next to Zuoiki in an instant, and then used to move a simple and practical water prison that traps Tsukichi in the water. Raiten, Thunder Style, let's go. Senju Machin, who didn't want money like Chakra, walked through his water prison one after another in Zuoyi's panic, and passed it on to Zuoyi completely. Even if the Raiten, Thunder Style, armor is added, it is both water and thunder, which directly causes magic damage, and only pumping Zuoyidian, thanks to his being a ninja in the land of thunder, I'm used to lightning strikes, otherwise I guess I'll explain it like this. Crack, snap, snap. Done. Senju Machin clapped his hands and disbanded the water prison. Tsukura fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Hey, I'll play with you again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Chakra consumed a lot. For safety's sake, Senju Machin disappeared in a blink of an eye in the land of thunder, holding back the bewildered eyes. Leaving the place where they stared blankly at Senju Machin's departure, is this a monster? A brat beat them head on Jonin? Chapter 41 Shopping and Encountering Jiraiya. Master Zo, are you alright? Upanexia, the other ninjas in the land of thunder, saw that Zuoiki was defeated, and quickly gathered around. Don't talk, I want Jing Jing. Don't ask me who Jing Jing is, she's just my girlfriend in the village. I guess it won't be so soon. I don't have the face to see her anymore, and I was actually caught by the child was defeated. How is this possible? Tsukichi roared unwillingly. As an adult, please calm down, maybe the other party is just a ninja disguised as a child. The original Chunin said comfortingly. Baga, do you think I'm blind? Can't tell the difference between a child and a disguised ninja? Go, report it, no need to hide, there is such a powerful genius in the country of Taki, and I don't know what height it will reach in the future. Hey. Tsukichi sighed deeply, feeling that Jonin, who came up after exhausted himself, had been fooled for nothing, but was taught a lesson by a kid. He was so tired that he didn't love him anymore. Yes, be a big man. Immediately, a ninja ran back. Things on the land of thunder didn't cause any trouble for Senju Machin. He was secretly having fun, because he could continue to increase his points. There are still a few days until the end of the month. It seems that he can play Umbu. He has the feeling of returning to the original world to fight in the dueling arena. Every day, he will get a deadly score, and then at the end of the settlement, he finds that he can never reach Chaoying. But this ninja world is different, he is full of confidence in the future. Upanexia. Brother, what are you happy about? Uchiha Mikato looked at Senju Machin tenderly and asked with a little doubt, because Senju Machin didn't stop smiling when he came here. Hey, because I can accompany Mikato all day today. Mikato, let's go shopping later, I'll buy you some clothes. Senju Machin changed the subject. Okay, my sister listens to you. Uchiha Mikato smiled sweetly, and his heart was full of joy when he heard that his little lover was going to buy him clothes. She felt that she and Emo-chen were like a normal couple. Soon after Uchiha Mikato got dressed up, Senju-machan, who was wearing the golden silk dragon pattern royal robe, quietly pulled Uchiha Mikato, who passed by him, who became more and more charming, and swaggered out of Uchiha in the bow and salute of the Uchiha family's ninjas. Resident, ready to go back to the village for shopping. It may also be that Senju-machan is too low-key, and the golden dragon patterned imperial robe dazzled other people's eyes. It may also be that Uchiha Mikato is too beautiful and charming to attract others' attention. Anyway, he ran into it shortly after leaving the Uchiha station. Senju-machan has been looking for someone for a long time, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku has been very entangled during this period of time. He feels like he has been robbed of his girlfriend. A follower came back from a mission, but he ran into a dazzling kid with an attractive beauty, and he became furious. He was supposed to be Uchiha Fugaku who was holding that stunning beauty. But after thinking about the identity of the kid, he sighed and could only take it slowly. He is so powerful that he will definitely make Uchiha Mikato like him. Uppanexaya. Hello, Master Machan. Uchiha Fugaku and his two attendants greeted honestly. Hey? Hello, long time no see, did you come back from a mission? Senju-machan asked. Master Machan, yes. Uchiha Fugaku replied. Oh, good work, Konoha needs talents like you, come on, I'm optimistic about you. Senju-machan waved his hand, and left with the female secretary Uchiha Mikato as if I was the leader greeting the staff. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. If you were not the eldest son of the Senju family, who would have given you the courage to say this, but what he said seemed to be there's nothing wrong with it, mad. I didn't see that the two servants were still very excited. It fits the expression of the employees after being praised by the leader. Those who didn't know it thought they were going to increase their wages. Senju-machan didn't irritate Uchiha Fugaku too much, because he has no shortage of sparring partners now. Those ninjas from other countries are more in line with his requirements. There is no need to keep looking for a Uchiha Fugaku. After all, this guy didn't do anything bad. On the contrary, he is still a good ninja who is devoted to Konoha, so he has to live with it. As long as he doesn't fight Uchiha Mikato's idea, Senju-machan doesn't want to pay attention to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Mikato didn't have any special reaction, not even a nodding expression when she saw Uchiha Fugaku. Obviously, her mind was completely on Senju-machan. She was a little shy and sweet at this time. This was the first time she used Senju, the identity of Machan's woman, went shopping with him. Although outsiders didn't know it, she couldn't hold back her own wild thoughts. So it was full of sweet smiles along the way, and that charming appearance almost caused confusion. However, Konoha's security is still good. Besides, her clothes are also printed with the Uchiha family emblem, which is a mark that means not to be messed with, so you can only look at the beauty and move. Hey? I'm going, Brother Toad is going to start collecting folks again. Senju-machan had been shopping with Uchiha Mikato and had already bought 3 or 4 sets of clothes. At this time, he accidentally saw a very wretched figure appearing in a certain and inconspicuous corner, and then disappeared again in a blink of an eye, and this figure happened to be captured by Senju-machan, who was always on with the eternal Mangekyo. To be honest, if it wasn't for Sherinan, you might not be able to spot that flash figure. What kind of collection? Jiraiya-sama? Uchiha Mikato asked suspiciously. Well, sister Mikato, lower your head, I'll tell you something, you can do it? Senju-machan smirked and motioned Uchiha Mikato to lower his head, then whispered in her ear. Oh my god, Lord Jiraiya, really, is that really going to happen? Uchiha Mikato looked at Senju-machan in shock, and couldn't believe what he said was true. Hey, Mikato, go and do as I said, I'm sure it will be fine. Senju-machan smiled proudly. Okay, my sister listens to you. Although Uchiha Mikato felt that there was a problem there, he thought that Jiraiya would. She didn't care what the problem was, and decided to do as Senju-machan said. I saw Uchiha Mikato went to the public bathroom opposite them. After entering, Uchiha Mikato did not go to take a bath, but whispered something to the women who went to the women's area, and the women who got the news didn't say anything, they were all whispering. The message was passed on, so the women in the entire women's bathroom knew something. Then he got up silently, put on his clothes, and went down into the water again. Continue to wash up. Today was a good day. Senju-machan didn't want to spar and Tsunade didn't ask for trouble. So Jiraiya also took a rare break to relax and do things that she likes. Recently, she has been training with her, and Jiraiya is a little tired. So, it is natural to be happy on this good day. He naturally followed the old routine, carefully avoided the crowd, and then sneaked into the old place. This is his favorite location for collecting wind. This time, he came here without exception. Jiraiya sold, 2nd. Chapter 42 Jiraiya sold, 2nd. When Jiraiya arrived at his perfect peeping spot, he couldn't help watching it with excitement, but today he was a little bit sore, and there was a woman in it. Yupanexia. All of them are wearing clothes, which makes him very sick. What kind of trouble is this? You are wearing clothes when you take a bath? But soon his attention was attracted, because he found that these people were all soaked wet, and they actually had a looming attraction, and this attraction seemed to be more than the light he saw before. Stimulate. What is even more exciting is the chatting of these women. They seem to be very happy today. They speak loudly, and the content of the chat is very private. The Jiraiya harassment that he listens to is all flowing down, and slowly he relaxes his vigilance. Look carefully, listen, and see that the women inside may feel uncomfortable wearing too much, and decide to take it off, and then they are actually very good at playing guessing, and if they lose, they take off one piece. This rare picture even saw Jiraiya unable to stop, completely ignoring the surrounding environment, that's all. Then. Does it look good? A beautiful female voice rang in Jiraiya's ear. It's beautiful, so it's still like this, okay, this is okay, Jiraiya replied casually, not even caring about her own harassment. He didn't realize that he was chasing bad things at all, and he was caught in the current self-consciousness. Obviously, he has reached the state of self-forgetfulness. Lord Hokage invites you to come. The beautiful goddess said again. Yupanexia. Don't make trouble, I'm off today, what is Lord Hokage looking for me for? There is something for him to find someone else, don't you see that I'm busy? Jiraiya continued to appreciate without looking back, obviously not wanting to miss any detail, talking he was waving his hands behind him, as if he was chasing flies. Kakaka. At this time, the beautiful female voice stopped talking, instead, there was a crackling sound of bones. Hey? What a familiar voice. Jiraiya turned her head in confusion when she heard the voice. This voice was so familiar that it could even be said to be his nightmare. Every time he hears this sound, something bad will happen, so he is extra sensitive to this sound, even a little conditioned reflex. Familiar? Asked a beautiful female voice. Ah no. It's still that familiar voice, that familiar touch, and that familiar force. Well, the force may be greater than before. Jiraiya felt the special tenderness from Tsunade. Touch. With a loud noise, Jiraiya penetrated the wooden board, flew into the women's bathroom for the first time, and then fell into the water with a thud, surrounded by women. This is the highest pursuit in his life, it is also his dream picture scroll, but this is definitely not what he wants to face now. The pervert, go to hell. A group of women had been waiting for a long time, but at this time they couldn't hold back when they saw Jiraiya fall into their midst, thinking that they were pure and clean. 1. Product man. Well, there seemed to be few girls, but that's not the point. Anyway, when he thought that he was peeped by a wretched guy, his anger boiled up, and his body was full of anger. It could also be steam from the hot water in the bathroom, but no one cares about those details now. Anger needs to be vented, and people also need to be beaten. If you should be beaten, you can't escape, especially if you hit Tsunade in advance, and Jiraiya can't take care of herself. I didn't dare, so the awesome son in Jiraiya was beaten and cried aggrieved by the water in the bath. Anyway, no one else knows whether it is the water in the bath or the tears on the face. After crying and venting, what kind of world is this? How is it, Sister Mikato, am I right? Senju-machan said to Uchiha Mikato. He, sure enough, it seems to be very lively inside. Uchiha Mikato said with a smile. Humph, for the sake of the majority of Konoha women, we absolutely don't allow the existence of such perverts. Senju-machan said, but he was thinking of another thing. In case his future woman was peeped by Jiraiya, how much would it be? It's uncomfortable, although I don't have a target to start with now, but there are so many beautiful women in Konoha, what if I get fancy in the future? So now it's only Jiraiya's bad luck. However, brother, how did you know that Jiraiya-sama would be there? Uchiha Mikato asked suspiciously. Humph, it's all he told me. He also taught me a lot of things, none of which were good. He wanted to frame me and make me a bad person. Senju-machan threw the blame on Jiraiya again. Completely natural. But little brother, I think you are much worse than Jiraiya-sama. You know a lot about it? Uchiha Mikato suddenly said with a face to Yui, thinking about how powerful Senju-machan is and how good she is at playing. She feels my little lover is not easy. At least Lord Jiraiya is definitely not comparable. I didn't see that Lord Jiraiya didn't even have a girlfriend, and he began to harm her when he was 5 years old, and he was so sophisticated that Uchiha Mikato didn't even dare to think about some poses. Hey, Sister Mikato, let's try unlocking more poses tonight? Senju-machan whispered in Uchiha Mikato's ear. I hate it, brother, you're bad, you can't go home and talk about it. Uchiha Mikato's face burned with fire. He Senju-machan laughed wickedly. Little brother, what are you doing here? Mikato is here too. At this moment, Tsunade came out with an unrecognizable human figure in one hand. Hey, old lady, why are you here? Sister Mikato and I went shopping, this is Brother Toad. Senju-machan deliberately pretended not to know anything. Emo-chan. Help me. Jiraiya didn't know how to speak anymore, so she looked at Senju-machan for help. Sister, what's the matter with Brother Toad? You beat him again? Hey, is this the bathroom? You went to the bathroom to beat him? Could it be this guy peeping at you and beaten by you? Wipe, where's my knife? Take mine, come on the knife, Brother Todaya, go to hell. In order to be realistic, let Jiraiya not misunderstand that he betrayed him. Senju-machan's performance is very exaggerated, but it seems to fit the look of ignorance. I saw him pulling out the ten-fist sword he was carrying and slashing at Jiraiya. The ten-fist sword can be stored in the body, and is usually hung on the body for coercion. Jiraiya looked at Senju-machan with a slap in the face, and couldn't take care of his clothes anymore, so a little injury wouldn't hurt him, he just pretended to be seriously injured. It was for Bo's sympathy, so as not to be beaten by Tsunade, but it was exposed by Senju-machan's actions. Jiraiya broke free from Tsunade's hand, jumped more than 10 meters away, and pointed at Senju-machan angrily. Looking at Senju-machan's exaggerated acting skills, he still didn't know that he was definitely betrayed by this kid. Mad, how could it be so coincidental that this kid would be here? And so coincidentally, Today's peeping is extraordinarily different, and Tsunade is also coming. There are not so many coincidences in the world, and if there are too many coincidences, it becomes strange. Although Jiraiya is carefree, it does not mean that he is really stupid. He quickly figured out that he was definitely betrayed by this kid. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister chapter 43 Tsunade and Mikato talk about things, the first. Chapter 43 Tsunade and Mikato talk about things, the first. Hey, dare to hide, accept your life. Senju Machin raised his ten-fisted sword, shouted angrily and chased after Jiraiya. His eyes were winking from the angle that Tsunade and the others couldn't detect. Upanexia. Fuck, play for real. Received. Seeing that look, Jiraiya resolutely ran away, not running fast enough, at least let Senju Machin follow behind and do the whole set. In this way, one of the two people ran, and the other chased after them, and they ran away in a fun way. Leaving Tsunade pouting and muttering in the back, these two guys don't look like they are going to die. This scene is too fake. Although she didn't see Senju Machin's eyes, she was sure that it was her own. The younger brother is covering for Jiraiya, giving Jiraiya a chance to escape. Sister Tsunade, hurry up and catch up, my brother is in danger, how can he beat Jiraiya-sama? Uchiha Mikato didn't see it, she was more worried about Senju Machin, who was looking for Jiraiya's life. In case 2 or 2 if people really move their hands, Senju Machin is definitely not an opponent. Don't worry about them, these two bad guys are in trouble, come back and clean them up. Mikato, come with me, I have something to tell you. Tsunade rarely sees Uchiha Mikato. Since he met today, naturally there are some things to say. Yes, Tsunade's sister. Uchiha Mikato was also very uneasy, because although Senju Machin said, Tsunade did not object to her and his affairs, but things change, and so do people's hearts. 1. Facing Tsunade, Pinsya always had a sense of indebtedness, feeling that she was a bad woman who seduced her younger brother. Tsunade took Uchiha Mikato to a tea house, where tea was brewed in a separate private room. Tsunade didn't speak, just sipped the tea in front of him quietly. Miss Tsunade, just say what you have to say. If you want to beat or scold me, I will recognize it. Uchiha Mikato saw that Tsunade didn't respond for a long time, so she couldn't help but speak. She was really stressed. Well, Mikato, elder sister asked you, what aspect of younger brother is good or not? Tsunade asked suddenly with a UI expression on his face. Nani? Uchiha Mikato was stunned. What was Tsunade asking? This. What's happening here? That's it, the things you guys often do. Elder sister is worried about the younger brother's body. Although he has a very special physique, he is still young. Will you be a little overwhelmed in any area? You should take more care and don't ask for it. Too much is good or not? Tsunade's face, UI, finally said the matter. It turned out that she was worried that Senju Machin was still so young. Doing too much of that kind of thing would be bad for the body, and it would be bad if there were any bad symptoms. Sister Tsunade, yo, what are you talking about? Too don't know. Uchiha Mikato's face turned Yuhaka. That's it, how could you not know, the thing you love to do often at night? How is the little brother's ability, and if he has any bad performance, you should take care of him. After all, he is still a little boy. My sister, I also hope that you don't spend too much time with him, it will be bad for him. Upanexia Tsunade adjusted his emotions and said seriously. Sister Tsunade, this it depends on what people say. Brother he Tsunade, what aspect of brother is very Uchiha Mikato didn't dare to say aloud with infinite shame, he could only Tsunade whispered in his ear. As for what he said, the voice was too low to broadcast. Nani? Really so strong? You still can't satisfy him? Tsunade exclaimed. Sister Tsunade. Uchiha Mikato exclaimed when he saw Tsunade disregarding his image, and shouted in anger. Cough, so what, my elder sister was just stunned, she looked just like what my younger brother said. His bloodline is indeed very powerful, that's alright, then you don't need to ask your elder sister about things like that, you take care of yourself. Tsunade felt relieved. It seemed that he should not be worried about the problem with his younger brother, but worried that Uchiha Mikato would not be able to take it. Then the problem came. Do you want to find another one for Senju-machan? Will this increase his strength and make him happier at the same time? Tsunade suddenly lost his mind. Ignore the friendly exchanges between Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato, the rivals in love. Anyway, both of them are surrounded by Senju-machan, so it is better to find Senju-machan directly. At this time, Senju-machan and Jiraiya had already run into a forest. Nani? You said it had nothing to do with you. Didn't you find Tsunade? Jiraiya leaned against the tree and listened to Senju-machan's explanation. This guy actually threw all the pot out, saying that he was just accompanying Uchiha Mikato shopping for clothes, not framing Jiraiya or anything. It may be that Jiraiya herself was accidentally exposed and then was pursued by Tsunade. Yeah, you didn't see my sister greet me at the door. I was shopping with Mikato, so it was purely coincidental there. How could it be that I betrayed you? Senju-machan said. It seems too, it's too coincidental. Why is my brother so unlucky? After finally collecting the material, it was discovered by Tsunade. Jiraiya recalled, Tsunade and Senju-machan greeted the way, really not, it's like Senju notified Tsunade in the morning. Because Tsunade was also surprised that Senju-machan and Uchiha Mikato would be there. Poor Toad, you have to find a good position when you are looking for materials. Why are you always attacking your own people in Konoha? Although it is hard to prevent thieves day and night, but you are so cool in Konoha that you don't want to attract attention. No, so many people will guard against you once they see you. There is a danger of being reported at any time, so you know. Senju-machan said. You mean to change the location to collect the wind? Hey, it's not possible now. Let's find a chance when the mission is out. Jiraiya sighed. Brother Toad, come on, I look forward to your book coming out, I'll dodge first. Senju-machan suddenly remembered that Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato seemed to be together. They wouldn't fight, would they? After thinking about it, I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of Jiraiya anymore, and a Hiraishin will be gone. Hey? Why are you running so fast, really? Jiraiya looked at Senju-machan and ran away in dissatisfaction, complaining. Senju-machan naturally doesn't need to look for Tsunade and them everywhere. They all have Senju-machan's Hiraishin mark on them. Just fly over there, but after Senju-machan flew over, he couldn't understand the scene. Uchiha Mikato's pretty face and Yoi's face were whispering something to Tsunade, and Tsunade's face Yoi was also very moving. Well, my little brother really knows how to play like that, and that pose is fine. It's so annoying. Tsunade said in a low voice. Yeah, sister, you don't know, that bad brother in our family is bad. Every time he messes with others, he can't help himself at all. Uchiha Mikato also muttered in a low voice. Fuck, two stunning beauties are discussing what is convenient for Lao-tzu. This why don't you bring brother? It's okay to practice, brother can show you 108 ways to play on the spot. Senju silently Chen was stunned to see that his sister and his sister Mikato were actually discussing this, and they almost knelt down for the two girls. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage, Tsunade is my sister Chapter 44 Tsunade is actually shy, second. Chapter 44 Tsunade is actually shy, second. Senju-machan looked at the fascinated look of the two women discussing, and obviously didn't realize that he had appeared behind them. There was no way, they all ignored it. Outsiders can't enter this room without the door, so I didn't expect that there would be a Hirashin came back directly, and was still eavesdropping behind them. 1. Pinsya chatted very vigorously and very explosively. It makes Senju-machan chicken move, fuck, listening to Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato discussing the issue of posture. How can I have the urge to show off my skills? An hour later, the two women finally calmed down and their expressions recovered. Sister Tsunade, let's go back, or we should be anxious if my brother can't find us. Uchiha Mikato said. How is that possible? We have his Hirashin mark on us, he can appear by our side anytime he wants to find us, doesn't he always go to your place like this at night? Tsunade said. Well, that's right, hey, then why hasn't he come to find us yet? Won't he really fight with Jiraiya-sama? Uchiha Mikato started to worry again. Wait a minute, did I just say that my little brother has put a Hirashin mark on us and can come to us at any time? Tsunade suddenly froze. Yeah, what's the matter? Uchiha Mikato asked. Little brother. Tsunade suddenly turned to look at Senju-machan, because after she finished speaking, she suddenly thought that Senju-machan might have come back, and after a little sense, there was someone behind her. 1. Pinman. Ah, what, I just came back, I didn't hear anything, he. Senju-machan was dumbfounded, he saw Tsunade's face UI, it was not shy, but furious, apparently found that he had eavesdropped on their chat and became angry. Ah, brother, how can you do this? Uchiha Mikato's face was also UI's face instantly, but she was not angry, she was really shy. Sister, don't slap in the face, okay? Senju covered his face in the morning, seeing Tsunade's frantic look, he knew that Tsunade would definitely beat himself up to cover up her shyness. Take us home. Tsunade said. Hey, a man's life is really hard. Senju muttered silently and took Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato's hands one by one, flashing past and appearing in Tsunade's room. I understand. Senju silently covered his face, then looked pitiful at Tsunade's disposal. I know what I know, get out, my sister doesn't want to see you tonight. Tsunade said with a face like UI, he was really angry just now, he and Uchiha Mikato were discussing that kind of thing, but the younger brother overheard, but this is not to beat him. The reason, so I can only drive out Senju-machan to escape the pressure brought by that shy heart. Hey, sister, it's alright, you and Mikato can discuss more, learn, we can use it later. Upanexia. Ah, don't fight, goodbye, sister. Mikato, run, sister is mad. Senju-machan's eloquence finally angered Tsunade, so scared that he hurriedly dragged Uchiha Mikato, who was still in a shy state, and ran away. Senju-machan brought Uchiha Mikato back to her room. Once in the room, Senju-machan pushed Uchiha Mikato onto the bed. After listening to Tsunade and the others muttering about their posture problems for an hour, Senju-machan couldn't help it. When I saw the cute appearance of UI on Uchiha Mikato's face, I couldn't bear it anymore, so I pushed it down. The temperature of the room rose sharply, saying goodbye to the days of spiritual love in the Tsukuyomi space. Senju-machan was more satisfied with this true form of communication, this extreme feeling made him feel like a cloud, especially Uchiha Mikato's murmur, always aroused his desire to conquer. While enjoying, Senju-machan has never forgotten to strengthen himself. For the sake of more sexual happiness in the future, how can he be qualified to survive in this turbulent ninja world if he does not strengthen himself? How can you have a beautiful woman without capital? So Senju-machan came to the border of the Land of Thunder again. Senju-machan, who was wearing a samurai uniform, walked on the border of the Land of Thunder, afraid that others would not find the same. So adults, that kid is here. An intelligence ninja found Zuoiki, who was cleaned up by Senju-machan yesterday. Damn, how dare you come? He was about to smoke. Yesterday was the darkest day of his life, and he was actually defeated by a kid head-on. What should I do as a grown man? Shall we leave him together? Asked the intelligence ninja. Baga, people are here to challenge him, not to assassinate him. I'm going to see him. Let's see what's going on. Tsukuru said angrily. Anyway, this kid let him go yesterday and didn't kill him. Besides, there are so many adults embarrassing a kid, and it doesn't sound good to hear it out, even if this kid looks very powerful. Hi. The intelligence ninja could only obey. Tsukushi followed the intelligence ninja to find Senju-machan, and saw that Senju-machan seemed to know that he would come, waiting there with a grass in his mouth, looking very arrogant. Oh, is it you? Come, let's continue playing, don't worry, I'll keep it. Senju-machan said to Zyuyi with a smile. What are you going to do? Tsukuru asked frantically, and in order not to humiliate himself, he could only escape with his mouth. Let's learn from each other, we are all ninjas, let's communicate and grow up with each other. Senju-machan said with a smile. I admit that I'm not your opponent, but don't be too arrogant, do you really think that no one in our country of thunder can take care of you? How dare you come? Tsukuru exclaimed angrily. Che, I'm only here to compete, not to fight. Why do you think you can't afford to lose? No, you can't afford to lose even if you lose in a match, right? Senju-machan he spat out the grass in his mouth and said. You who can't afford to lose, just don't go too far, this is the land of thunder, not the land of your taki, you can come and leave when you want. Tsukichi said. Oh, your country of thunder is afraid that our country of dragons will challenge us? It's boring, you are admitting counsel on behalf of your country of thunder? Senju-machan asked suspiciously. Zyuoiki felt that he was stimulated even more than yesterday, mad, even if this kid is good at ninjutsu, and his mouth is so arrogant? Is that the kid? Zyuoiki. A voice suddenly sounded not far away. See Mr. Burabai. Tsukichi was full of awe at this sudden voice, and there was a hint of fear in his words, obviously the person who came was extraordinary. Burabi. Not arrogant? Not too arrogant to be frightened like this? Senju-machan looked at the person who came in doubt, he should be still very young, but because of the special environment of the Kingdom of Thunder, this person is biased mature, but the name makes Senju-machan interested. Heh, ignorant brat, it's more rude to see Buru than adults. Tsukuru reminded Senju-machan. It's none of my business. Your boss is not from my dragon kingdom. I want to salute Mao, Burabi. This name is very familiar, I always feel like I've heard it there before. Senju-machan looked at the person who came. Very familiar, but can't remember who it is. Former killer Bijin Churiki / Column Force. Chapter 45 Former killer Bijin Churiki / Column Force. Oh? You've heard my name? Burabi seemed interested in the topic. 1. Pin Man. Well, your name is quite familiar, I feel like I've seen it there. Senju-machan looked at the information returned by Burabi. It was very simple. It was just a jonin. This jonin is so awe-inspiring, it is not only a matter of identity, but also a matter of strength. So this Buru ratio is definitely not the strength that it shows. Hee, I'm not very famous. Knowing my name is all a big man in every big country. Your Taki no country is not qualified to know my name. Buletin Ribi said without pretending, but the words were full of words. With an air of pretense, the weak chicken didn't even have the chance to know the name. Indeed, what I know of Dragon Kingdom are relatively powerful characters, and I really don't need to know about a little fish. Senju-machan also said lightly. It's a pointless battle of words, are you here to challenge? Don't say that I am bullying children. The battle of ninjas is regardless of age, come on. Burabi put his hand on his saber lightly, and leaned to look at it. looking at Senju Machin, obviously indicating that Senju Machin can start to attack. Doesn't anyone say you're bad for a beating like this? Senju Machin was speechless when he saw Bulletin Rupee despising himself so much. You'd be beaten in our hometown if you pretended to be like this. But he said, since everyone else has been provocative, don't you feel sorry for yourself if you don't give him some color? Said to use Senju Machin decisively with UI color. 1. Product Man. Well, it was Katon, Fire Style, that started this duel with an unknown outcome. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin, Katon, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Senju Machin with a 400% fire bonus, normally his Katon, Fire Style, is the most awesome. Yes, it was originally just a big fireball that gathered chakra behind the throat and sprayed a deadly fireball. As a result, this guy sprayed the fireball more than a big truck. Nani? Heiga. Bulletin Ryabai originally heard the ninja surgery of Senju Machin's shouting, and thought about using a supersonic shock Raiten, thunder style, knife to slash it in bulk, but tragically found the C of this product. Grade ninjutsu is even scarier than grade B Katon, fire style, and big flame bullet. Only tragically unfold the defense. Huh? Plug in. Senju Machin watched the fire light dissipate, and a humanoid UI-colored monster appeared inside, with a few tails, and unconsciously questioned. This clip is a plug-in. It has appeared in the anime for a long time. Isn't the tail beast transformation after Naruto's rampage this virtue? Who, Haka? What kind of ninjutsu are you? How is the C-class Great Fireball Jutsu so powerful? The fire UI-colored beast like Burabi seems to be able to control this level of beast transformation, and his thinking is relatively low. Asked clearly. Isn't it all like this? I haven't seen anyone else use it, there is no comparison, but you, well, I know who you are, Killer Bee Jinchuriki / column Libya Rupee, no wonder it's called Once Jonin is so afraid of you. 1. Pinman Senju Machin would be an idiot if he saw this and couldn't remember who this Burabi was. Wasn't it Killer B's predecessor, Killer Bee Jinchuriki / column Force? During the fourth battle, he was resurrected and played with Chan Oil. Boy, since you know about me, why don't you get out of here? Burabi didn't want to use the state to bully a little kid. It's too shameful to spread it out. It's not a time of war, so there's no need to kill. He can become Killer Bee Jinchuriki / column Force is very good in ninjutsu, bloodline, ability, and morality. He, Kyubi, Nine Tails, doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. You are just a Killer Bee Jinchuriki / column Force. If you have the ability to let the bull ghost come out, I will play with him. Senju Machin said. Who is the bull ghost? Burabi asked strangely. Well, it seems that you have a bad relationship with that guy. I'm talking about Yaoi, come and come, you let him out, I'll play with him, you can rest. Senju Machin said. Bastard, ignorant brat, can Yashio play? It looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson for your grown-up. Burabi was furious. Children these days are so ignorant. Wake up Hitsuo and take responsibility for it. The end. Shameless. Raiten, thunder style, thunder plow hot knife. Burabi taught Senju Machin a lesson, and naturally he would not keep his hands again. I saw that he had collected Raiten, thunder style, chakra all over his body, combined with the tail animal clothes, it slammed into Senju Machin at a very fast speed. If it was hit hard, Senju Machin's small arms and legs would be seriously injured. Damn it, it's so fast. Senju Machin knew right away that Burabi would not let go, and was already ready to dodge his attack, so a Hiraishin dodged directly. Katon, fire style, great fire destruction. Senju Machin, who jumped to the sky, did not hesitate to use a very powerful Katon, fire style, although this Katon, fire style, is only B level, but this katon, fire style, has a very good user, Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara was reincarnated, he used this trick against the Ninja World Alliance. Don't be too stubborn. And Senju Machin also has a 400% katon, fire style, bonus. Nani? Roar. Even Burabi with the tailed beast coat couldn't stand the scorching temperature, because within 200 or 300 meters, everything burned up. This is also thanks to those ninjas in the Land of Thunder who are very lucky. They ran away the first time Bulabai and Senju Machin fought, otherwise they would all be burned. They didn't want to run away, they were just afraid that the 8 tails would run away, so stay away and be safe. Tailed Beast 8 volumes. Suddenly a huge figure appeared in the middle of the sea of fire, and then saw this figure wrap itself with tentacles and rotate at high speed, forming a huge storm, dispelling the sea of fire. The sea of fire dissipated, and ahead a monster with an octopus tail and a bull head appeared in place. Yohi? Can you turn into a beast completely? Yes. Senju Machin flashed to the vicinity of Burabi with great interest. Boy, you can actually force me into this way, it's worth your pride for a lifetime, but that's the only way I can do it. In this state, even if I'm a shadow, I have to deal with it carefully. It's over. Buletin are you compared to launching an attack after speaking, the huge size did not affect his speed, but even faster. Hey, that's really the only way to do it. Although you are powerful like this, you have a fatal flaw, that is, you can't keep the tailed beast for too long, or the 8 tails will attack you. Haha, thanks to your not perfect I don't know what to do otherwise. Today I want a snack, and I want your octopus tail. Senju Machin greeted him without fear, and then saw him in the cloth rookie flickered around. Bulabai's 8 octopuses kept trying to sweep over Senju Machin, but unfortunately there was no bird use. Instead, Senju Machin nimbly jumped on him, flapping constantly, as if he had left some special mark. It's done. Wait for me, come back right away. Senju Machin dropped a sentence in Burabi's bewildered eyes and Hiraishin disappeared. Who? Humans. Buletin Ryabai spun around in place, and then observed the battlefield, but he was completely unable to sense where Senju Machin had gone, and he was furious. Tiger_novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister chapter 46 Tailed Beast Bomb, don't throw it away. Chapter 46 Tailed Beast Bomb don't throw it, second. Hey, these are good. It's you. 1. Pinsya Senju Machin came to the location where he was rushing to engrave a few dozen kilometers away. This is an area of large rocks, with various large rocks, dozens of meters, a few meters are big and small. And Senju Machin did not hesitate to choose 3 large rocks of tens of meters and inscribe the Hiraishin mark on them. Let's go. Senju Machin put his hand on the mark of Hiraishin, and then the 3 big rocks in front of him all disappeared, and then Buri, who was dozens of kilometers away just now, went crazy, and the 3 huge rocks suddenly directly appeared on his body, and was directly pressed down without any precautions, unable to move. Shhh. Senju Machin followed the mark of Hiraishin and returned to the battlefield again. Hey? Can't move? Isn't it fun? I'm going to harvest octopus legs. Senju Machin pulled out his 10-punch sword, ready to give himself a snack for the evening. Roar. Boy, you forced me. Burabi let out an unwilling roar, then opened his mouth, and saw that chakra began to gather in front of his mouth, forming a huge spherical object. Fuck, don't use tailed beast bomb. Enjoy yourself. Senju Machin quickly took out a wooden sculpture with Hiraishin from his arms and threw it near the big stone that was pressing on Burabi's body. Go to hell. At this time, Burabi's tailed beast bomb also finished charging, and shot at Senju Machin with a roar. 1. Pin man. Bye bye. Senju Machin started the hand seal, and then saw the tailed beast bomb shot towards him slowly disappearing, and at the same time the tailed beast bomb actually appeared on top of Burabi's head. When tailed beast bomb completely appeared on top of Burabi's head and was about to fall, Senju Machin slipped away with a high shin. It's impossible not to slip, it's about to be bombed by nuclear bombs. Boom. Sure enough, just after Senju slipped away silently, the tailed beast bomb in the sky also fell, and then a loud bang sounded, accompanied by a huge mushroom cloud that slowly rose. The huge waves that spread swept across a large area nearby, and even the ninjas from the Land of Thunder who were watching from the outside were overturned by those who were blown by the huge waves formed by the tailed beast bomb explosion. After the smoke cleared, the big rock turned into small rubble, and the big-tailed beast turned Burabi also weakly withdrew from the tail-turned beast and fell into a coma with serious injuries. Thanks to the tail-turned beast, he would have died. However, when he fell into a coma, colored chakra began to churn on his body. Now, because of his serious injury, he is in a coma, and the bull ghost in his body has awakened. Yatsui is going to run wild, run quickly, go back and notify Reikage-sama. Tsukichi slowed down in the distance, and when he saw Burabi's strangeness as soon as he crawled out of the ruins, he was so frightened that he hurriedly roared. This scene is all too familiar. Niugui, if I were you, I wouldn't go out. Suddenly, a small figure appeared in the space of the tailed beast that sealed the 8 tails, and this small figure said to the 8 tails. Upanexia. Nani? You are the kid just now, how did you appear in this sealed space? Yaoi looked at the sudden Senju Machin in confusion. The application of a little skill comes in, I think it's better for you to bring it here. Senju Machin said. Little devil, mind your own business, I'll be the first to kill you when I go out. Yaoi's temper is notoriously hot, but he won't listen to what Senju Machin says. Hey, Kurama thinks the same as you, but unfortunately it's useless, and she's not good in front of me. Senju Machin said. Nani? You even know the name of Kyubi, 9 tails. Who are you? Have you seen Kyubi, 9 tails? Isn't it in Konoha? Yaoi paused and looked at Senju Machin in confusion. Konoha, I can't challenge. Just kidding, the first position I started to challenge is the Senju family. Senju Machin said seriously, not lying at all. It seems to be true, didn't he start the challenge from Chunin in Senju Jinchuriki/column? What you said is true, you actually started the challenge from the Senju family, you were able to challenge the Kyubi, 9 tails, Jinchuriki/column force in Konoha, and you continued to challenge Lazi like no one else. Country, you are definitely not a ninja of the country of Taki, who are you? Yaoi asked, it was no longer concerned about breaking free of the seal, but wanted to find out who this terrifying little devil was and why he knew about their tailed beast's name, and why is it so powerful. The country of Taki you're talking about is the small village between the country of fire and the country of earth, right? Senju Machin asked suspiciously. Isn't it? There is a second country of Taki? Didn't you say you were a ninja of the country of Taki? Yao asked suspiciously. Land of the Dragon. Dragon of the Shenlong. It's not that small country. I come from the ancient country in the Far East, the land of dragons. Senju Machin said. I haven't heard of it. Yaoi shook his head. I didn't expect you to hear it. Just stay in the land of thunder honestly. If you don't, you will meet your best friend, and then you will become very good partners. Humans and tailed beasts will eventually meet. Reach an important bond. Senju Machin said seriously. Who are you? Are you the one the old man said? Yaoi suddenly asked. Old man? Atsutsuki Hagi Oromo? Oh, he didn't mean me. Hey, after so long, dinner has become a late-night snack, hurry up, give me some of your octopus legs, I'll take it back for a snack. Senju silently Chen said. You actually know who the old man I am talking about. Yo, what the hell are you? What are you doing? Damn it, don't, you are a ten-fist sword, a special seal sword. It's not for cutting octopus legs. I wanted to ask Senju Machin about things, but Senju Machin was too lazy to take out the ten-fist sword. He was so frightened that I was about to cry when he took a flaming sword that was more than 10 meters in length. He was in a sealed state and hadn't gone out yet. If he was slashed by the ten-fist sword, he would be finished. Che, don't I know how to use my knife? Anyway, your octopus legs can't grow back, or you just need to add some chakra. Well, that's enough, let's break it, if you want to eat it later I'm here for you. Senju Machin slashed the legs of an octopus that was more than 2 meters long, and then left on his shoulders. 8 Baga. 8 Tails roared, wanting to cry without tears, and even forgot to break the seal. It was even a little frightened. What kind of monster is this special? Even if you know everything, you still have such a powerful weapon. This is simply the nemesis of the tailed beast. You must know that the tailed beast cannot be killed, it can only be sealed. And the most awesome thing about the ten-fist sword is the seal. Hey? Why is it gone? I didn't go mad. Could it be that Mr. Burabai died? Heiga, Mr. Burabai? Tsukichi, who was monitoring Burabai's reaction, suddenly saw Burabai's body. The UI-colored chakra was gone, and I suddenly thought of something. It is impossible for the 8 tails not to resist for no reason. That only means that Burabi died, and the 8 tails also died to wait for the rebirth. Otherwise, how could the chakra disappear? Frightened, Zuoiki hurried over to check. Cut off 8 tails to add meals. Chapter 47 Cut off 8 tails to add meals. Huh? Didn't you die? It's strange, Yao actually released the rage by himself? Damn it, now is not the time to think about this, Mr. Burabi, hold on, I'll take you back. Tsukichi stopped his own words. Thinking wildly, he carried Burabi on his back and hurried to the camp. Although I don't know why Yaeo calmed down, it was a good thing after all. Upanexia. Bulabai was wounded and comatose and was brought back, and the news that Yatai was going to run wild was also quickly passed on to Kumagakura village through a special ninja, but these had nothing to do with Senju Machin. He was happy, he was in a good mood and went back to Konoha. He was in a good mood with the huge octopus legs on his back. He thought about sharing the octopus legs with his family later. The names of sizzling squid, charcoal grilled octopus, and takoyaki kept flashing in his mind. The frequency of flashing has caught up with the efficiency of his hiraishin. Sister, look at what delicious food I brought back for you. Senju appeared in Tsunade's room in a daze, and then showed Tsunade the octopus leg visibly. What is this? Wow, what a big octopus leg, did it come from the land of water? It's the first time my sister has seen such a big octopus leg. Tsunade said in surprise. Killing her would not have thought for the first time that it was Senju Machin who ran to the land of thunder and chopped off the 8 tails. Well, I just bought it after I went shopping and saw it. Hey, sister, let's eat it. Senju Machin said. You greedy kid, do it yourself. How can Upanexia be so big? Tsunade asked. I'm going to call Brother Toad and Brother Snake, as well as Uncle Monkey, Grandma, Grandpa, and Sister Mikato, let's have a feast of octopuses. It's almost 3 meters long, enough for us to eat. I'll be in charge of cooking. Senju Machin said. Okay, then you can call Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as Master and Mikato, please bring them here. My sister will take this and wash it first, and my grandma and I will cook for you. Just do it in the yard, it was fun together. Tsunade said with a smile. Sister, you told grandma and grandpa, I'll inform others. Senju-machan understands good things to share with everyone. After he finished speaking, he ran out and shouted. Everyone was drooling over Senju-machan's craftsmanship. Although I don't know why this kid has so many so-called Chinese delicacies, he doesn't care if he eats so much. So generally speaking, people are very positive. Senju-machan went to call someone, and Tsunade took the octopus legs to prepare to talk to Uzumaki Mito, and then asked his grandmother to help, otherwise Senju-machan would definitely be too busy alone. As for her, can Tsunade cook? This problem seems to be very problematic. Nani? When Tsunade appeared with octopus legs, it was not Uzumaki Mito who reacted the most, but Kyubi, 9 tails, in her body. Who the hell cut off the 8 tails so badly, and they have to get them to eat? Upanexaya. Grandma, second grandpa, you're here too. My brother bought a really big octopus leg and decided to cook it for us. I'll ask grandma to help with this. Tsunade said to Senju Dobirama and Uzumaki Mito. Bye bye. Is this also available? Senju Dobirama looked at the octopus legs with a big mouth. These it can't be possible? Uzumaki Mito looked at the octopus legs in astonishment. She and Senju Dobirama were from the same era as Senju Hashirama. They had seen the tailed beast when Senju Dobirama assigned it. So this octopus leg? Definitely part of the 8 tails. When will the 8 tails be chopped up and sold? Grandma, second grandpa, what's the matter? Isn't it just a bigger octopus leg? Could it be some kind of ninja beast? Is there an octopus ninja beast? Tsunade asked, strangely seeing Uzumaki Mito and Senju Dobirama's shocked expressions. Ninja beast? He, what kind of endurance can be compared to it? What about Emo-chan? What the hell did this kid do? Senju Dobirama suddenly became furious. This is definitely not bought from the market. It is very big. It may be that this guy went to the land of thunder and did something. What happened to the second grandpa? The younger brother went to call the master and they came to eat octopus together. Is there something wrong? Tsunade also felt that something was wrong, and Senju Dobirama's expression explained everything. The problem is big, hey. Uzumaki Mito sighed and was about to mess up again. At least Senju-machan must have provoked Killer Bijin Churiki / Column Force, otherwise how did this thing come about? The war that had just subsided seems to be about to start again. Tsunade was very upset and anxious, but the two elders didn't want to say anything, so she didn't dare to ask. She could only know what was going on when Senju-machan came back. And Senju-machan got carried away, completely ignoring the fact that someone knew Yao. So he was still very happy to announce one by one, and everyone came back with him, but as soon as he arrived at the door of Uzumaki Mito, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Especially Senju Dobirama chakra is flowing unnaturally, filling the entire courtyard. Hey? Grandpa, what's the matter? Who made you angry? Don't be chakra, you see that the flowers and plants outside are all crooked. Senju-machan said. Everyone is here, let's all sit. Senju Dobirama ignored Senju-machan and said to the others. Yes, second generation Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4 of them sat down honestly. It seemed that second generation Hokage-sama was on the verge of going berserk, right? I don't know who was so unlucky to provoke his old man. Machan, where did this come from? Uzumaki Mito asked, pointing at the octopus legs placed in the middle of the room. You know? I'll go, Kyubi, 9 tails, you betray me. Senju-machan knew the crux of the problem by seeing that even Uzumaki Mito's expression was wrong. What to tell Uzumaki Mito? Do you still need Kyubi, 9 tails, to tell grandma? How did grandma not know when your grandfather distributed tailed beasts to each village? This is obviously part of the 8 tails. Good you Senju-machan, grew up, and learned to lie? Uzumaki Mito said angrily. Grandma, I was wrong, this is indeed the 8-tailed octopus leg, which I chopped off as a snack. Senju lowered his head in acknowledgement in the morning. Nani? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha Sunin were stunned at the same time. This octopus leg is actually part of the special 8 tails? 8 tails were also cut off by you. You went to the land of thunder? Yes, you have Hire Shin, you can easily go to the land of thunder, but you actually fought against Killer Bijin Churiki/Column? Senju Dobirama asked. Yes, Grandpa, I had a discussion with Burabai, and then I chatted with Yaoi and cut off an octopus leg. I said hello to it, it was definitely not a violent coercion. Senju Machin said innocently. Bastard. It's a matter of violence and not violence. Wait, you mean you defeated Burabi? You met Yao? Senju Dobirama asked suddenly, stunned. Hee, Grandpa, I'm not bragging, that's what my Hiraishin uses. Then later, I even saved Bulletin Rupee's life and stopped Yaoi's rampage. Senju Machin simply don't hide it and say it again. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister. Chapter 48 Next to Tsunade the battle. Chapter 48, the battle next to Tsunade, 2nd. He's Burabi, and you're really cool. 1. Pinuansya everyone heard that Senju Machin actually used Hiraishin to play Burabi, and they were all speechless. The dignified Killer Bijin Churiki/Column force was actually taken advantage of by a kid. You are too embarrassed. Listen to what you mean, didn't you go to Killer Bijin Churiki/Column specifically? You went to Jonin in Kyomagakure village and happened to meet Burabi? Senju Dobirama asked. Yeah. I can't find a suitable opponent to spar with in the village, so I can only go to other villages. Grandpa, Grandma, you can rest assured, I'm just going to learn from each other, not to kill people, and I also hide my identity, plus Hiraishin, can run away at any time, and they won't find out who I am if I kill them, Senju Machin said. Little brother, can't you take it easy? All 3 of us can spar with you, but you still have to go on an adventure? Tsunade said angrily. Well, there's no risk, because there's no danger. My running skills are absolutely top-notch. Senju Machin said. Machin, Grandpa doesn't have any requirements for you, you have Hiraishin, Grandpa can't lock you up, I just hope you don't have an accident. Remember not to be competitive outside. Run away immediately when you encounter an invincible opponent, don't hesitate, maybe the moment you hesitate, it's too late to use Hiraishin. Senju Dobirama tried to calm himself down. When the child grows up, he is going to go outside after all. The battlefield is very normal, since it can't be closed, then simply let him go. 1. Pinman. But what makes Senju Dobirama more at ease is that, from what Senju Machin said about using Hiraishin many times to fight, he is not the kind of impulsive and irrational person. On the contrary, his fighting skills are very good, if he is that kind of impulsive person. That is not to fight with Hiraishin and Killer Bijin Churiki/Column force, it is to directly open another big move, Susanoo. Senju Tobirama naturally knows that his grandson can open Susanoo, especially since he has the strength of Jonin now, it is possible to open the full-body Susanoo. That is definitely an existence that can be confronted with the tail beast. And it is obvious that Senju Machin has fought many times and everything is well hidden. Some of the signature ninjutsu that is easy to reveal his identity have not been used. As for Hiraishin, this Konoha himself does not know much, and others do not know much. What's more, Senju Machin's Hiraishin has surpassed Senju Dobirama, which makes it even more confusing. After all, Hiraishin at this time is not very famous, far less frightening than Namikaze Minato at that time. So overall, Senju Dobirama can be regarded as reassuring. Yes, Grandpa, I know how to do it. Senju Machin smiled complacently. Isn't that the point where you can just go out and learn from others? Hey. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade sighed, but didn't say much after all. Okay, don't talk about such a heavy topic. This is a real 8-tailed octopus tail, not a fake-tailed beast. I'll make it for you. Senju Machin saw that the atmosphere was a little dull, and quickly changed it. Topic. Since Senju Dobirama didn't say anything, the others didn't dare to say more, they all focused on the octopus tail. It was the first time in their lives to eat the meat of the tailed beast, and they seemed a little excited, especially with the addition of Senju Machin's awesome cooking skills, are a little bit looking forward to thinking about it. Although the process was a bit twisty, the solution was still very good. The whole family was drinking soju and eating all kinds of octopus feasts, talking and laughing very harmoniously. Senju Machin is the happiest, his world should be like this. It's boring to fight all the time, family and friends have nothing to get together, and it's good to have a dinner together. Fighting and killing the discord. Sister, are you drunk? Senju asked in Machin, looking at Tsunade who was drunk and blurred. No way, I'm just a little drunk, let's go back to the room to sleep. Tsunade looked at Senju Machin with blurry eyes. Then I'll send Sister Mikato back first. Senju Machin said. It's okay, Mikato will just sleep with her sister today, Tsunade said. What about me? Senju Machin asked in confusion, the two of you together? So am I alone? You can sleep alone if you want, Tsunade said with a smile. Che, you think I'm stupid? The two beautiful women didn't accompany me. I went to sleep alone, and walked and walked. Senju Machin dragged Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato to Tsunade's courtyard. After returning to Tsunade, it seemed a little embarrassing. Although the relationship between the three of them was complicated, it was the first time they slept together, especially Senju Machin, the bad guy, who stripped himself off as soon as he got home, and waved at Tsunade. Go to the bath with Uchiha Mikato shouting. Now Tsunade and the others will be too shy. If they face Senju Machin alone, they will be used to it, but the three of them are together. It doesn't seem to be too exciting. Two sisters, what are you doing? Hurry up. Senju Machin shouted to the two women who were still wriggling by the water while holding back his excitement. Mikato, why don't you and my brother wash first? Tsunade said embarrassedly. Miss Tsunade, you and your younger brother have washed up, I'll do it later. Uchiha Mikato was also shy and couldn't help himself. Well, don't, let's go together, you're all together, what's wrong with that, Tsunade said. But Uchiha Mikato wanted to refuse. I've served you, I'm not an outsider, I'll help you take it off. Senju Machin couldn't stand the two women pushing around, jumped into the water, and took the lead in undressing Shikai Uchiha Mikato. Brother. Uchiha Mikato wanted to dodge. Sister Mikato, do you treat my sister as an outsider? Senju Machin used his trump card. But Uchiha Mikato didn't know how to explain. No problem, I will take off my sister too. Senju Machin arrogantly took off Uchiha Mikato into a little white sheep, and the shy Uchiha Mikato exclaimed and ran into the water, putting his hand in front of him. What's the matter, Mikato-san, I haven't seen it on your body. My elder sister is a woman just like you, so I don't need to cover up. My elder sister, let's go into the water. Senju Machin said and started to slap Tsunade again. Little brother, hate it, big sister come by herself. Tsunade's face yoi unbuttoned his clothes, and then also ran into the water. But she has one more piece than Uchiha Mikato, and that is a position that must not be exposed in front of Senju Machin. Hey, I'm coming. Senju jumped proudly in the morning and landed in the middle of the pool, splashing a lot of water. Damn, little brother. Tsunade was hit in the face by the splash of water and launched an angry counterattack, and then Uchiha Mikato joined the fray, and the three of them played with water like children in the bath. At night, when Senju-machan slept in the middle of the two girls, Tsunade was very satisfied. She was also worried that Senju-machan would not be able to do something with Uchiha Mikato, which would be embarrassing. But she was woken up in the middle of the night. Some unscrupulous kid and Uchiha Mikato started a special battlefield beside her while she was asleep, and Tsunade couldn't sleep anymore. Dazed Namikaze Minato. Chapter 49 Dazed Namikaze Minato. Sister, why did you go to take a bath early in the morning? 1. Pinman Senju-machan woke up in the morning and saw Tsunade's wet hair returning to the room. He asked knowingly, he knew why, Tsunade's expression last night, it's all in his eyes, so he was extra excited last night. You mind me, Stinky, you still don't go wash with your sister Mikato? Tsunade said with a sullen look on Ui's face. Is there? I didn't smell it. Don't get excited. I'll take sister Mikato back to her to wash. Senju-machan naturally knew what the smell was in the room, but seeing Tsunade's face was wrong, he hurried away. Oh, my god, this little brother is getting worse and worse. He's just like other women by his side. I hate it. Tsunade couldn't be shy after Senju-machan teleported away with Uchiha Mikato in his arms. Senju-machan settled down with Uchiha Mikato. He went to school hard. Although Senju Dobirama agreed with him to challenge others, it did not mean that he could not attend classes. Wouldn't that be a shame if you couldn't even graduate from ninja school? Machan-kun. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly stopped Senju-machan when school was over. Huh? Senju-machan, who was just about to turn Hiraishin's turn, turned to look at her suspiciously. Can I go back with Machan-kun? Uzumaki Kushina said. Go back together? Are you going to study with Grandma? Senju-machan asked. Upanexia. Yes, Mito Grandma asked me to learn seal art from her. Uzumaki Kushina said. Okay, let's go back together. Senju-machan said and was about to grab Uzumaki Kushina's hand and go back with Hiraishin. Machan-kun. Uzumaki Kushina's face yoi dodged. Why? Don't we go back together? Senju-machan asked inexplicably. But how can you hold someone's hand? Uzumaki Kushina said, if someone else dared to hold her hand like this, she would have been angry, but Senju-machan. Looks like it can't be beat. I'll take you back with my ninjutsu. It's so fast. Senju-machan was speechless. You are a little girl who is still making movies and wants to take advantage of you. Although you have grown up beautifully, but now it doesn't fit my brother's character at all. Yes. Is it? That's fine. Uzumaki Kushina said suspiciously. Senju-machan ignored Uzumaki Kushina's suspicions, and continued to prepare to hold her hand in a flash. Machan, yo, what are you doing? Namikaze Minato's voice came from behind at this time. Damn, brother just wants to go home, do you want to run out alone? Senju-machan turned to look at Namikaze Minato and complained, come on, next to him is Uzumaki Kushina, opposite is Namikaze Minato, and all Senju-machan has to do is he took Uzumaki Kushina home and was caught by Namikaze Minato. Upanexia. Seems a bit inconsistent. Where does this sense of inconsistency come from? Machan, you and Kushina you? Namikaze Minato looked at the two dumbfounded, could it be these two? Fuck, are all the little kids now so precocious? Senju-machan complained in his heart. Minato-kun, I'm just going home with Machan. Uzumaki Kushina said, although he was telling the truth, but this sentence seems to be very lethal, at least it was a big blow to Namikaze Minato. What? You go home together? You already live together? Namikaze Minato said, covering his chest. Idiot, come with me too, I just happened to take you to gain knowledge, and by the way, I'll find someone to guide you in your cultivation. Now that Kushina has started to get in touch with the sealing technique, Namikaze Minato can't fall too far, so he just brings it back, leave it to Grandpa to teach him Hire Shin. Sooner or later, Namikaze Minato will come into contact with him. Nani? Namikaze Minato was caught by Senju Machin, and the three of them flashed and appeared in the Senju Jinchuriki/column place at the same time. This is there? Namikaze Minato was stunned. Wasn't he still outside the school just now? Why did it suddenly appear here? Huh? It's really here. Uzumaki Kushina still had an impression of this place, but he didn't expect to be brought over by ninjutsu. Senju Jinchuriki/column, officially known, my name is Senju Machin. Senju Machin said seriously. Nani? Senju, it's not a civilian ninja like Namikaze Minato definitely needs to look up to the Senju family. Yes, let's go. Senju Machin didn't explain much, and took the stunned Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina to Senju Dobirama and Uzumaki Mito. Forget about Uzumaki Kushina, she was originally going to inherit Uzumaki Mito's position, so it's not surprising, but Namikaze Minato can be valued by Senju Machin, which makes Uzumaki Mito and Senju Dobirama very strange. This is definitely an ordinary, can't be a normal ninja child, and this child is also normal, there is no special Keki Genkai or blood or anything. But it is definitely not that simple to be brought back to introduce by Senju Machin. Do you mean to let Grandpa teach him the art of Hire Shin? Senju Dobirama looked at Namikaze Minato, who was a little dumbfounded. No matter how he looked, this child didn't seem to be able to inherit his Hire Shin, and he seemed a little silly. That's right, it's him. Grandpa, just leave it to him. Let me find him a good instructor and make sure that Konoha can be entrusted to him in the future. Senju Machin said seriously. Namikaze Minato felt like he was hit by demonic illusion. Why is everything so unreal? First, a person was accidentally brought to Senju Jinchuriki/column by Senju Machin, and before he woke up from his surprise, he saw the legendary Uzumaki Mito-sama and second-generation Hokage Senju Dobirama-sama, and then his low-key classmate Machin changed his body. He became the Prince of Konoha, and the prince kindly asked his grandfather Senju Dobirama to teach him ninjutsu. The most outrageous thing is that he can safely entrust the future of Konoha to himself. Namikaze Minato already feels like his CPU is about to burn out. What the hell is this? Kid, what's your name? Senju Dobirama asked, looking at Namikaze Minato. Report to Hokage-sama, my name is Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato quickly replied when Senju Dobirama asked himself. Namikaze Minato? Although I don't know why my eldest grandson is so optimistic about you, but since he opened his mouth, it is not easy for me to be a grandfather. You will come back with him after school in the future, and I will teach you how to cultivate Hire Shin. But you are not qualified to start practicing right now, you just need to memorize the method, and you can start practicing when you have a good foundation. Senju Dobirama said seriously. Hey, thank you Hokage-sama, I must remember it. Although Namikaze Minato doesn't know what Hire Shin is the ninjutsu that even the second-generation Hokage-sama pays attention to? He felt that he had suddenly stepped on shit luck, and was inexplicably favored by Hokage's grandson. Etc. Fancy it? Should NT Senju Machin have any bad thoughts because he's a bit of a mother? For a while, Namikaze Minato's brain hole is also relatively large. Your location, upanexia-chinese.com _ the most popular free novel reading website _shulen_kahu novel building kaha reading family other genres Hokage's Tsunade is my sister 50th more desperate Reikage, 2nd. 50th more desperate Reikage, 2nd. If Senju Machin knew what Namikaze Minato thought, he would definitely teach him to be a man. Fuck, Senju Machin didn't want to be a Hokage man, so why would he like you? Upanexia? No, it seems that he really wants to become a Hokage man, but not Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage. Senju Machin is a man who is determined to become the fifth Hokage. That is, the man who became Tsunade. It seems to have gone too far, and there is no such thing as a spectrum. Uzumaki Kushina began to learn seal art from Uzumaki Mito. Naturally, Uzumaki Kushina, who is born with amazing chakra, is a specially selected candidate. In addition, he is the Uzumaki family, so learning Uzumaki Mito's art should not be too simple. Aside from Uzumaki Kushina, there is someone. The performance of the second generation of Hokage Senju Dobirama was unexpectedly amazing, and the person who surprised him was naturally Namikaze Minato. Don't look at Namikaze Minato's weak appearance. His heart is full of his own ideals, a very firm heart, coupled with a strong talent and a unique understanding of time and space ninjutsu, which surprised Senju Dobirama, as if this child was born for it exists because of this ninjutsu. Although it is impossible for him to use it now, but seriously, Namikaze Minato has listened to it in terms of pure theoretical knowledge. Looking at the disciples of Senju Dobirama, whether it is the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the current Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo, or even Uchiha Kagami, there is no one who can master these theoretical knowledge. These theories are in their eyes, just like Hey Take 5-5. 1. Product Man. Kakashi, as a disciple of Namikaze Minato, knows 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu, but he doesn't know Hire Shin. The most important thing is that Namikaze Minato can not only understand, but also express some of his own ideas, and many of these ideas are very suitable for Hire Shin's use. His own Hire Shin carried forward. So the question is, how does his mysterious grandson know that Namikaze Minato can learn his Hire Shin, and that Konoha's future can be entrusted to this yellow-haired civilian child? Could it be that Sharinan, who predicted the future, saw something? Thinking of this, Senju Dobirama couldn't help but run to Senju Machin out of curiosity. Syogang, where is Machin? Senju Dobirama found Tsunade and asked where Senju Machin went. Tsunade must know best. I ran to Kyomagakure village to find trouble. Tsunade said helplessly. Nani? You mean to go to the village of Kyomagakure and not to the outskirts of the Land of Thunder? Senju Dobirama was stunned. Yeah, all the Jonin outside the country of Thunder are avoiding him during this time, so he can only go to Kyomagakure village. Tsunade said with a shrug. You'll leave him alone? Senju Dobirama asked. 1. Pin Man. I don't care, I can't beat him. This is the thing that makes Tsunade most heartbroken. At this time, Tsunade is far less powerful than the future. Elite ninjas are broken, but Senju Machin's rating came out last month. Efforts to reach Umbu, although only have Umbu's chakra, which is equivalent to the elite Jonin's chakra, but this product can restore 4% of chakra per second, like infinite chakra, and Tsunade has no temper. Nani? He's so good? Senju Dobirama asked. Second grandfather, you have been teaching students during this time, but you didn't notice that your eldest grandson's chakra already has the amount of elite Jonin, and the most important thing is that his chakra seems to be inexhaustible. The recovery is full in less than a minute. How do you want me to fight him? Although his ninjutsu use is still a bit poor, but a Jonin with unlimited chakra, I am helpless. Tsunade couldn't help but complain. She felt that her elder sister was so derelict that she was surpassed by her younger brother when she was less than 6 years old, although this was a good thing. Can his chakra keep recovering? He told you himself? Senju Dobirama asked. He said it himself, and I saw it too, it's true. Can you imagine that he drove the Susanoo for 2 hours and exhausted our son abruptly? Yes, he can single out us without driving the Susanoo. Anyone, open Susanoo and hit us 3. And he secretly told me that he can also split a shadow clone to open Susanoo, which also has the feature of infinite chakra recovery, plus shadow clone is in Susanoo, this shadow clone is all it can't be broken. You tell me that the Kyomagakure village faces two complete Susanoo, can it threaten the safety of the younger brother? Tsunade continued helplessly. Haha, don't worry about this kid, just don't deviate from the personality, don't care, ha ha ha. Senju Tobirama even forgot to ask Senju Machin about things. Not to mention Kyomagakure village, it is this ninja world in his opinion, unless his elder brother is resurrected, who can have the Senju Machin of Hiraishin Susanoo with infinite openness. Reikage. Hope Reikage doesn't cry from being bullied. Senju Tobirama and Tsunade were relieved, but Reikage was on the verge of crying. It had been half a month, and his heart was getting more and more congested every day. At first, it was just a kid from the border of the Land of Thunder who called himself the Land of Taki to challenge the Jonin Zuoiki who won them. That's okay, it's normal for a genius to come out from time to time in the ninja world, but few of them grow up. Arrogant is estimated to have died prematurely, so Reikage didn't take it seriously. As a result, his nephew, Killer B Jinchuriki/Column, was also bullied by this brat. That's right, he was bullied. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu it is, and he was almost beaten by him. Tailed Beast Bomb is dead, but it is said that at the last minute it was the child who stopped the eight-tailed runaway. The specific Bulleten-Ryu ratio is not clear, anyway, I only know that the child saved his life. If this is the case, Reikage should really thank him. After all, he didn't kill the eight tails and stop the runaway, and the eight tails seemed to be a lot more honest. According to Burabi, the eight tails seemed to be honest after the kid cut off a section of the tail, don't know if it's true or false. Anyway, there was a piece missing from the eight tails that Burabi saw in the sealed space after sobering up. You said that you are the one who defeated Killer B Jinchuriki/Column Force, and you are considered a big man, so don't bully people, okay? Reikage was mad because, starting this month, that kid became even more crazy. In the Land of Thunder looking for Jonin to challenge everywhere, I can challenge several a day, as if my energy is infinite. Don't be too embarrassed. Jonin from Kyomagakure village didn't dare to take on the task. He was afraid that he would meet that little devil on the road. Fuck, he was defeated by a child of how old? Is it shameful to spread it out? Especially now that the ninja world has begun to spread the story of the country of Taki called Yano Ninja, saying that one person singled out Kyomagakure village of the country of thunder, and Reikage was so angry that he wanted to beat these people who spread 8 trigrams indiscriminately. But after thinking about it, it seems to be true, isn't it just a person who is challenging Kyomagakure village? But today Reikage is happy, it is a chance to take revenge, because that nasty little devil has come to Kyomagakure village. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 51 blocking the door of Reikage's house. Chapter 51 blocking the door of Reikage's house. Why? Kyomagakure village won't let you in? Senju Machin asked the two ninjas outside the Kyomagakure village gate. 1. Pin Man. This is Kyomagakure village, the Land of Thunder. It is not something that ninjas from other countries can enter if they want. The ninja at the door said forcefully, feeling a little flustered in his heart. Actually came to Kyomagakure village. Okay, then I won't go in. I'll just wait at the door. I don't believe that you Jonins from Kyomagakure village don't go out. Senju Machin didn't bother to embarrass the two ninjas who were guarding the door, and decided to wait outside the village. Come on, a brother blocked the door, you guys are casual. It is estimated that this is the first time that Kyomagakure village has encountered such a hanging person. He actually blocked his gate by himself, and it was Jonin from his own village who was going to be arrested. Jonin has gone on a mission. If you don't mind, I, Reikage, will fight you personally. Reikage AI fell from the sky as he spoke, apparently rushing over after receiving a message of 447, the posture of landing very awesome, and shattered the road, obviously wanting to show his power. AI is the name of every Reikage, just like Hattori Hanzo of the Hattori family, each generation of family patriarch is called Hattori Hanzo. I can't fight. I can't fight. Senju Machin refused outright. He really couldn't beat him without his ultimate move. This guy is fast, has high defense, and can attack and defend. Who wants to fight him? Senju Machin didn't want to abuse Reikage. The normal use of ninjutsu seems to have no effect on Reikage. Even Hiraishin can't break the defense without other means of attack. Upanexia. Nani? Reikage was stunned. Why can't this kid be beaten? Didn't you come to my Kyomagakure village to block the door? Is Reikage going to bully children? Anyway, I won't fight you. If you bully me, I will publicize your glorious deeds in the ninja world. Anyway, I'm only 5 years old, so it's not a shame to lose to Reikage. Senju Machin, as if I was still a child, if you dared to bully me, I would dare to say shamelessly. Baga. You Reikage's violent temper came up immediately. Raiten, thunder style, Chakra was going to go crazy. This kid is really hateful, but bear it, still I didn't dare to do it. Fuck, do you want to face this rumor? Reikage can't bear the reputation of bullying children, but Senju Machin is so irritating that Reikage wants to go crazy. As long as you don't bully me, I'll be fine. You don't need to greet me specially. Thank you Lord Reikage for your concern. Senju Machin said with a smile. Ah. Baga. What are you doing? Go find Jonin for me, I'm going to take care of this brat. Reikage went mad with anger. I greet you, Laozi. This is so angry that I can't speak. Madeline. Yes, Jonin or something, I like to play with Jonin the most. Senju Machin smiled proudly. Cuckoo. Reikage was dumbfounded when he saw Senju Machin's smile, and he remembered, how can Jonin in the Kingdom of Thunder be able to take care of this kid, this fuck? Upanexia. Another assist for this kid. And sold your own Jonin? The ninja who heard Reikage's order resolutely went to find the famous Jonin adults in Kyomagakure village, but he found out tragically that none of these adults were there. Some of them said they were going on a mission, while others were said to go shopping. Now, I don't know where it is. The most outrageous thing is that he is hiding at home and pretending not to be there. No way. The news that Senju Machin came to Kyomagakure village spread among them at the first time, so they resolutely slipped away. As for Reikage's order? Has anyone conveyed it? I don't know, people went out and not at home. Master Reikage, Master Jonin, they're all on their mission. The messenger ninja, who ran around without finding anyone, came to the door of existence again, staring at Reikage and Senju who were staring at them. Said. A mission? Oh, yes, you see, I told you before, they all went out on a mission and haven't come back yet. Reikage silently gave a like to his messenger ninja, which was a good answer. Rather than being ashamed, it's better to shirk the word and do the task. But if Reikage knew that he really didn't find those Jonin who were hiding things, I don't know if it would break out. I'm going, it's no wonder that your country of thunder is dead. Jonin in such a big village has all run to do tasks, and you are the only Reikage. It's so pitiful. It seems that you have very few Jonin available, or if you go back with me, I will arrange a few Jonin to run errands for you. Look at how frustrated you are, Reikage, and you don't have any capable subordinates. Senju Machin taunted that his skills were maxed out. Anyway, no one is playing with you, so hurry up and leave. Reikage was heartbroken. What do you like? You won't stay when no one is playing with you, right? Oh, forget it, play in another country. This country of thunder is boring. Go to another country and tell them that the country of thunder is already strong, and there is not even a Jonin who dares to accept the challenge. Senju Machin sighed, then pretended to be helpless, turned around and prepared to leave, but the muttering before leaving, The angry Reikage Raiten, thunder style, chakra flooded again, poor Reikage, the anger that was finally suppressed came out. Baga, little devil, you have a lot to do, what are you going to do? Don't go too far, believe it or not I'll keep you. Reikage's Raiten, thunder style, chakra coat was already wrapped around his body, and he was furious. Roared. You dare to threaten me? Humph, come on, let me see how fast you Reikage is, goodbye. Senju Machin said as he rushed towards Reikage. Just when Reikage thought this kid was really going to fight him at that time, Senju Machin's voice suddenly disappeared, and it seemed that he ran away. Katon, fire style, majestic destroyer flame / great fire annihilation. Suddenly Senju's voice came from not far from Reikage. Nani, Baga. Reikage quickly got out of the way, but a sea of fire with a diameter of more than 30 meters formed where he did. Futon, wind style, tornado hurricane. Senju kept moving in the morning, injecting chakra into the wind to form a giant tornado for a wrapping attack. The huge tornado swept the ground and rushed towards Reikage. Bugga. Damn kid, play sneak attack. Reikage hid to the side angrily, but he soon regretted it. The huge fire tornado rushed towards the gate of Kimagakure village and set the gate on fire. If I had known, he would just violently disperse it. It's not over yet. Suton, water style, the water of the super waterfall. The enhanced version of the Great Waterfall technique was released by Senju Machin 1.0. This guy relies on his own chakra, and it recovers quickly. Now I want to use it. Just how to use it? Baga. Hurry up and use Doton, earth style, to block the flood. Reikage was furious, and he was going to go crazy in the face of the sudden flood. Hey, the last move. Raiten, thunder style, natural thunder and lightning. Senju Machin took out the ten-fist sword, raised his finger to the sky, and struck Senju along the line of the ten-fist sword. The water of Machin's great waterfall was full of lightning flashes for a while, submerging a large area at the entrance of Kimagakure village. Ah, damn brat. Raiten, thunder style, heavy violence. Because of Raiten's carelessness, Senju Machin unleashed a few ninjutsus, and he was mad, but he was even more confused by Senju. The position of Machin's ninjutsu is different every time, so he can't react immediately, but now after Senju Machin stopped, he immediately launched an attack. Tiger_novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 52 Reikage farewell cry you didn't lose. Chapter 52 Reikage don't cry you didn't lose, 2nd. Doton, earth style, earth shore return. 1. Pinman Senju Machin did not panic in the face of Reikage's attack, and directly used the Doton, earth style, defensive skill. Is it useful? Break it for me. Reikage bombarded the rock that suddenly blocked in front of him without dodging or dodging it. Sure enough, the rock was completely useless to Reikage and shattered directly. Nani? Baga. Where are the people? Reikage shattered the rock in front of him, and Senju Machin disappeared again. Lord Reikage, at our door. Shouted the messenger ninja just now. Hey, I'm here, Doton, earth style, Tulio city wall. Since your Jonin does NT want to go out, just don't leave the door. Don't thank me. Senju Machin said and released another Doton, earth style. A huge earth wall was raised directly at the entrance of Kimagakure village, replacing the original gate. And Senju Machin was standing on top of this tall city wall. Little devil, you are using the second generation Hokage technique, Hire Shin. What's your relationship with Senju Dobirama? Reikage asked 14 with a sure tone in his voice, apparently finally thinking of how Senju Machin is flashing everywhere. That is definitely not the effect of the instant body technique. Cut, the Hire Shin of the second generation Hokage is not as powerful as me. I am born with it. Senju Machin said very loudly, but what he said was the truth. This kind of short distance does not need Hiraishin S mark. The teleportation is really not Hiraishin of Senjudo Birama, but the Hokage mobile game has passed through and mutated a little. Upanexia. Nani? Born with time and space ninjutsu. Reikage was stunned, because Senju Machin didn't seem to be bragging, and it seemed very likely, otherwise, how could he be so skilled in using it? It's not the point is what kind of monster is this kid? This chakra just saw that he used a lot of ninjutsu and has already consumed a lot, but now he looks like there is still too much chakra consumption? Don't want to fill it up. Does he also have a tailed beast in his body? Yes, so although I can't beat you, you can't catch me either. Senju Machin said, standing high on the city wall. Bugga, are you the Jinchuriki/column force of the Nantai from the land of Taki? Reikage asked suddenly. I am the country of the dragon of the dragon, not the country of Taki. How can the country of Taki be compared to our country of dragons? Senju Machin explained speechlessly. Land of the dragon? Never heard of it? Where is it? Reikage thought about it, and seemed to have never heard of this country. Why do you want to tell you that you want to go to my place? You are struggling to beat me, and you still want to go to our country to find death? Senju Machin said. Is the dragon country very powerful? Reikage held back his temper and decided to inquire for more information. That's a must. If a kid like me doesn't pass the training this time, he won't even be eligible to go back to the country. 1. A man of, Senju Machin said casually. Nani? Is it your experience to challenge Jonin? Reikage was completely bewildered. Why did you challenge Jonin, the land of thunder, just the experience of your country's little brat? How could challenging Jonin be our experience? Senju Machin said. Then what is your experience? Reikage breathed a sigh of relief. If challenging Jonin is a child's experience, then don't even think about going to the land of dragons. Oh, my experience is that I defeated the 5 major countries in the challenge before the age of 10, and I reached cage level myself. Otherwise, I will never go back. Senju Machin said casually. Are you kidding me? The film that challenged and defeated the 5 great powers before the age of 10? Since you can win, do you need to say cage level? Reikage was in a daze when he heard Senju Machin's nonsense. Why? I'm scared? Don't worry, I know I can't beat you now, and I will challenge you in 2 years, but Lord Reikage, you have to strengthen your strength, otherwise I don't have the pressure to challenge, and if I misestimate my own strength, I will. It's not good. If the dual ranking after returning to 300, I will be very embarrassed. This time my goal is to enter the top 200, so you have to become stronger. This way I can also have more motivation. A strong challenge to you. Senju Machin said seriously. You think I'm not strong enough? You are ranked over 300 in your dragon country? Reikage asked frantically. Hey, don't mention it, it's uncomfortable to mention it, the 307th place, my heart will always hurt. I actually lost so much in the duel, it used to be about 260. Those animals are not one of them. Be careful to overtake me, so Lord Reikage, you have to help, you must be stronger, and stronger, so that I can have the motivation. Please. Senju Machin said with a look of disgusting himself for being very naive, saying in the end, he solemnly gave Reikage a salute. You let's go, I want Jing Jing. Don't ask me who Jing Jing is, I don't know. Reikage felt that he was in a very depressed mood. It's okay for a kid to be such a pervert. There are more than 300 people who are more powerful than this kid. How terrifying should the number 1 be? The key is. This is just the strength of other people's country brats. What about those adults? What are their strengths? Asshole. What the hell happened to this ninja world? Although what this kid said may not be true, but Even this little devil is enough of a headache. Reikage seemed to see the scene of being challenged by him 2 years later. At that time, the kid grew up a lot and became a lot taller, and then I abused myself like I abused the current Jonin. For an unprecedented time, 207 felt melancholy, thinking that he would be defeated by a 7 or 8-year-old kid in the future. Reikage suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and it seemed that he was right. Waiting for shame? Oh, then I'm going back. Is Burabi here? I'm looking for Yaoi. Its octopus legs are delicious. I want to chop a little more and eat it. Senju-machan suddenly thought of something and asked. The serious injury is not healed, you hurry up. Reikage couldn't help but chuckle, but at the same time, he was shocked, and sure enough, Yaoi was slashed by this kid. Then wish him good health and give me a greeting. Yes, since Jonin is so busy, I will not come during this time, I will go to other countries, don't miss me too much, I will come back to you in a few days. Jonin is playing. Senju waved Machan, and in despair, Reikage, who once again donned a Raiten, thunder style, chakra coat, walked away. Baga. Go to hell. Reikage jumped up angrily, punched the city wall made by Senju-machan, and then the broken city wall was buried in a pile of dust, and no one could be seen. Gilo swallowed their saliva and didn't dare to make a sound, for fear that Reikage, who was in anger, would trouble them. The dignified Kyomagakure village was actually blocked by one person. Hey! The Ninja World legend has another good material. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 52 Reikage farewell cry you didn't lose. Chapter 52 Reikage don't cry you didn't lose, 2nd. Doton, Earth Style, Earth Shore Return. 1. Pinman Senju-machan did not panic in the face of Reikage's attack, and directly used the Doton, Earth Style, defensive skill. Is it useful? Break it for me. Reikage bombarded the rock that suddenly blocked in front of him without dodging or dodging it. Sure enough, the rock was completely useless to Reikage and shattered directly. Nani? Baga. Where are the people? Reikage shattered the rock in front of him, and Senju-machan disappeared again. Lord Reikage, at our door. Shouted the messenger ninja just now. Hey, I'm here, Doton, Earth Style, Tulio City Wall. Since your Jonin does NT want to go out, just don't leave the door. Don't thank me. Senju-machan said and released another Doton, Earth Style. A huge earth wall was raised directly at the entrance of Kyomagakure village, replacing the original gate. And Senju-machan was standing on top of this tall city wall. Little devil, you are using the 2nd generation Hokage technique, Hiraishin. What's your relationship with Senju Dobirama? Reikage asked 14 with a sure tone in his voice, apparently finally thinking of how Senju-machan is flashing everywhere. That is definitely not the effect of the instant body technique. Cut, the Hiraishin of the 2nd generation Hokage is not as powerful as me. I am born with it. Senju-machan said very loudly, but what he said was the truth. This kind of short distance does not need Hiraishin s mark. The teleportation is really not Hiraishin of Senju Dobirama, but the Hokage mobile game has passed through and mutated a little. Upanexia. Nani? Born with time and space ninjutsu. Reikage was stunned, because Senju-machan didn't seem to be bragging, and it seemed very likely, otherwise, how could he be so skilled in using it? It's not the point is what kind of monster is this kid? This chakra just saw that he used a lot of ninjutsu and has already consumed a lot, but now he looks like there is still too much chakra consumption? Don't want to fill it up. Does he also have a tailed beast in his body? Yes, so although I can't beat you, you can't catch me either. Senju-machan said, standing high on the city wall. Bugga, are you the Jinchuriki/column force of the Nantai from the land of Taki? Reikage asked suddenly. Uh, I am the country of the dragon of the dragon, not the country of Taki. How can the country of Taki be compared to our country of dragons? Senju-machan explained speechlessly. Land of the dragon? Never heard of it? Where is it? Reikage thought about it, and seemed to have never heard of this country. Why do you want to tell you that you want to go to my place? You are struggling to beat me, and you still want to go to our country to find death? Senju-machan said. Is the dragon country very powerful? Reikage held back his temper and decided to inquire for more information. That's a must. If a kid like me doesn't pass the training this time, he won't even be eligible to go back to the country. 1. A man of, Senju-machan said casually. Nani? Is it your experience to challenge Jonin? Reikage was completely bewildered. Why did you challenge Jonin, the land of thunder, just the experience of your country's little brat? How could challenging Jonin be our experience? Senju-machan said. Huh, then what is your experience? Reikage breathed a sigh of relief. If challenging Jonin is a child's experience, then don't even think about going to the land of dragons. Oh, my experience is that I defeated the 5 major countries in the challenge before the age of 10, and I reached cage level myself. Otherwise, I will never go back. Senju-machan said casually. Are you kidding me? The film that challenged and defeated the 5 great powers before the age of 10? Since you can win, do you need to say cage level? Reikage was in a daze when he heard Senju-machan's nonsense. Why? I'm scared? Don't worry, I know I can't beat you now, and I will challenge you in 2 years, but Lord Reikage, you have to strengthen your strength, otherwise I don't have the pressure to challenge, and if I misestimate my own strength, it's not good. If the duel ranking after returning to 300, I will be very embarrassed. This time my goal is to enter the top 200, so you have to become stronger. This way I can also have more motivation, a strong challenge to you. Senju-machan said seriously. You think I'm not strong enough? You are ranked over 300 in your dragon country? Reikage asked frantically. Hey, don't mention it, it's uncomfortable to mention it, the 307th place, my heart will always hurt. I actually lost so much in the duel, it used to be about 260. Those animals are not one of them. Be careful to overtake me, so Lord Reikage, you have to help, you must be stronger, and stronger, so that I can have the motivation. Please. Senju-machan said with a look of disgusting himself for being very naive, saying in the end, he solemnly gave Reikage a salute. You let's go, I want Jing-Jing. Don't ask me who Jing-Jing is, I don't know. Reikage felt that he was in a very depressed mood. It's okay for a kid to be such a pervert. There are more than 300 people who are more powerful than this kid. How terrifying should the number 1 be? The key is. This is just the strength of other people's country brats, what about those adults? What are their strengths? Asshole. What the hell happened to this ninja world? Although what this kid said may not be true, but even this little devil is enough of a headache. Reikage seemed to see the scene of being challenged by him 2 years later. At that time, the kid grew up a lot and became a lot taller, and then I abused myself like I abused the current Jonin. For an unprecedented time, 207 felt melancholy, thinking that he would be defeated by a 7 or 8-year-old kid in the future. Reikage suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and it seemed that he was right. Waiting for shame? Oh, then I'm going back. Is Burabi here? I'm looking for Yaoi. Its octopus legs are delicious. I want to chop a little more and eat it. Senju-machan suddenly thought of something and asked. The serious injury is not healed, you hurry up. Reikage couldn't help but chuckle, but at the same time, he was shocked, and sure enough, Yaoi was slashed by this kid. Then wish him good health and give me a greeting. Yes, since Jonin is so busy, I will not come during this time, I will go to other countries, don't miss me too much, I will come back to you in a few days. Jonin is playing. Senju waved Machin, and in despair, Reikage, who once again donned a Raiten, thunder style, chakra coat, walked away. Baga! Go to hell! Reikage jumped up angrily, punched the city wall made by Senju Machin, and then the broken city wall was buried in a pile of dust, and no one could be seen. Gilo swallowed their saliva and didn't dare to make a sound, for fear that Reikage, who was in anger, would trouble them. The dignified Kyomagakure village was actually blocked by one person. Hey! The Ninja World legend has another good material. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 53 Senjudo Birama Strike, 3rd. Chapter 53 Senjudo Birama is hit, the 3rd. Little brother, are you back? Are you okay? Tsunade asked when Senju Machin came back. Yupanexia. It's okay, it's Reikage who has something to do. It is estimated that he has a large shadow area now. Senju Machin said. What happened to Reikage? You didn't fight him with Susanoo, did you? Tsunade asked helplessly. No, but well I use Theno I guess he has no tears left. Senju Machin said the matter again. You're bad, go see the second grandpa, he seems to have something to look for you. Tsunade suddenly remembered Senjuto Birama's previous visit to Senju Machin. Oh, sister, I'll go back when I go. Senju Machin said hello and went to Senjuto Birama. At this time, Senjuto Birama was also in a daze. He felt that he was really old. The young people today are really amazing. Even Namikaze Minato, who draws inferences from other things, is still acceptable, but his eldest grandson's extraordinary ability, it's really shocking, but thanks to Senju Machin being his grandson, otherwise it's estimated that the blow will be the same as Reikage's psychological shadow. Anyway, the value is too large to describe. Grandpa, I'm back, do you have anything to do with me? Senju Machin opened the door and asked Senjuto Birama. Huh? Machin is back, nothing important. Yupanexia Senjuto Birama's mind is full of the scene of his eldest grandson going to the ninja world in the future, and all the Namikaze Minato matters have been forgotten. Huh? Senju Machin looked at Senjuto Birama suspiciously. Well, I just wanted to ask why you know about Namikaze Minato being able to learn from Grandpa Hire Shin, and why you said Namikaze Minato will support Konoha's future. Senjuto Birama said it anyway, although it was no longer important. With Senju Machin, Konoha's future can already be met. Oh, this, my ability, I predict a little of the future, he is the 4th generation of Konoha Hokage. Needless to say, he is very good anyway. Senju Machin said. Okay, got it? It's not an important thing. You go to rest. Kyomagakure village wasn't ruined by you, right? Senjuto Birama asked after thinking of something. No, just blocked their gates with the Doton, Earth-style, city wall, whoever told them to hide from ninjas and not duel with me? Senju Machin said. Senjuto Birama was silent, indicating that Senju Machin can go to rest. This child is very offensive. When Senjuto Birama and the others were chased by the gold and silver horn team of the Kingdom of Thunder, and now you are alone to take people away, the gate was blocked, but there are two situations. One is a war situation. Group fights are normal, and a one-on-one fair duel is not a group fight, so Senju Machin took advantage of it. However, it's already very good, at least no Jonin dares to face it head-to-head. Yupanexia. Little brother, is there anything the second grandpa is looking for from you? Tsunade asked casually when he saw Senju Machin coming back soon. It's not a big deal, so I asked about Namikaze Minato. Sister, the ninja village has a better scenery, and the Kingdom of Thunder is no longer fun. I want to play in another place. Senju-machan lay on Tsunade's body and sat on her on top of the snow-white jade legs. She was hugged tightly, making Tsunade's charming body and herself very tight, and she felt the softness of Tsunade's chest with a very enjoyable look. The scenery is good. The best scenery is our Konoha. What about other countries? The land of winds has a lot of wind and sand, and the environment is harsh. It is a good place to train ninjas. The land of earth is full of big rocks. The land of water is fine, but it is inconvenient to go to an island country surrounded by water. Your Hiraishin can't be located at sea, and other small countries don't seem to have any powerful opponents. Well, my sister also thought about it for a while. If you don't come out, there is a place for you to practice. Tsunade thought for a while and said, it seems to be difficult to have opponents and a good environment. The land of water, I don't know how far the sea is, and I guess a Hiraishin can't get there. It will take a long time to take a boat on the way, so let's forget it. Honestly, just stay with Konoha. Anyway, you can practice with my sister now. It's gone. Senju thought for a while, and now it seems that all countries are not very familiar with it. The people who should appear at this time have not appeared, or they are still children, and there are no famous people. The key is that the environment is not good. It's enough to find Orochimaru and Jiraiya for the points of the duel arena. Anyway, I can fight it now. Don't be too troublesome. Little brother, aren't you going out? Tsunade asked happily. Every time Senju-machan went out, she was worried, and when she heard that Senju-machan decided not to go out, she was instantly happy. Well, I'm not going out, it's boring. I'm still having fun with my sister. Now that I have enough strength, what I need is to learn more theoretical knowledge and ninjutsu. Senju-machan said, leaning his head on Tsunade's chest forward. That's how you play? Tsunade said with a UI on his face, then pretended to be puffed up. Well, yes, it doesn't feel comfortable. It's not fun to be there. Senju-machan said. Before Tsunade didn't react, he pulled her collar open, revealing a large piece of snow-white skin, and then put your face on it again. Little brother, are you used to Mikato, and even dare to provoke my sister? Tsunade looked at Senju-machan with a bad expression. This kid became more and more daring, and dared to take off his clothes at every turn. Sister, I just like you. I'm so tired after a fight, let me rest. Senju-machan kept coquettish on Tsunade, eating more tofu. You really deserve a beating. Don't do anything else. Tsunade hugged Senju-machan angrily. Hee. Senju-machan leaned against Tsunade, enjoying the softness and tranquility. Because Senju-machan doesn't go to harm the ninjas of other countries, so Jiraiya and Orochimaru are out of luck. These guys go to the two of them as soon as possible after school every day, in order to get to the duel arena as soon as possible. In terms of carat weight, Senju-machan is also very hard-working, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya are even more bitter. Facing the infinite energy of Senju-machan every day, it is simply unbearable. At first, he was able to use his rich experience to fight with Senju-machan, but after Senju-machan became familiar with their operations, he started to bully people with infinite chakra, misused ninjutsu of various attributes, and especially awesome free play combinations. Ninjutsu, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya of the pit went crazy. In particular, Jiraiya's hair turned white as she tried to find a way to deal with Senju-machan. Well, he seems to have white hair originally, but don't care about these details. However, there is an advantage in this way. Konoha-san's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. No one wants to be compared by a child. In order to find a place in the field, he is also working hard to cultivate his career. It's too much, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya are squeezing their potential like crazy, and they don't have time to do these two things that should have been done. For example, Orochimaru wants to think about the meaning of life, and Jiraiya wants to collect materials. Things are all delayed. Completely become a cultivator. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister chapter 54 Uzumaki Water Household's Choice, 4th. The 54th chapter Uzumaki Mito's Choice, 4th more. Time passed faster than expected. Senju Machin was already 9 years old. He had grown up in more than 3 years, and he was only a head lower than Tsunade. He could just hug Tsunade's buttocks, and then burying his face into Tsunade's fraternity. This is what he often does, but this is only a superficial change. No one knows how powerful the 9-year-old Senju Machin is. Senju Tobirama doesn't know, Uchiha Mikato doesn't know, even with Senju Sunin, who was training with him in the morning, didn't know either. Upinexai only knew that he and them could fight 1 against 3 without Susanoo. The strength has completely reached the cage level. Huh? Minato, why didn't Kushina come to class? The school was still going on, and Senju Machin didn't think about graduating early. He was used to coming to school every day to report, but today he was very strange and didn't see Uzumaki Kushina. I don't know, doesn't she live with Machin-kun? Namikaze Minato also asked suspiciously. Could it be Minato? Ask for leave for me, just say I'm going to get oil. Senju Machin thought of something, and decidedly a Hiraishin ran away. Huh? Weird. Namikaze Minato was also puzzled, but he wasn't worried. After all, Uzumaki Kushina was naturally safe in Konoha, not to mention she still lived in Senju's house. Grandma! Senju Machin shouted as soon as he returned to the station. Machin! Don't go in. Senju Tobirama stopped Senju Machin, obviously not wanting 210 to let Senju Machin disturb what Uzumaki Mito was doing, and there were many Konoha's umbu guarding the periphery, and even the SEAL class was there waiting nervously. There is obviously something very important happening here. Upinexia. I'll go, Grandpa, you let me see Grandma for the last time. You didn't tell me about the transfer of Kyubi, Ninetales. Senju muttered. Your grandma is afraid that you will do something irrational, so she won't let us tell you. Everyone knows about Senju Machin's heavy feelings, and this is what Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama are most worried about. You must know Senju Machin the eternal Mangekyo possessed, although not the blood of Uchiha, but what if it also has the characteristics of Uchiha? What should I do if I go crazy because of Uzumaki Mito's death? What's the matter, isn't it just to accompany the grandfather? Don't worry, I won't do anything irrational, let me in, I can also suppress Kyubi, Ninetales. Let umbu and let's leave the SEAL class. I can't make a fuss in Kyubi, Ninetales. I have one more thing I need my grandfather to do for me. Senju Machin said seriously. Yo, what are you going to do? Senju Tobirama asked worriedly. Hey, you'll know in a while, let them go first. Senju Machin said. You step back and go to the perimeter. Senju Tobirama shouted to the umbu. Hey, Lord Hokage. Everyone left in an instant, guarding carefully at the periphery. Upinexia. Grandpa, let's go in. Senju Machin said and opened the door of Uzumaki Mito, also alarming the people inside. Machin. Uzumaki Mito controlled his chakra and looked at Senju Machin. Grandma, I'm here to say goodbye to you, and do something else by the way. You can continue until you transfer Kyubi, Ninetales. Kurama, don't do anything, or I'll go in and play with you. Senju Machin Sharinan turned and said to Kyubi, Ninetales. Humph. Kyubi, Ninetales, was thinking about resisting, but when he saw Senju Machin came, he was honest. Only obediently was successfully transferred to Uzumaki Kushina by Uzumaki Mito, and a seal was planted. No way, the enemy is too strong to be provoked, otherwise he will be controlled by the evil Sharinan. It is better to be honest, who knows what this scumbag will do. If I chop it up and eat it as if it were 8 tails, who is going to reason with it? So Kyubi, 9 tails, behaves quite honestly. Kushina, are you alright? Senju asks silently, supporting the weak Uzumaki Kushina. After all, Kushina is still too young, even if Kyubi, 9 tails, does not resist, it is not a small burden for her to transfer Kyubi, 9 tails. It's alright, but Grandma Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uzumaki Mito sadly, and the tears never stopped. As a Jinchuriki/column force from Kyubi, 9 tails, she has learned everything she should have learned, and she has learned everything she should know, and she knows very well that it is time for Uzumaki Mito to run out of fuel. Grandma is just going to another, bebbed, world to accompany Grandpa. It's alright, we will meet again in the future. You have a good rest, don't cry, you see I'm not sad. Senju Machin said. But Uzumaki Kushina wanted to say something, but was stopped by Senju Machin. Sister, don't be sad. When I'm done, you will decide whether to be sad or not. Senju Machin said to Tsunade. Huh? Tsunade looked at Senju Machin with rain. Hey, Grandpa, are you good at soul? You are good at impure world reincarnation. Presumably you can let Grandma stay for a few more seconds when her soul leaves the body? Senju asked Machin. Okay, what are you going to do? Do you want impure world reincarnation, your grandmother? I will never allow you to disturb the peace of the dead. Senju Dobirama shouted. Cut, impure world reincarnation is so low, I have other ways in the future, but I need to leave a Hiraishin mark on the big grandma. It is convenient for me to find the big grandma, and the big grandpa can also find it, and then resurrect them all. Senju Machin said very seriously. Machin, don't mess around, you must use some forbidden technique, and the big grandma will never allow you to do this. The tyrannical Uzumaki Mito, even if Kyubi, 9 tails, was separated, did not die immediately. Relax, the outsider, the technique of Rhin Tensei, Sisera of heavenly life, although it is the 6 paths forbidden technique, what I want to use is just an opportunity, and it's not a difficult opportunity, as long as my eyes go further, you can use Rinnegan's forbidden technique. Senju Machin pointed to his eyes and said. Rinnegan? Machin, you mean your eyes can evolve into Rinnegan? Those are the eyes of the legendary 6 paths fairy. Senju Dobirama asked. That's it, I know how to make my eyes evolve, but it still takes some time, don't worry, I won't mess around, time is running out, Grandpa, get ready, and take away the big grandma in death. Help me to hold my soul for a few seconds, I need to engrave the Hiraishin mark on Grandma's soul. Then I can break the space barrier and find Grandma's soul accurately. Senju Machin said seriously. Sister-in-law, I believe in Mo-chan, but I respect your decision. Senju Dobirama looked at Uzumaki Mito, obviously wanting her to make up her mind. Grandma. Little brother. Tsunade was very entangled, she couldn't bear her grandma, and she couldn't bear the unacceptable price that her brother would pay to resurrect her grandma. Forbidden technique or something, there is no simple one. The consequences are absolutely unpredictable. No, I won't allow it. Mo-chan, Grandma will never allow you to use forbidden technique to resurrect Grandma. Uzumaki Mito said firmly. Machin, listen to your grandma. Senju Dobirama looked at Senju Machin. Tiger_novel building_kaha_ reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister chapter 55 Uzumaki water home away from home, 5th more. The 55th chapter Uzumaki Mito goes far, 5th more. Then I'll have to offend you, ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone, Hitomi, Tsukuyomi. Senju Machin suddenly launched an attack, and other super cage level chakras spewed out of his body, and several shadow clones appeared in an instant, then, with the powerful chakra, Several shadow clone used Tsukuyomi on several people in the house at the same time, and all the unsuspecting people were controlled by Senju-machan. Upanexia. Ah! Damn, just a moment, I only need a moment mad, controlling the third generation Hokage and the second generation Hokage at the same time, their backlash is very strong. Damn, it turns out that the eyes really bleed. Fortunately, the amount of chakra is now it's fierce enough, otherwise it's really going to end. I already knew that you would not agree to me so easily. Senju-machan covered his eyes for a while, but there was still something to do, so he could only hurry up. Machan, you. Uzumaki Mito's soul was intercepted by Senju-machan after all. Grandma, wait for me. Time and space, the seal of Hire Shin. Senju-machan's body poured all the remaining pupil power into the arm of Uzumaki Mito. Only the shadowy Sherry non-pupil power can construct that special feature on the soul fly, Thor's mark, without dissipating. Ah! As soon as the final mark was completed, Senju-machan's eyes were left with blood at the same time, and he couldn't help shouting out. Fell to the ground. Machan! Uzumaki Mito's soul shouted worriedly and disappeared without a trace, apparently going to the paradise of Elysium. Little brother. As Senju-machan fell to the ground, Shadow Clone also dissipated. Upanexia Tsunade saw Senju-machan covering his eyes in pain for the first time. Machan, including Uzumaki Kushina and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Dobirama, also surrounded the past at the same time. Hey, I'm done. I can feel the Hire Shin mark of Grandma, ha ha ha, I succeeded. Grandma, wait for me to revive you. This method really works. Senju-machan covered like a demon. Laughing out loud. Grandma Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Mito, who had closed his eyes, and burst into tears. Sutan, water style, water polo. Senju-machan threw a small water polo directly on his face and started cleaning his eyes. After a while, with the recovery of chakra, his eyes improved a lot. Sister, Grandma is just going to accompany Grandpa, that is to go far away. I promise you, Grandma and Grandpa will be resurrected together in the near future. Senju-machan looked at Uzumaki Mito's body without sadness, only the sorrow of parting. After all, I won't see Uzumaki Mito for a long time. Little brother, woo woo woo. Tsunade threw himself into Senju-machan's arms and cried. Woo woo. Grandma. Another one who cried miserably was Uzumaki Kushina. Hey, woman. Senju-machan sighed with emotion and hugged Uzumaki Kushina too. As a result, a girl and a mature royal sister were crying in Senju-machan's arms. Grandpa, Uncle Monkey, I'll take them away first. 1. Pinyin, please. Senju-machan said to Senju Dobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a Hire Shin went to Tsunade's residence. Little monkey, you were also controlled by Machan's Sharinan just now. Senju Dobirama asked Sarutobi Hiruzen after watching Senju-machan leave. Yeah, is Sharinan's demonic illusion so powerful? And the chakra that Machan broke out just now, which is stronger than Master's? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked mechanically. Hey, I'm probably not keeping up with the times. Senju Dobirama said with emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't ask what he wanted to know, but there was a more important matter, which was to arrange the funeral of Uzumaki Mito, but this matter should be kept low-key and low-key. Kyubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki/Column Force passed away. Kyubi, Ninetales, was transferred to the child. It is not suitable to publicize it. Although Konoha is very powerful now, he can't stand the alliance of many countries to do things together. It would be a lie to say that Senju-machan is in a good mood. The big grandma who loved him suddenly left, and he was naturally very uncomfortable. In addition, Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina were crying so sadly, which made him even more uncomfortable. It took a long time to comfort him. The two women felt that he also needed to vent. It would be great if there was a strong person who could be beaten by him at this time. Well, there seems to be such a person. Although this person is far away, in a foreign country, but is distance an issue? Sister, be good, I'll go out. Senju-machan said to Tsunade, who managed to hold back her tears. Little brother. Tsunade looked at Senju-machan. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Senju said, kissing the tears in Tsunade's eyes. Well, my sister is waiting for you to come back. Tsunade said hoarsely. Senju-machan smiled slightly, signaling her to be at ease, and then a Hiraishin flashed, a strong and durable person. Naturally, it was Mr. Reikage from Kyomagakure village, the land of thunder. There seemed to be an agreement to fight with Reikage before, but I forgot about it. It seems that it is not too late now. Seemingly. This force can continue to be installed. Flowers. Samurai from that country? What are you doing in Kyomagakure village? The guard ninja in Kyomagakure village stopped Senju-machan seriously and responsibly. Senju-machan, who hadn't seen him for a few years, has grown up, but he is still dressed as a samurai, but the ten-fist sword no longer needs to be carried on his back, it can be hung on his waist, and he is finally longer than the ten-fist sword. Dragon Kingdom, yeah, let's play with Reikage. Senju-machan wrapped his hands around his chest and said with a coquettish expression. Bold, Mr. Reikage is also what you want to see? Are you still playing? The samurai of the country of Taki are not small. The ninja at the door suddenly became angry. Hee, little brat, I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you guys, I'm going to challenge Reikage. Senju-machan said with a sneer. I think you're here to find fault, right? The two guards looked at Senju-machan vigilantly, and put their hands on their ninja gear. Hey? Did you see it? That's right, I'm here to find fault. Senju-machan said with a smile. Looking for death. The fiery Kyomagakure village guard ninja decisively launched the attack first. The two took out Kunwu and attacked Senju-machan. I've already said that, I'm not interested in you guys anymore, don't waste your time, there are still people waiting for me. Senju-machan watched the two of them attack and didn't panic at all, raised his hands lightly, and easily he grabbed the arms of two Kyomagakure village ninjas who seemed to be attacking very fast, and then pushed the two ninjas together. Who dares to come to Kyomagakure village to make trouble? The Kyomagakure village guard ninja immediately discovered the problem at the door. Coming. Yo, I seem to have seen you. We fought against you more than 3 years ago. Go and tell your Reikage that the country of dragons, has come to challenge him. If he doesn't come out, I will block the gate of your Kyomagakure village again. Senju-machan let go of the two ninjas who had bumped into each other. Nani Yuyutsu. Reminded by Senju-machan, everyone knows who Senju-machan is. Some people have seen it with their own eyes, that is the shame of their Kyomagakure village, they were actually blocked with Doton, Earth style, but now the kid from the past has grown up, mad. Probably even worse. Your location, upanexia-chinese.com _ the most popular free novel reading site _shulan _kahu _novel building _kaha reading family other genres Hokage no Tsunade is my sister Chapter 56 Reikage is also practiced, 6th more. Chapter 56 Reikage is also practiced, 6th. Yo. Remember? That's right, it's me, from the land of dragons. I'm asking if you're afraid. Go, call out your Reikage-sama, I want to play with him. 1. Pinsya, don't tell me he's not at home, then you don't want the gate of Kyomagakure village today. Senju-machan put one hand on the hilt of the ten-fist sword, put the other hand on his waist, tilted his head and looked at the Kyomagakure village in front of him. The guards, obviously, did not treat them as a dish. Wait. These ninjas in Kyomagakure village wanted to swarm up and smash Senju-machan, but thinking about how this kid could defeat their Lord Burabi more than 3 years ago, it's probably even more arrogant now. Let it be dealt with above. Soon the ninja from Kyomagakure village went to a summons, and when he arrived at the high office of Reikage, he was out of breath. When he finished talking about the 690 situation in a panic, Reikage's desk was broken. Baga. He still dares to come and wants to block the door, Baga. Reikage, who was furious, kept tempering himself and tried to strengthen his strength, afraid that the so-called Dragon Country kid would once again I came to the door to complete the agreement of the year, but it turned out that Reikage had to study hard for more than 2 years. As a result, the kid disappeared, and there was no news of this kid even in the ninja world. I thought that this kid was too arrogant and died. Thinking that more than 3 years later, when Reikage had forgotten Senju Machin jumped out again, and he had to block the gate of Kyomagakure village, so angry Reikage directly smashed his desk. 1. Pin Man. Lord Reikage, what should I do? The ninja who sent the message asked cautiously. The old man will go in person, this time I have to teach that kid a lesson. Reikage broke open the window of his office angrily, and Raiten, thunder style, Chakra burst out and rushed to the gate of Kyomagakure village. If you see a person who is half coward first, and who can even attack his own property, it is best not to mess with it, because most of these people are insane. Hee, here we come. Senju Machin, who felt Reikage's powerful aura, raised his head and looked into the distance. Sure enough, there was a figure with lightning and lightning effects coming fast, and the buildings he passed were crumbling and people turned over. It was so cruel. Quickly came to Senju Machin, and the violent Raiten, thunder style, Chakra was churning. That's right, this kid has grown taller and matured, and the arrogance on his face has become heavier, and more. What is your chakra? Reikage looked at Senju Machin frantically, and was stunned when he felt the burst of chakra in his body. Are you still a person with this amount of chakra? What the hell is an aura stronger than my Reikage? Yo! Isn't this Mr. Reikage, can you put the chakras away, what if you scare the children? Look at how many buildings you destroyed and how many children you scare, and look at the ninja next to you. They all shivered, and it looked like they were scared by you. 1. Pinman Senju Machin watched Reikage's special effects debut with a bit of envy, and it would be awesome to bring a BGM at this time. But envy is envy, the blow still has to be hit. Who made you appear more cool than his Senju Machin? We're just shaking with anger at you, said the ninjas next to Reikage. Okay, Lord Reikage, I have reached the last step in my training. After challenging the shadows of your 5 kingdoms, I will return to the kingdom of dragons. The first one will start with your kingdom of thunder, which is also your kingdom of thunder. The shadow is a little more resistant to beatings, and the other shadows are not very good. Senju Machin said. Little devil, you are talking too much nonsense. In order to restrain your time and space, the old man has specially strengthened his speed, so you better not be careless today, otherwise even if you sometimes have space, you will not be able to escape the speed of this old man. Reikage, who didn't speak, spoke up, looking like he was going to fight. Doton, Earth Style, Giant Rock Ring. Senju Machin directly hand seal used Doton, Earth Style, to make a 100-meter long arena, but this arena is still so big that it blocks the gate of Kyomagakure village, and the 2-meter high arena is blocked at the gate of others. What are you going to do? The arena is ready, I will only move on this arena. If I go out of bounds, I will lose. Senju Machin directly limited his range of activities, as if he was taking care of Reikage. After all, the speed of Reikage in this small space is really the same as that of Hire Shin. There is no difference. Are you looking down on this old man? Reikage looked at the arena below him with anger. This kid actually despised himself so much, and actually took the initiative to limit his time and space advantage. Sir Reikage, you've been thinking too much, come on, let me learn Reikage's great tricks. Senju Machin jumped a little distance and drew a 10-punch sword. Hey, you asked for it yourself. Ninjutsu, Raiten, Thunder Style, Bodyguard. Reikage did not carelessly use his strongest defensive skills, Reikage's Raiten, Thunder Style, Bodyguard, even Naruto's Futon, Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken and Yaeo's Tailed Beast Bomb couldn't hurt him in the slightest. You can see how strong its defense is. Ah, such a headache skill, let's slow down Reikage-sama first. Senju Machin looked at Reikage's Raiten, Thunder Style, Body Protector and his head hurts. This thing can't wait for absolute defense, especially only Reikage himself, only the move can penetrate, and then the chakra is exhausted. Humph, slow down? You can use ninjutsu on me. Ninjutsu, Hell Thrust. Reikage launched an attack decisively. For so many years, in order to cope with the challenge of Senju Machin, he has specially trained these two tricks. His moves are useless, only absolute speed and attack strength can kill that unpredictable kid in a single blow, otherwise Senju Machin's movement method can't beat him and run away, other ninjutsu is of little significance. Hey, you have to listen to me in my territory. Time and space, the stars are dense. Senju Machin dodged Reikage's attack, and then his body poured out powerful chakras, which were as radiant as the stars. Open, scattered throughout the duel arena. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Reikage thought it was an attack skill at first, but after looking at it, it didn't have any attack effect. 1.5 Time and space ninjutsu, create a fighting space that suits me, my chakra will be marked when it falls, and I can move infinitely in these densely covered chakra circles. So, Mr. Reikage, your movement speed will increase, it's useless to be fast. Within my range, I only need a thought to move. Your speed can't be faster than my thinking. I didn't say anything. I'm going to attack. Senju Machin almost circled himself in, but after setting up the Hiraishin formation, he moved decisively and irregularly in the dueling arena. Damn, see me breaking your time-space and destroying your time-space imprint. Reikage looked at Senju Machin, who was moving everywhere, and he couldn't find any traces at all, as if he could appear in any one. The position is the same, but it is not that he has no countermeasures. Move a move, 7th more. The 57th chapter Reikage Adults Move, 7th more. Raiten, Thunder Style, Thunder Snake. Uppanexi Reikage decisively started Hand Seal and used ninjutsu. Normally, this move needs to be fused with the Thunder Blade to become a lightning form and then Hand Seal, but the powerful Reikage's own lightning is completely fine. Without the use of the Thunder Blade, you can see Reikage release hundreds of small snakes around the lightning. These little snakes scattered at super fast speed, covering the entire dueling arena, and then suddenly turned into hundreds of thin swords of thunder and began to destroy the time-space imprint of the entire dueling arena. It's now, Doton, Earth Style, Super Weighted Boulder Jutsu. Senju Machin was waiting for the Reikage Hand Seal moment. He didn't need to use any time and space imprint teleportation at all, these were all to create an illusion and induce Reikage to destroy these time-space marks that he thinks are in the way. Senju Machin seized the opportunity when Reikage released the ninjutsu to destroy the time-space marks, and decisively used this move against Reikage, which has a petrification effect and increases the weight of the enemy. Of ninjutsu. Nani? Damn it! Reikage suddenly felt as if he was pressing down on a mountain, and he could no longer move quickly. How? Is the speed advantage gone? Senju looked at Reikage and said after jumping away. Little devil, damn it, even if you don't have the speed advantage, you can't beat me. I see how you can break my Raiten, Thunder Style, shield. Your trial is doomed to fail. Reikage angrily. Raiten, Thunder Style, body protection is really good, but well. Uppanexia. You are like a sandbag now, beat it up. Doton, Earth Style, Rock Golem. Senju-Machin directly used Doton, Earth Style, to change out of a rock monster, then caught Reikage and started beating. Boom, boom, boom. Reikage was restrained by super-weighted boulder jutsu, and he couldn't dodge for a while. He was constantly being slapped by the rock golem, and he was about to be slapped into the ground. Raiten, Thunder Style, the three-fingered attack from hell. But soon Reikage endured the rage and used his own attack, directly breaking the slap that the rock golem slapped, and it was smashed into slag. After a while, he had gotten used to the ninjutsu effect on his body, and some activities were not affected, but his unparalleled speed was lost, but he still had no problem facing this slow stone statue. As expected of Mr. Reikage, he can still resist, but well, Doton, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld. Suton, Water Style, multiple water spouts. Senju-Machin decisively used Doton, Earth Style, to turn the ring turned into a swamp, and then swept Reikage with a Suton, Water Style, in case he dried the Swamp of the Underworld with the Raiten, Thunder Style, and ran out again. Baga, brat. You are so nasty. Even so, can you help me? Reikage roared in exasperation, although these ninjutsu couldn't hurt him, but he couldn't move, and he was trapped in the quagmire. He was swept away by the water spout again, which made him very mad. This guy actually didn't take the frontal, using such a disgusting restriction skill. He was half mad, and there was nothing he could do. Eupanexia. Come on, Lord Reikage laughed and shouted with me, eggplant. It's okay not to laugh, I just need this photo to prove it. Anyway, the experience is not to kill you, I'm catching you alive, right? You can't run away without anyone helping you anyway. You can feel my chakra, I can keep you trapped, I think your chakra can't consume me. Senju-Machin didn't know from where did I get a camera and photographed Reikage looking miserable now. Half of his body was sunk in the mud, and several water spouts were rolling around him, as if they were whipping him. Iwabaga, kid, how dare you insult me? Reikage said angrily. Suton, Water Style, Water Prison, Suton, Water Style, Re-Water Prison, Suton, Water Style, a lot of water prisons. Senju-Machin, who didn't want money like chakra, stretched out his right hand and added a message to Reikage in an instant. More than a dozen water prisons completely enveloped Reikage in the water. Hey, are you angry? Can you move? It's mud, water, and super heavy rock. Even if you're Reikage, you can't do anything about it. Senju-Machin shouted to Reikage outside the water prison. Reikage, this is not a question of being angry, it is a problem to speak in the water, it will be suffocated sooner or later. Damn, let us Reikage go. The Kyumigaku or village ninjas, who had not dared to disturb the duel between Reikage and Senju-Machin, erupted. Wow, there are so many people. I'll release it right away. Senju-Machin looked at the hundreds of people surrounding him and released Reikage directly. He wasn't afraid of these people, but he didn't even think about it. Killing people and playing Reikage for a while, Senju-Machin's mood finally improved a lot, and he didn't plan to embarrass them anymore. Lord Reikage. The ninjas from the Land of Thunder surrounded him. Disperse, I'm fine. Reikage felt that the ninjutsu effect on his body was gone, and jumped directly in front of Senju-Machin. Sir Reikage, don't play ninjutsu in front of me next time, that will give me a chance. Well, I'll dodge first. Stay, don't send it. Senju-Machin said to Reikage as if he was nothing. Little devil, wait, you won. Can you tell me, are there really many guys like you in your dragon country? Reikage stopped Senju-Machin and asked. Hey, guess what? Goodbye, goodbye. Senju-Machin instantly disappeared in front of the ninjas in the Land of Thunder. Ah, damn brat, guess I can guess your sister. Reikage suddenly felt that he was being tricked again, and it's okay to beat him. It's too much for this brat to be irritating, especially Raikage's temperament. I was irritable, but it ignited again in an instant. The ninjas of Kyomagakure village were silent, watching the angry Raikage also feel very heartbroken. The dignified Lord Raikage was played by a kid again, and this time he was actually defeated. This blow is too big. Suddenly, Senju Machin, who vented his unhappiness at Kyomagakure village, returned to Tsunade's bedroom, but her room was empty. Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina were no longer there. When he went out, he found that all the people in the inner courtyard had changed into filial attire. The outer guards didn't have them. The outer guards were not worn because they wanted to keep it a secret. After all, the death of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki/Column Force could not be told to outsiders. Hey, my head hurts, Grandma, your sister will be sad for a long time after you leave. Senju Machin looked up to the sky, and ran to find someone to get the filial piety clothes that had been prepared for a long time. Although it can be resurrected, after all, Uzumaki Mito is really dead now. But Senju Machin really doesn't have that kind of grief over the death of a loved one, because in his consciousness, Uzumaki Mito at most just went out and lies far away, and it's not that he never comes back. When Senju Machin found Tsunade and the others, they were already in the morning hall. The efficiency really had nothing to say. After Senju Machin went out for a while, the morning hall was all set up, but everything was simple and low-key. The only ones here are Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina kneeling there. Hey! Grandma! Senju Machin respectfully saluted in accordance with the rules, and knelt down. Little brother, go and pick up Mikato too. Tsunade said after seeing Senju's silent morning salute. Yeah. Senju Machin understood Tsunade's meaning. Uchiha Mikato is also Uzumaki Mito's granddaughter-in-law, there is no reason not to say goodbye. Do you want to one snake? 8th more. Chapter 58. Do you want to one snake? 8th more. Sister Mikato. Senju Machin appeared in Uchiha Mikato's house. Uchiha Mikato, who has grown up, has experienced Senju Machin's moisturizing for more than 3 years. It is full of femininity, and her body is full of beauty and charm, as if a random movement can be teasing. From Senju Machin's lustful heart, but now it's different, Senju Machin looked at the moving Uchiha Mikato without the slightest desire in his eyes. Yupanexia. Brother, hey brother, yo why are you dressed like this? Yes, who is it? Uchiha Mikato shouted happily when he saw Senju Machin coming, and in the blink of an eye he saw Senju Machin's clothes suddenly dumbfounded. It is only worn when an elder or relative at home has passed away. It's alright, Grandma's just gone, say goodbye to me. I have a way to revive Grandma. Senju Machin said as calmly as possible. Yes. Did Grandma Mito die? Can you resurrect her old man? Uchiha Mikato asked. Well, so don't be too sad, come meet me. Senju Machin said. Wait, brother, I'm going to change clothes. Uchiha Mikato said seriously. Regarding the death of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki/Column Uzumaki Mito, the ninja world did not cause any waves, because outsiders did not know it at all, but another thing resounded throughout the ninja world, that is, the dignified Raikage actually being defeated at his own door. There is nothing special about defeating him. The key is that the person who defeated him was just a 9-year-old child, and this child said that he wanted to defeat the 5 shadows of the 5 major countries. This thing has to be surprising. 1. Pin Man. That a 9-year-old kid could beat Raikage is absolutely amazing news, and even more amazing is that this kid is going to challenge the other 4 shadows, so here comes the problem. Who will be challenged next? Kazekage? Mizukage? Or is it called the strongest Hokage? Anyway, everyone has begun to pay close attention to the major ninja villages, and they all hope to see this legendary child as soon as possible. And this legendary child Senju-machan also decided to take Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato out for a walk and relax. I was thinking of taking Uzumaki Kushina with me, but unfortunately I didn't, because their Hokage, Sama was worried that Kyobi, Ninetales, would be dishonest. After all, they just transferred Kyobi, Ninetales, so be careful. But before he left, he needed to get a mount for transportation. As the Prince of Konoha, he had to go out because it didn't fit his image. It was fine if he was alone. With two big beauties, he absolutely couldn't fall off the chain. Brother Snake, let's discuss something. I will use your psychic beast. I'm going to take my sister and them out to relax. I'm short of travel. Senju-machan found Orochimaru, only that big snake is fast and domineering. Before there is no better mount, it is still good to use Orochimaru's snake to go for a walk. Just is it too high profile? Anyway, it is better than using slugs or toads, okay. Why don't you discuss it with Wan Shi yourself? Orochimaru was stunned. Senju-machan's idea was so awesome that Orochimaru didn't even think about it himself. Fuck, think of Wan Shi as a contemporary, you awesome. Okay, I'll trouble Brother Snake. 1. Pinsya, Senju-machan thanked. Spiritual art, 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru, who was not very cruel, once again channeled out 10,000 snakes without Matsuri. Orochimaru, if you don't prepare the Matsuri product again, I will eat you. Wan Shi said angrily as soon as he appeared. This Orochimaru is too much. If you don't prepare the Matsuri product again and again, you will be treating yourself as a free labor. I'm not ready, but he has. He's also going to take you around the world and prepare a lot of good things for you to eat on the road. Orochimaru, who was standing on the head of 10,000 snakes, jumped to Senju-machan and pointed to Senju-machan. Yes, it's me, I'm going to take you to travel around the world. Senju-machan also pointed to himself and said. No, Orochimaru, eldest brother, you put me back. The instant Wan Shi saw Senju-machan, he turned into a rascal snake and begged for mercy. Huh? You don't want to follow me around the world? Senju-machan said coldly. Mr. Machan, you are also here, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention just now, what did you say? Follow you to travel around the world? It must be possible, I am willing, 100 are willing. Wan Shi in an instant, it was a mess, there was no way. Senju-machan has turned his wish for a snakeskin wallet into a snakeskin belt for his Susanoo. Last time, he turned on Susanoo and grabbed the snake around his waist and turned around. He looked very satisfied. The Wan Shi hadn't slept well for months, and was afraid that she would never wake up again. Well, it's good, don't worry, follow my brother, I promise to bring you delicious and spicy food. Senju-machan said. Okay, Wan Shi agreed with a heartache. As long as you don't eat me, you have the final say. It is said that this madman even invited Orochimaru to eat 8 tails. A jump. Machan, then you sign a psychic contract. Orochimaru said. Sign a psychic contract? Why do you want to sign a psychic contract? Senju-machan asked suspiciously. You want Myriad Snake to take you all the way from Konoha to wandering around like this? Are your goals too big? Orochimaru asked suspiciously. Senju was stunned in the morning, then looked up at the tens of meters in size of the snake, thinking about how it was crawling along the way, flying sand and rocks everywhere, and those who didn't know it thought it was a robber coming. Woolen cloth. Looks like it doesn't seem like it's suitable for a mount. Senju-machan asked suspiciously. Seriously speaking, its goal is too big. Many people in the ninja world know that it is my psychic beast. It's not as easy to use as your panda. Orochimaru said sternly. Fuck, Wan Shi is useless as a jerk, get out. Senju-machan became angry and drove Wan Shi away in order to hide his embarrassment. Hey! Wan Shi decisively released the psychic and disappeared. For the first time, it felt that in addition to being useful in battle, it was also able to avoid being harmed by others. Hey, pandas were fine in the past. I was young at that time, and it was no problem to carry me and my sister, but now that I have grown up, it is difficult for both of them, not to mention that I have to take Zhao Hao onto Sister Mikato. Senju Machin said. Hasn't your panda grown up yet? Your panda is very special, so it should grow up too? Orochimaru asked suspiciously. I can't figure it out, I haven't summoned it for a long time, so it shouldn't change its appearance. Will the system's pandas also grow? I don't know what happened, anyway, Senju Machin doesn't know. Spirituality, panda I fuck. Silly cat, what's the matter with you, why are you so big? Senju Machin looked at the panda under his feet and asked dumbfounded. Huh? Master? You've become smaller? Oh, I've grown up. I forgot, I've always eaten and slept in the psychic world, I've slept and ate, and I don't feel anything. Panda said. You on the psychic world? Senju asked dully in the morning. Yes, but it's just me, slugs, and mirages in it. We eat and sleep every day. It seems that they have grown up a lot. Panda thought for a while and said. Tiger_novel building_kaha_reading family other genres Hokage, Tsunade is my sister Chapter 59 Tsunade thinks to fly together. Chapter 59 Tsunade wants to fly together, first. Senju Machin is also confused about the fact that his psychic beast has a psychic world. This is the first time he has heard that there is a separate world, and there is food in it for the three psychic beasts to eat and drink. 1. Pin Man is said to have a good scenery, but this is not the point. The point is that he needs a mount. This panda is more than 10 meters tall, and its body length is about 20 meters. It is too big. What Senju Machin needs is the kind of psychic beast that can walk on the road, so that's okay, so big is for destruction. Can you get smaller? Senju Machin asked suspiciously. Being smaller, master, I can't. Panda replied without thinking this time. Ah, my head hurts, you can go back. Senju Machin dismissed Panda, his expression a little unhappy. Machin, where are you going to play? Orochimaru asked. Walking around, I will go to several countries, I guess it will take a long time. Senju Machin said, after all, it is not a hurry, it will take several months without stopping on the road. In addition to walking around, it is estimated that it is possible for a year or two. It does take a long time. You can just customize a carriage. That kind of luxury carriage is no problem. You don't need to drive by yourself when you bring a few guards. Although Orochimaru did not understand the three ninjas, it's such a hassle, but I still recommend it. Huh? Brother Snake said that 173 makes sense, so that's it, thank you Brother Snake, I'll do the trick. 1. Pinman Senju Machin was reminded by Orochimaru and figured it out instantly, he was Prince Konoha. Come on, Lord, isn't it normal to travel by horse-drawn carriage? It's all because the thinking of the previous life has not changed. There is no such thing as the prince who can travel with guards, and he is completely self-sufficient. Finding the key point, Senju Machin ran decisively to find a personal customization. The carriage he wanted had to be bigger, more comfortable, and better equipped. Those who go out and enjoy life should not treat themselves badly. But he inquired about the discovery of the tragedy for a long time. No. There are no custom-made carriages in the whole of Konoha. The custom-made carriages are only used by nobles. Most of the Konohas are ninjas. Ninjas travel with 2 legs. Who uses carriages? Except for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, the business is done. Most of them are also related to ninja industries, so naturally there is no such thing as custom carriages here. Sister, Mikato. Senju-machan, who returned home, shouted weakly to the two beautiful girls at home. Hey? Little brother, what's the matter? You look like you've been hit. Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato were sealing the things they needed to travel into the scroll, and they asked in confusion when they saw Senju-machan, Bebj, unhappy. Hey, don't mention it, I went out today to find a means of transportation, and the result that's it, it's not right or left anyway. Senju-machan talked about today's events. 1. Pinman. Idiot, little brother, it's so troublesome for us to travel. It's better to use it when we're on the road. Can't your Doton, Earth style, let the three of us fly together? It's not fast and comfortable, then it's better to use it. What means of transportation, and a carriage, how slow the carriage is. Tsunade said with a smile. Flying? Hey, yes, you can fly with my sister. This is good, I like this. Senju-machan thought of a special way of flying. The so-called double flying seems to be very refreshing. Double flying with my sister? Aren't you going to bring your sister Mikato? Tsunade naturally didn't understand what double flying meant. Hey, how can you fly without sister Mikato, right, dear sister Mikato? Senju-machan hugged Uchiha Mikato, who was shy of Ui's cheeks. Brother, yo, what are you talking about, two don't know. Uchiha Mikato's face Ui's face became even more powerful. Tsunade didn't know what double flying meant, she knew very well, she was even more aware of holding her own. The man has long thought of the idea of double flying. Then Mikato, would you like to fly with your brother and Tsunade? Senju-machan put his head to Uchiha Mikato's ear and asked, kissing her earlobe. Ah, brother, you hate it? Big sister doesn't want it? Uchiha Mikato struggled to escape from Senju-machan's arms. Sister, look, Mikato doesn't want to be with us. Senju-machan shrugged and said helplessly. Mikato, why don't you want to? It's not good for us to fly in the sky together? It's just me and my brother in the sky. Are you going to be left alone? Tsunade wondered why Uchiha Mikato reacted so much, but he also, instead of thinking about which direction, he asked Uchiha Mikato in confusion. Sister Tsunade, brother he double flying means that. Uchiha Mikato Yoi whispered in Tsunade's ear with a cheek. Senju-machan. You stop for me. Tsunade's face also took Yoi's dizzy, but she was angry, this little brother in this family is unexpected. Actually digging a hole for myself. Sister Mikato, you actually sold me, I'm going to duel with you tonight. Senju-machan realized that something was wrong, opened the door and ran away. Mikato, why didn't you say it earlier? Tsunade also looked at Uchiha Mikato complainingly. Sister Tsunade, this is my fault. Uchiha Mikato squinted his eyes and looked at Tsunade innocently. Both the siblings threw the pot to her. You're going to break with my little brother. Tsunade said angrily, and continued to organize his things. In the evening, Senju-machan naturally has to come back honestly. Although Tsunade may clean it up, the fights between siblings are normal. Most of the time, Senju-machan takes advantage of it. In the past few years, although Tsunade, who knew that Senju-machan had special expectations for himself, wanted Senju-machan to go back to his room many times to sleep, but he really couldn't come to Senju-machan's rogue. After many times to no avail, Tsunade also gradually got used to. Although Senju-machan has grown up, some things should be avoided, but in the face of Senju-machan's offensive, Tsunade succumbed, and even felt a lot more in his heart than just a brother and sister. Senju-machan would still be unscrupulous in bathing with Tsunade, and even pulling Uchiha Mikato together. Uchiha Mikato is often pulled to sleep with Tsunade by taking advantage of the fact that Uchiha Mikato is afraid of being alone at night. As for what would happen when sleeping together, Tsunade refused inwardly, but he had peeped many times in action. Like tonight. Sister Mikato, my sister is asleep. Senju Machin turned over, pressed on Uchiha Mikato's body, and unbuttoned Uchiha Mikato's clothes skillfully. Brother, calm down, don't wake up Tsunade's sister. Uchiha Mikato's face yoi also unbuttoned Senju Machin's clothes, although this has happened more than once, and Tsunade has long known, but Uchiha Mikato is still very shy. Alright, Sister Mikato, you can't wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. Senju Machin looked at Tsunade, who was delicate and moving in the moonlight. Tsunade's eyes moved. Obviously it was hard to endure. She is good when I think about it. I want to teach this brother who deliberately embarrassed me, but I'm embarrassed to face it. The most powerful missing nin in the country of Taki, 2nd. Chapter 60. The most powerful missing nin in the country of Taki, 2nd. Puchi, brother, you're broken. Upanexaya. Slow. Uchiha Mikato understood Senju Machin's words, and naturally knew that Tsunade was pretending to be asleep. Anyway, she was almost used to it, but the shyness in my heart is inevitable, but the lover likes this feeling, and it will be extra every time. She just let it go. Well, Mikato-san, you said what it would be like for the three of us to be together one day. Senju Machin looked at Tsunade expectantly. No, I don't know. Brother, can you not mention such shameful things? Uchiha Mikato said coquettishly. Sister, you can't run away. Senju Machin leaned over and kissed Tsunade's lips before continuing to play with Uchiha Mikato. Damn. You sister-in-law. Tsunade quietly opened the corner of his eyes, looked at Senju Machin and the others angrily, and then. I can't move it anymore. Don't describe too much about this kind of discordant things, it's easy to cause discordant things to happen. For example, it's very troublesome to get up and take a bath early the next morning, especially three people who are in an ambiguous relationship. It's more troublesome in the early morning, but fortunately, I have experience, and it has no impact on travel. After saying goodbye to the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, Senju Machin kidnapped the Senju family's Princess Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato, who was supposed to be the wife of the Uchiha family, to embark on the journey of double flight, at Upanexaya. It's three people flying in the sky together. Senju Machin, who was wearing a black golden dragon-patterned imperial robe outside in a white outfit, was holding the beautiful and charming Uchiha Mikato in his left hand, and naturally he was holding the elegant Tsunade of the royal sister Fan's blonde hair on the right. The three of them left Konoha, playing around in a low-key manner along the way, but not without goals. For example, there is still something to do for a certain boy who pretends to challenge the major national films. The first goal is the land of the earth, mainly because Senju Machin wants to take a look at the country of Taki, the country surrounded by waterfalls. The country of Taki belongs to the ninja village, Taki Ninja Village. Located between the land of fire and the land of earth, surrounded by 4 countries. Consists of many waterfalls. Huge waterfalls prevent the invasion of other countries, and one of the large waterfalls hides the Taki Ninja Village. And this Taki Ninja Village is exactly in which waterfall Senju Machin doesn't know. He flew with the 2 girls in the sky for a long time, but he didn't observe it. The main reason is that there are too many waterfalls in this country, and there are many big waterfalls, and there are no obvious ones. Sign that he didn't know how to get in. But fortunately, it's just for fun, so there's not too much entanglement. Wow, Miss Tsunade, the waterfalls here are really fun. Although there are waterfalls in Konoha, there are not so many. Uchiha Mikato left Konoha for the first time, and also left the country of fire. She was very excited to travel with her beloved. Mikato, if you go around, you will know that there is still a lot in this world that we don't know. 1. Pinman Tsunade looked at the waterfall in front of him and felt a little relaxed. At least once I came out, I really felt a lot better, especially when Senju-machan on the way was obedient to her, saying that she would never play when she said she would gamble. Is that Tsunade really lost a lot of money? But Senju-machan and Uchiha Mikato won a lot. Otherwise, it is estimated that the travel expenses will be lost by Tsunade. Sister, don't go into the water. Senju-machan stopped Tsunade, who was about to go into the water. Huh? What's wrong? Tsunade asked suspiciously. I found a familiar figure passing by. Senju-machan looked towards the waterfall. No, I don't feel anyone. Tsunade looked up suspiciously. I've already left. They said that I passed by. The strength is very strong. Senju-machan said. Oh, then let's go, huh? A familiar figure? Who is it? Konoha-s? Tsunade suddenly reacted and asked strangely. It's not Konoha-s, you may not know it or see it, but you must have heard his name. Senju-machan said. Huh? Tsunade was even more curious, a powerhouse he didn't know? Who is the one? Go, let's follow. Doton, Earth style, lightweight rock technique. Senju-machan performed the lightweight technique and followed the figure with the two girls. Nani? The fast-moving figure quickly stopped, and he felt that someone was coming towards him. Looking back, it was the three people under the waterfall just now. Originally, they were just three ordinary people, and they didn't plan to pay attention to them. But now they suddenly found that three people were coming towards him, and it seemed that it was not that simple. Did you go back to Taki Ninja Village to see? Senju-machan brought Tsunade and the others down in front of this man. Who are you? Do you know me? The figure looked at the three young people alertly, and his first impression was to tell himself that this seemingly harmless kid was the most powerful of the three, and the blonde women are also not easy. Flowers. I know you, who is famous. One day, as the elite of Taki Ninja Village, you accepted the task sent by the high level to assassinate the first generation of Lord Hokage, but unfortunately you lost to Lord Hokage, but the amazing thing is that you actually being able to escape from the hands of Lord Hokage, the first generation, is enough for you to brag for the rest of your life, right? But it is useless. If you failed the mission, you returned to the village and suffered the crime of failing the mission and heavy punishment, which blocked your life for the village. But you were cruelly treated, and you escaped from the prison with hatred. You went along with the treasure secret technique in the village, Earth resentment you, am I right? Bounty Ninja, Lord Kakuzu. Senju-machan looked at the familiar face in front of him. Said the figure. Although it wasn't Akatsuki's fire cloud robe, that outfit still couldn't escape Senju-machan's keen Sharinan. You actually know the old man. There are not many people who remember the old man these days. You are so young and you know the old man so clearly. Who are you? Kakuzu looked at Senju-machan vigilantly, knowing that he was missing Nin. Dare to come over, either a mentally retarded person or a person who is very confident in his own strength. And this kid doesn't look like he's unwise to die, plus the pressure he gives himself, it's obvious that this kid is not simple. What? You are the Kakuzu who assassinated his grandfather? Tsunade finally knew who it was, and looked at Kakuzu in surprise. This guy could assassinate his own grandfather without dying, it already showed that he was very powerful. At that time, Senju Hashirama represented it as invincible. Grandpa? Blonde, so that's it, you're Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sunin, right? Why did you Konoha ninjas come to the land of Taki? Kakuzu asked in confusion. Playing, I'm idle now, there's no war, so I can't play. Are you a missing nin running back to the land of Taki to visit relatives? Senju-machan said. Who are you? Who can control where this old man wants to go? Kakuzu said. Me? That's the nameless guy. Hey, Lord Kakuzu, take a mission? I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the reward. Senju Machin said. Mission? Who do you want the old man to kill? Kakuzu likes quests the most, especially the quests that make him satisfied with the reward, and he was instantly attracted by this topic.